Chapter 471. Hua Sungzan said in a low voice, several Foundation establishment cultivators have also died in battle, and the number of Qi practitioners who have died at his hands is uncountable. With that kind of ability to control blood, once you get close to him, you'll be in great danger. Although Senior Ma's divination allowed us to roughly determine a few locations and wanted to set up an ambush separately, I didn't expect him to be so vigilant. If we don't gather our strength, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to kill him. This has already surpassed the ability of a Foundation establishment cultivator like me. Everyone was disappointed. They couldn't invest too much strength in such a net-like ambush. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to spare any manpower from other places, and they would suffer great losses, especially in a situation where they couldn't guarantee that they could kill Blood Shadow. These demons were very sensitive to danger, and Blood Shadow was even more cautious. If he sensed that something was wrong, he might just turn around and leave. In that case, all the ambushes and arrangements would be for naught. The war between humans and demons was like a contest of strength. Every bit of strength had to be used cautiously. Take tonight, for example. Dragon's Nail and Zhou Tong. They could have gone elsewhere. The enemy's Foundation establishment cultivators and demon generals would basically all die if they ran into them. In the end, they'd wasted their time on a failed ambush. The losses were hard to directly estimate. But Ma Bai glanced at Li Qingshan at the side, and a thought occurred to him. But what? If Little Anne succeeds in building her foundation, we'll be able to be more accurate. Qingshan, how's Little Anne's cultivation going? Will she have a chance to break through to Foundation establishment in the near future? Following Ma Bai's question, everyone's gaze fell on Li Qingshan. The Little Anne you speak of is that genius from your 100 schools of thought. Even if she succeeds in building her foundation, she'll only be in the early stage. How can she compare to you? How can we place our hopes on a little girl? Cheng Kaishan, the sect leader of Horned Rhinoceros Mountain, said disapprovingly. His body was muscular and tall, and he stood there like an iron tower. His forehead was bulging like a horn. This was a sign that he had cultivated the Horned Rhinoceros Mountain splitting art to an extremely profound level. His cultivation had already reached the late stage of Foundation establishment. When he spoke, his voice was like thunder and his aura was extremely powerful. When they looked at Li Qingshan, there was an undisguised disdain in their eyes. Li Qingshan was just a junior, but he had only managed to establish a connection with the Han clan, obtained a powerful spirit artifact, and killed a few demon generals, and yet he was being held in such high regard. A few years ago, Li Qingshan had publicly defeated the eldest senior brother of Horned Rhinoceros Mountain, causing Cheng Kaishan to lose face. After that, Li Qingshan had broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, but that eldest senior brother was still a Qi practitioner. It was believed that this battle had left a shadow in his heart. Even though it wasn't to the extent where he would gnash his teeth in hatred and think of revenge at all times, no matter how he looked at Zheng Xian, he just couldn't stand the sight of him. The others were very disappointed as well. They thought Ma Bai had some good idea. Even geniuses needed time to grow. Going from a mortal to a 10th layer Qi practitioner in just a few years was already startlingly fast, but he was still just a Qi practitioner. That Shaoan you're talking about doesn't seem to have shown her face at all. While our disciples are fighting a bloody battle, she's hiding in a safe place. Isn't that a little inappropriate? A woman questioned. She was the Xia elder of the Red Cloud sect. Li Qingshan frowned. Just when he was about to retort, Lu Chongqing said first, Little Anne has already been accepted as a direct disciple of the Annihilum Lightchan Master, so it's inappropriate for us to deploy her as we please. If she's injured, we won't be able to explain it to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. I hope Elder Xia can understand. It's not like we're lacking a measly Qi practitioner. Seeing how a dispute was about to break out, Fu Qingjin shot Elder Xia a glance. Elder Xia snorted coldly and no longer dared to pursue the matter any further. If Little Anne really did die in the chaos of battle and the Annihilum Lightchan Master looked into the matter, the Rose Cloud sect would not be able to handle it. Ma Bai shook his head. This is what you don't know. Divination is different from other techniques. It places great emphasis on talent. Little and could use yin, yang, and the 5 elements as soon as she began cultivating. Her talent for divination completely surpasses mine. After I taught her the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots, I originally wanted to properly guide her. In the end, she basically comprehended what I spent several years to comprehend in a single afternoon. There's not much I can guide her with. Even without the Annihilum Light Chan master of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, I wouldn't have sent her out on missions. Her talent is definitely not limited to dealing with a few demons. Instead, it can influence the entire situation. As long as she's given time, she might even be able to influence the entire Green Province. At the very least, I can say with certainty that if she can break through to Foundation establishment, her divination will definitely surpass mine. Ma Bai's words ignited everyone's hope again. In a battle like this, an additional powerful practitioner of divination would be no less useful than a peak Foundation establishment master like Zhou Tong. Li Qingzhan said, actually, Little and has already thought through school leader Ma's thoughts. She's been attempting to break through to Foundation establishment recently, so she should have some confidence. Li Qingzhan's words were not false. After Little and killed Strong Stone, Blood Shadow became her next target. However, Blood Shadow's whereabouts were unknown, so she could not search the entire world for him. As a result, she tried to use the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots to divine Blood Shadow's whereabouts. However, her cultivation as a chi practitioner was still too low at the end of the day, so she wanted to break through to Foundation establishment before she could divine him. However, she wanted to kill him. She had never considered working with these people. Ma Bai said, "Give this foundation building pill to her." Lu Chongqing also said, "I also have one with me. I hope it can help her so that she can help us." In order to slay their great enemy, Blood Devil, they were not stingy with their precious foundation building pills. In the blink of an eye, they took out 4 foundation building pills, one of which was Fu Qingjin's. I thank everyone on behalf of Little and I believe she won't disappoint everyone. Li Qingshan did not stand on ceremony and accepted the foundation building pills. Little and will help them take care of their great enemy, Blood Shadow. This can be considered as taking some revenge. Qingshan, actually, the reason I called you back this time is because I have a mission for you. This mission is extremely dangerous. You can either agree or refuse. Han Anjuan frowned slightly, as if he was in a difficult position. General's orders are always like a mountain. When you gave us missions, did you ever discuss it? Why are you hesitating today? Could it be that because Li Qingshan is your son-in-law, you've become soft-hearted? Cheng Kaishan said with dissatisfaction. Han Anjuan only asked one question, but it made Cheng Kaishan speechless. Where's Han Tie? Han Tie had also been sent by Han Anjuan to ambush Blood Shadow. The danger level of this mission was self-evident. If he was not careful, the Blood Shadow would suck his blood dry and kill him. In other words, even if he was his own son, he would not be biased, let alone a son-in-law. I've already killed 5 demon generals. If I remember correctly, sect leader Qing has only killed 2. If General has any instructions, please speak freely. Li Qingshan is not a coward. As soon as Han Anjuan spoke, Li Qingshan knew the main topic. He glanced at Cheng Kaishan and cupped his hands. I want you to go underground and explore Blood Shadow's lair. Han Anjuan knew that the ambush might fail, so he made new arrangements before that happened. It was Li Qingshan. The way the others looked at Han Anjuan immediately changed. They felt that he was not biased towards his son-in-law, but he was very dissatisfied with this son-in-law and wanted to kill Li Qingshan. This mission was more than dangerous. It was practically a death sentence. General Han, Old Cheng, was wrong. You're a man. No matter how dissatisfied Cheng Kaishan was with Li Qingshan, he could not help but admire Han Anjuan. It was easy to be ruthless to others, but difficult to be ruthless to oneself. General, I don't think it's appropriate. No one knows what the situation underground is like, and the Demon Empress is holding down the fort. Qingshan is only at the early stage of Foundation establishment. Isn't this suicide? It's better to wait for Little and to break through to the Foundation establishment realm first. Hua Sengzan advised. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Little and had also suggested going underground to kill Blood Shadow, but he had rejected it. Blood Shadow's lair was very deep underground and very close to Cobweb City. He would not let Little and take this risk. This father-in-law was simply deranged. He did not treat his son-in-law as a person. This illusory water sword of invisibility was indeed not easy to obtain. I cannot place all my hopes on a child. I'm not asking you to kill Blood Shadow. I just want you to use the illusory water sword of invisibility to scout the situation and prepare for the worst. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Of course, you can refuse. I agree, but I'm afraid I can't do it now. Li Qingshan casually took out the illusory water sword of invisibility. Not only was the sword's spirit light dim, but it was also no longer transparent. He tried it and found that the illusory water sword of invisibility could no longer hide his figure. Chapter 472. What's going on? Han Tie's expression darkened as he asked solemnly. I ran into some trouble on the way. Li Qingshan roughly explained the ambush by Dragon's Nail, leaving out the details about his heart being pierced. Unfortunately, I couldn't save them. I think that Demon General is even stronger than the Blood Demon and Stone Demon. If you encounter him in the future, you must be careful. After listening to Li Qingshan's story, everyone knew that he didn't just run into some trouble. He almost lost his life outside. It was rare that his expression remained the same. He sat quietly at the side and didn't show any strange expression as he listened to them speak. Only when this matter was brought up did he calmly tell his story, as if it was someone else who had encountered a life-threatening crisis and not him. This calm demeanor was truly shocking. Han Anjuan nodded in satisfaction, but he couldn't help but sigh. Qiongji, oh Qiongji, you really have a good eye for men. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Now, he has the momentum to become a dragon. Even I can't see how far he can go. This Li Qingshan is far from what you can control. Cheng Kaizhan snorted and said doubtfully, if the demon you mentioned is really that powerful, how can you escape with your early-stage foundation establishment? What's more powerful than the Blood Demon and Stone Demon? I'm afraid you're just exaggerating to avoid responsibility. This was the terrifying part about Dragon's Nail. In fact, many foundation establishment cultivators had died in his hands. He had led the entire demon race and fought against the human race for so long, but he still didn't reveal himself and remained unknown. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Li Qingshan leaned back in his chair and didn't argue. Fu Qingjin said, I'm afraid Qingshan is right. According to the information I received, there is such a demon general underground called Dragon's Nail. He's most trusted by the Spider Queen. However, in the past 3 years, there's never been any news of him fighting. Even his divine ability is a mystery. Today is the first time I've heard of it. Either he has never fought before, or he has never failed. After listening to Qing Shan's description, I felt that the latter was more likely. Even I find that ability a little tricky. Hua Sengzan also said in agreement recently, a few fellow Taoists in the foundation establishment realm have mysteriously fallen. Their cultivations were not weak, and they did not lack any life-saving techniques. If they were facing an ordinary demon general, they would still be able to escape even if they were no match for them. At that time, Blood Shadow was clearly active in other places. Now, it seems that he was killed by this Dragon's Nail. Fu Qingjin and Hua Sengzan were famous for being meticulous and thoughtful. Since they had said so, no one doubted them anymore. However, his expression couldn't help but turn solemn. He thought about what would happen if he were to be attacked by the Dragon's Nail. He looked at Li Qingshan in a different light. Among the cultivators killed by the Dragon's Nail, there was no lack of mid-stage or late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, but he was the only one to escape. It probably wasn't just luck. Who knew that if Li Qingshan was really just an ordinary early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he would already be dead? Finally, everyone decided to wait and see how Little Ant's cultivation progressed. If he really reached his expectations, it would naturally be for the best. Han Anjuan asked for the illusory water sword of invisibility and said that he would find someone to repair it. It seemed that if things didn't go smoothly, he would still have to let Li Qingshan take the risk. Li Qingshan didn't care. The underground, which was regarded as a dangerous place by other cultivators, was nothing to him. He wasn't too worried about whether the illusory water sword of invisibility could be repaired. If it was an ordinary cultivator, the damage to such a supreme-grade spirit weapon would definitely cause them to die. However, Li Qingshan had seen many supreme-grade spirit weapons and a few dharma weapons, so he didn't really care about it. In fact, he had long been dissatisfied with the illusory water sword of invisibility. Hiding was only effective at the beginning, and some demon generals with sharp senses could even see through it. Its power was really a little weak. If it wasn't for that Dantian sword chi, even if he attacked first, he would only be able to anger his opponent. He wouldn't even be able to injure them. Right now, he was more like an assassin. Move forward while invisible, Dantian sword chi, cursive sword calligraphy. If the enemy didn't die after these 3 moves were used, he would have no choice but to flee 1,000 miles away. If only he could have a Dharma weapon longsword. However, Dharma weapons were something that could only be encountered by luck, and it was even rarer that it had to be compatible with his element. Swords were sharp weapons that focused on killing. Metal elements were the most common, while water elements were the least. He had bronze Cauldron Mountain's treasure, the square cauldron, so he could try forging weapons himself. Unfortunately, the world was in chaos now, and he had no time to calm down and learn the art of forging weapons. He didn't even have enough time to cultivate. The only thing he could do was end this war as soon as possible. When Li Qingshan returned to Chain Mountain, the sky was still dark. The undulating mountain peaks were covered in clouds that were soaked in moonlight. One couldn't help but feel a sense of cleansing, forgetting about killing. Li Qingshan couldn't help but slow down. He glanced at Ru Xian's cave abode from afar. He passed through the protective array and landed in front of the cave abode. Immediately, a thick wave of spirit chi washed over his body. After a period of accumulation, the effects of the 8 gates golden locks array were gradually showing. Li Qingshan entered the cave abode and saw Little Anne sitting cross-legged. Her seaweed-like long hair was draped over her shoulders, and a raging flame burned around her. She was in the middle of cultivating. Li Qingshan didn't disturb her. He took out a jar of spirit wine and casually leaned against the stone wall. He drank a mouthful of wine, and his mind also relaxed. From the outside, Little Anne looked like she was 13 or 14 years old. As the saying goes, she is 13 years old, and her cardamom is at the beginning of February. Her appearance, which was once judged as the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty by the sect, had also begun to reveal her peerless beauty. She wasn't wearing anything, but she already had the delicateness of a young girl. Her alluring figure fell into Li Qingshan's eyes. She naturally wouldn't feel any inconvenience. However, Li Qingshan was also used to it. He didn't have any thoughts about it. Instead, he felt a little gratified. It was as if he was looking at a small tree, a flower branch, growing strong and healthy under his careful care. Of course, what he watered was endless flesh and blood. Her jade-like skin was almost transparent under the illumination of the fire. White bones could be seen from time to time. In an instant, she would be a beautiful maiden, and in an instant, she would be a terrifying and deathly skeleton. Even Li Qingshan could vaguely sense the Buddhist nature within. He drank another mouthful of wine and smiled. Little Anne's cultivation had deepened. After this period of cultivation, Little Anne finally stabilized her cultivation of the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. The first thing she had to do next was not continue refining prayer beads, nor did she continue cultivating her white bones. Instead, she had to refine her physical body. White bones were the foundation of the path of white bone and great beauty, but great beauty was indispensable as well. White bones represented death, and all things were meaningless. Great beauty was born, and all things were present. The former was like the winter of the 12th lunar month, frozen solid and uninhabited. The latter, on the other hand, was like the beginning of spring, where all things sprouted and brimmed with life. Only by combining the two, merging life and death as one, and freely changing between them, could she truly be considered to have cultivated the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. After who knew how long, the flames gradually extinguished, merging into her body. Her skin was like flawless jade, as white as snow. It flowed with a jade-like luster, and it also contained surging life force and spiritual energy. Originally, her power came from her white bones. This physical body was just an illusion. Although it was extremely perfect and possessed extraordinary talent, it was not much more powerful than a mortal. However, at this moment, after merging with countless fleshly essences, her delicate young girl's body possessed power far greater than that of a regular demon general. Qingshan. Little and threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. A strange fragrance that resembled sandalwood filled his arms. When he touched her jade-like skin, he felt an indescribable softness and delicacy. Even the finest jade could not compare to it. Only then did he truly understand what was meant by soft and fragrant. Li Qingshan rubbed his nose and suddenly felt rather embarrassed. He finally thought of the fact that men and women should be different. He took out a dress and put it on her as he lectured her, "Hey, little N, you're not a child anymore. A girl's body can't be seen by just anyone. Raise your hand. It's not like you're just anyone." Little N raised her arm and put on her sleeves as she said in confusion, "I'm the same." Li Qingshan put on a stern expression. Little N looked up at Li Qingshan. Her clear, glass-like eyes suddenly flashed, and she suddenly smiled. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time, causing even Li Qingshan to be slightly taken aback. "What are you smiling about?" Little N smiled faintly, shook her head, and said nothing. "Turn around." Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly. He did not know if it was because she had lost much of her childishness as her body grew larger. She seemed to have grown up a lot overnight and gained some thoughts that even he could not fathom. Little and obediently turned around and allowed Li Qingshan to put on the belt for her. "All right, just like a princess." Li Qingshan sized her up in satisfaction. "Princess?" Little Anne's heart skipped a beat. She felt that this title was rather familiar. Some scattered memories had just surfaced when she immediately swept them aside. It had been many years since Li Qingshan had mentioned sending her home. She seemed to have completely forgotten about it as well. There was no need to mention yesterday's events. She only looked forward to tomorrow and cherished today. Li Qingshan took out a few true spirit pills that he had obtained from the tower and told her about the plans of Ma Bai and the others. Hearing this, Little and leaned into Li Qingshan's embrace and began to cultivate. Soon, all the true qi in her body had been converted into spiritual qi. She then breathed in and out for a while until her dantian was filled with yin, yang, and the 5 elements of spiritual qi. Just now, she stopped and said, "I'm done." She had already cultivated the most difficult path of white bone and great beauty, so cultivating the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots was naturally a piece of cake. If other qi practitioners see this, they'll definitely die from anger. Li Qingshan sighed with a smile. Several days later, in the tower, the upper echelon of the Demon Slayer and the 100 schools of thought had gathered together once more. The news that Li Qingshan had sent from the Chain Mountains made everyone excited and expectant, and they discussed it animatedly. Has she really reached foundation establishment? She's not even 20 this year. She's not just 20. A few years ago, she was still a mortal. Compared to her, we're all mediocre. When they get here, we'll naturally understand. I'd like to see just how impressive she is. A white cloud descended from the sky. Li Qingshan and Little and arrived together. Chapter 473. With Little Anne's appearance, the balcony on the top floor immediately fell silent. Hua Sengzon's eyes lit up. He was slightly stunned. He was born with an impeccably handsome face. The Begonia and Hua Chenglu he came into contact with were all rare beauties in the world. His dream lover was a peerless beauty like Gu Yenying. Originally, he thought he would no longer feel stunned, but in that moment, he could not help but feel stunned. What was even more unbelievable was that the person who had stunned him was a young girl of 13 or 14 years old. Today, little Anne's attire was nothing special. In fact, it was rather casual. She did not care about beauty or ugliness. Li Qingshan was a man, so he did not think about dressing her up carefully. However, it did not affect her appearance at all. There was no soul-stirring smile on her face either. She only glanced past everyone calmly with her pitch-black eyes. They were like a deep, rippleless lake, unable to reflect anyone's figure. However, this empty expression gave her an indescribable, strange charm. "Qiongji, oh Qiongji, you're really in trouble." Hua Sengzan could not help but worry for his good friend. Whether it's the distant Gu Yenying or the nearby Ru Exan, they're probably not as great of a threat as this child. When Qingshan was still a chi practitioner, he went as far as to oppose the Foundation establishment cultivator Begonia for her. He offended the school leaders without any hesitation. What about now? What about the future? Xiao Haitang stood right beside Hua Chengzan. Although she had already given up on the idea of love, they were still very good friends, so Hua Chengzan did not care about the commotion today. Of course, she would not miss it. After so many years, when she saw little and again, she could not help but feel a deep sense of regret and envy despite her amazement. She's already so charming at such a young age. If she's willing to practice our techniques, can her acquaintances resist her when she's a little older? If I have such beauty, even an infatuated man like Xiao Hua would fall in love with someone else. Not only did she have the aspect of divine fragrance and beauty, she also had such an incredible talent for cultivation. This Li Qingshan's luck was simply too deep to be able to pick up such an incredible person. Begonia's willowy eyebrows suddenly raised, but is this really a blessing? She was devastatingly beautiful. Femme fatale was not just a saying. As the old saying goes, a national beauty emerges. At first, I had some doubts about it. But now, it seems like it's true. Qingshan, this is little and... Fu Qingjin sized up little and meaningfully. A foundation establishment cultivator in his teens, and one who did not start cultivating at a young age. All in all, it had only been 5 or 6 years, and he hadn't received any real guidance. Almost all of them relied on their own comprehension. Even he had to admit that he was inferior to such a talent. It was no wonder that the Annihilum Light Chan master of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga was so proud and aloof. He had even gone as far as to travel thousands of kilometers just to accept her as his disciple. It seemed like he was lowering himself and making a mountain out of a molehill, but it was truly a brilliant move. Otherwise, even the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbraline sect would fight over a disciple like that. In the cultivation world, even 10,000 mediocre people could not compare to a single genius. This was extremely obvious in war. They were all at Foundation establishment, but a single Fu Qingjin was worth more than 10 regular Foundation establishment cultivators. Li Qingshan said, "Yep. She doesn't really like to talk. Everyone, let's begin. The quiet room has been prepared. I also want to witness little Anne's divination with 7 lots." Ma Bai stood up from the crowd and bowed towards Li Qingshan and little Anne. "You're too kind, senior." Li Qingshan lowered his head. "Little Anne, it's fine, right?" Little Anne nodded and entered the quiet room with Ma Bai. The others waited outside for the results. "General, how's my illusory water sword of invisibility?" Li Qingshan found Han Anjuan. Although he did not care too much about the sword, it was still a supreme-grade spiritual artifact after all, and it was the type that could be used openly. It can't be completely repaired. That can't be helped. Thank you for the trouble, General. This outcome was within Li Qingshan's expectations. Anything that the dragon's nail had spat out would definitely be no joke. If it were a regular spiritual artifact, even if it was slightly damaged, it would only be slightly weaker. However, the illusory water sword of invisibility's primary ability was to conceal itself. It would become useless if it revealed even the slightest opening. Han Anjuan took out another azure sword and only said 3 words. The sword's name was the Heavy Water Sword. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. It was another water element supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Sure enough, clans really did have deep roots. Although it was not an arcane artifact, not everyone in the circle of Foundation establishment cultivators possessed arcane artifacts. Most people still use supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. Arcane artifacts and spiritual artifacts only differed by a single word, but their effects, power, and even quantity were worlds apart. They definitely could not be obtained easily. In the past, when Li Qingshan led the Night Roamers and annihilated several sects, only Bronze Cauldron Mountain and the Vermilion Clothes sect possessed arcane artifacts. They were all sect treasures, items that represented the sect's legacy. The fact that Li Qingshan possessed the cursive sword calligraphy was already more powerful than most people. He was not greedy either. A water element supreme-grade spiritual artifact sword was already relatively rare. At the very least, it could unleash the power of the sword chi in his dantian. Since it's a gift from my father-in-law, then I'll accept it. Li Qingshan joked and accepted the heavy water sword without any hesitation. It sank slightly in his hand. The sword was quite heavy. Li Qingshan beamed inside. The heavier the sword, the more he could unleash his advantage in strength and unleash greater destructive power. It also suited his personality better than the illusory water sword of invisibility. It could even be paired with the arts of the boundless ocean. It suited him far better than the illusory water sword of invisibility. Han Anjuan did not comment on this form of address. He was no longer as resolutely opposed to this marriage as he was in the past. He had already achieved his objective of getting Han Qiongji to stand on her own 2 feet, and Li Qingshan had been performing very well recently too. Of course, Li Qingshan did not do as Hua Sengzan had suggested and visit the Han clan often. He was not good at currying favor with others, and he would only make things awkward if he did not do it well. He decided to walk his own path. He would do his best to complete Han Anjuan's military orders. Han Anjuan was also very satisfied with this. The so-called human etiquette of the secular world did not apply to him. He looked down on men who played petty tricks and glib tongues. At the end of the day, he had admired Li Qingshan from the very beginning. It was just that he was not optimistic about this relationship. However, he chose to take responsibility for it himself. As the head of the Han clan, he only needed to fulfill his duty of roping in. However, the way he roped in was a little too formal. Li Qingshan walked to the side and immediately began to refine the heavy water sword. At this moment, the door to the silent room opened again. Ma Bai walked out. "School leader Ma, how is it? Have you found anything?" Ma Bai waved his hand and said to Hua Sengzan, "Commander Hua, give me the information on the blood shadow." Then he added, "Little and needs it." Since 3 years ago, the Hawkwolf Guard had begun collecting all of the information on the blood shadow and analyzed it. Hua Sengzan had even attempted to simulate the blood shadow's way of thinking to deduce which city he would attack next, but it was not particularly successful. "If you could analyze it, why would you still need divination?" someone asked in doubt. Ma Bai did not explain either. Actually, even he did not quite understand. In essence, divination was a way of obtaining information. It did not rely on reasoning or logic. Instead, it directly asked fate for an answer. Although some information was needed as a foundation to increase the accuracy of the divination, there was no need for overly detailed and complicated information. In the silent room, Little and sat on the huge mental map of the Clear River Prefecture. With a thump, he opened his eyes and saw Ma Bai piling up information as tall as a person before him. "It's all here." Little and waved his hand, and the information flew into the air noisily. They arranged themselves in the air and stacked on top of each other, basically filling up the entire room. Afterwards, they began to revolve. Without any order or pattern, they swept past her one by one. The various pieces of information were clearly reflected in her eyes, but she did not seem to look at them anymore. Towards the end, she just closed her eyes. Ma Bai could not help but shove the information into a corner. He was clearly the one who had taught Little and the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots, but he was rather unsure about what Little and was trying to do right now. At this moment, Little and lit up with rainbow light, turning into 7 lots. Divination with the 7 lots. Ma Bai's face changed. Time passed by slowly. Everyone stopped talking and waited silently. The outcome of the divination had to do with everyone's lives, as well as the future of the Clear River Prefecture. All right. A whisper surprised everyone slightly. They all turned around, only to see Li Qingshan speaking from a corner. He wielded the azure sword in his hand, complacent. Sunlight and spiritual light flowed through the sword together. It was beautiful. Li Qingshan had already refined the heavy water sword. Because the heavy water sword had always been ownerless, refining it was relatively easy. All he needed to do was use the arts of the boundless ocean and channel some spiritual chi into it before imprinting it with his soul sense. During the refinement process, he completely understood the heavy water sword's functions. Actually, there was only a single move, and it was extremely simple and violent. That was to expend a tremendous amount of spiritual chi in a single go, allowing the heavy water sword to expand by over 10 times its original size and unleash a startling slash. Li Qingshan named it the City Breaker Sword. If the illusory water sword of invisibility was a sword for assassins, then the heavy water sword was a true sword for warriors. In fact, this sword was not even suitable for sword kinesis techniques. It was only suitable for melee combat, so most cultivators would not like it. Even water attribute body cultivators would not use such a large sword. Their sword techniques were usually soft and gentle, so they would not use such a huge sword. However, it was perfect for Li Qingshan. He could finally unleash the power of the arts of the boundless ocean, which would multiply his battle prowess. Is it still not done? Li Qingshan stood up and looked around. He was probably the most relaxed one out of all of them. Looks like you're very satisfied with the sword, fellow Qingshan. They'll probably still need to spend some more time on it, so why don't we spar and test out the sword? Fu Qingjin's clothes ruffled as he drifted over. Chapter 474. Testing the sword? Sure. Li Qingshan agreed without much hesitation. I see that fellow Fu must be bored out of his mind, so please give me some pointers. No one expected the battle to begin before the 5th of the 5th of the 5th month. In the quiet room, the 7 lots all dispersed, turning into streaks of light. Papers scattered in the air. Anne casually picked up a piece of paper. She held a brush in her other hand and wrote a few simple strokes before folding it and handing it to Ma Bai. Don't show it to too many people. Heavenly secrets could not be divulged. It was not that there would be terrible consequences if it was divulged, but that it would easily become inaccurate. If everyone knew the results of the divination and Blood Shadow learned that there was an ambush, the divination would naturally not be accurate. Ma Bai opened it and took a look. He could not help but show an expression of disbelief. The time and location were actually written on it. After all, the results of his divination were not only rough on the location, but even the time was very vague, covering a large period of time. This was already very impressive. Foresight was not that simple in the first place. Ma Bai had long since been certain that once little and succeeded in foundation establishment, her divination would definitely be even more powerful than his. However, reality made his deduction come to nothing. This was not just powerful, it was simply far too powerful. Thinking back to a few days ago, when Wang Puxi asked him to predict Blood Shadow's whereabouts, he had said, "This is not something a foundation establishment cultivator can do." He practically blushed. As it turned out, it was not that foundation establishment cultivators could not do it, but he could not. Wait, and was about to push open the door and leave. Ma Bai called out to him from behind, and stopped, but she did not turn around, waiting for him to speak. Fellow Little and, please enlighten me. Just what is the use of this information? Ma Bai bowed deeply. Karma. The karma Little and spoke of was the karma of Buddhism. Every cause must have an effect. The reason she could so accurately predict Blood Shadow's whereabouts was not only because of her extraordinary talent. It was also because her divination was no longer limited to the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. It also originated from the path of white bone and great beauty. The Buddhists placed great emphasis on karma and the cycle of fate and reincarnation. If a Buddhist disciple wanted to cultivate to an extremely high realm, it was almost impossible for them not to cultivate in this aspect. Fate connection was even directly used as a label for a realm. The Buddhist almighty who became the white-bone bodhisattva. Even the best among them couldn't know their fates. What right did he have to say that he wanted to exterminate Buddhism? Within the path of white bone and great beauty, it was even more profound than the artifact forging and alchemy chapters. It was not called the divination chapters, but the destiny chapters. Fate was a predestined fate that could not be changed. Even the diviner could not escape the shackles of fate, such as Mabai, Elder Destiny, and the other fortune-tellers. What he could see was only the surface of the river of destiny where the waves were surging. The waves were treacherous, filled with variables and uncontrollable factors. However, true fate lay in the depths of the river of destiny. While there would be undercurrents, it was much more stable than the surface. Whoever could go deeper would be able to grasp the future. It was only after Little and had stabilized her cultivation of the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty and used the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots as her foundation that she gained a sliver of understanding towards this fate connection. Following the path of karma, she could see through the waves of the river of destiny and grasp the slightest bit of immutability amidst the endless changes. Karma? Only in a daze did Mabai recall that Little and was actually a Buddhist disciple. However, no one could connect this unparalleled young lady before them with the ancient Buddha lamp. While Mabai was thinking, Little and had already pushed open the door and left. Looks like fellow Fu has decided to go easy on me? Li Qingshan studied the surroundings before looking at Fu Qingjin. The Clear River Prefecture was densely populated with rivers and lakes. Li Qingshan and Fu Qingjin were currently on a large lake near the prefectural city. This place was clearly extremely suitable for Li Qingshan to unleash his power, which was why he asked this question just now. The scenery here is picturesque. It's a great place to test your sword. I also want to see the limits of your swordsmanship. Fu Qingjin smiled faintly. Then watch my sword. Li Qingshan gripped the heavy water sword on his back and swung it as hard as he could, kicking up a huge wave that lunged towards Fu Qingjin. Fu Qingjin formed a seal with his hand, and green light shimmered at the tip of his finger. He swung it gently from top to bottom, cutting through the wave like he was cutting through a piece of paper. The wave parted and a figure appeared. Li Qingshan burst out of the wave. The heavy water sword swung down with the momentum of splitting mountains and rivers. Fu Qingjin seemed to have anticipated this a long time ago. He ignored the swinging sword and lunged forward. He used his finger like a sword and stabbed it towards Li Qingshan's heart. As soon as they struck, it was a battle to the death, a battle to the death. Boom! A huge gorge appeared on the calm surface of the lake, kicking up a huge wave several meters tall and shaking up the entire lake. Li Qingshan brushed past Fu Qingjin, standing with their backs to each other. Very good. You have the talent to become a good swordsman. Fu Qingjin turned around, and a strand of hair drifted down. Really? What talent? Li Qingshan looked back. His heart ached slightly. If the sword chi at the tip of Fu Qingjin's finger had penetrated another 3 inches, it would have reached his heart. Fearless in the face of danger, daring to decide life and death. Fu Qingjin used his finger like a sword and pointed it at the center of his eyebrows. Green light shone, making his eyebrows and hair look green. With a wave of his hand, it turned into a 3-foot-long green light and flashed over. Before the sword even struck, the sword's momentum was like a huge net, firmly enveloping Li Qingshan. The sword intent pressed towards the center of his eyebrows, causing a ripple in Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness. He could not help but feel dispirited and negative emotions. He felt that he could not block the sword at all and that all struggles were futile. Li Qingshan let out a wild roar and slashed the sword intent. The heavy water sword turned into layers of sword shadows. It was like a calligraphy master was waving his brush and splashing ink, writing a majestic calligraphy masterpiece. In an instant, it disintegrated Fu Qingjin's sword momentum. Before the surface of the lake calmed down, an even bigger wave appeared. Under Li Qingshan's control, it turned into endless sword chi and pounced towards Fu Qingjin. What an exquisite sword technique. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Fu Qingjin was like a small boat in the raging waves. As the waves rose and fell, it seemed like he would be capsized at any moment. However, as he drifted along with the waves, he remained safe and sound. Only when he could no longer dodge would he use his sword fingers to gently slash and avert the danger. He had been carefully observing Li Qingshan's sword technique. Previously, when Fu Qingjin and Li Qingshan worked together to deal with strong stone, he had caught a glimpse of Li Qingshan's sword technique and felt that it was somewhat familiar. Now that he saw it again, the feeling of familiarity arose again. Li Qingshan and Little An's sword techniques originated from the cursive sword calligraphy. Fu Qingjin had the experience of sparring with Little An before, so this sense of familiarity was not without reason. He had spent his entire life studying the sword, so his sensitivity and understanding towards sword techniques surpassed his memory of faces. As long as he saw it once, he would keep it as a memory, never forgetting it. However, after looking at it for a while, he felt like he could not match any of the sword techniques in his memory. This was not unheard of. He knew far too many sword techniques, and the memories he inherited from the Green Ruin sword basically encompassed everything. It was just like how it was far too normal for two people to look alike in a sea of people, so he did not suspect anything. Although Li Qingshan's sword techniques had also come from the cursive sword calligraphy, his ability to comprehend them paled in comparison to Little An's. If Little An could comprehend 100% of it, then he could only comprehend 30%. Moreover, his sword techniques were more suited to his personality, which was bold and unrestrained. It was very difficult for Fu Qingjin to connect the two. The heavy water sword missed again. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows, and the muscles in his arms bulged. He forcefully turned the sword around with his great strength and swung it towards Fu Qingjin. The tip of Fu Qingjin's finger lit up with resplendent green light. He pressed it against the heavy water sword, right at the weakest point of the sword. However, as he knocked the heavy water sword away, he felt his finger ache as if it was about to snap. He was surprised. What great strength! He did not dare to receive it head-on, using the force to drift far away. Fu Qingjin, you're not even willing to draw your sword. Are you looking down on me? Li Qingshan was filled with battle intent. He could no longer care about his fake politeness. With a clang, he rested the heavy water sword on his shoulder and called out straightforwardly. Not only did swinging the sword require a lot of strength, but it also consumed a lot of spiritual energy. However, at this time, the arts of the boundless ocean showed its effects. The consumed spiritual energy was quickly replenished, and there were no signs of a lack of energy. This Green Ruin sword won't point at a friend. You don't want the sword you've just obtained to be damaged right now, do you? Fu Qingjin stroked the hilt of the sword gently and smiled in an extremely graceful manner. He was like a courteous king who had paid 3 visits to a thatched cottage to have a heart-to-heart conversation with the generals and strategists he had taken a liking to. There was not the slightest bit of hypocrisy. Li Qingshan felt nauseous. Who's your friend? In another month, I'll personally cut you down. Fu Qingjin continued, your swordsmanship is very good, but it seems incomplete. When you turn, there are some shackles, so there will be openings. What openings? As long as I can kill, that's fine. Li Qingshan could not help but admire Fu Qingjin. This bastard truly was impressive with the way of the sword, far surpassing him. He could actually see through the flaws in his swordsmanship in a short clash. When it really came down to a battle of life and death in the future, he would probably suffer a little in this aspect. Apart from Fu Qingjin's own talent and hard work, the legacy from the Green Ruin sword played a huge part in this as well. The past masters of the Green Ruin sword were all astounding figures. Although their bodies were no longer around, their hearts of the sword remained in the sword forever. Fu Qingjin said, please lend me this sword for a while. Take it. Li Qingshan was taken aback before casually tossing the heavy water sword over. I'd like to see what you're planning. The moment Fu Qingjin gripped the hilt, his presence suddenly changed, becoming wild and unruly. He swung the heavy water sword, unleashing a powerful, wild, and bold sword style. It seemed rather familiar to Li Qingshan. Isn't this my sword style? However, all of the openings had been made up for. He could turn and turn as he wished, flowing continuously. He swung it more and more freely, and it became even more powerful. This sword style doesn't suit my temperament. I can't unleash its full power. Just now, it can only be a demonstration. I hope it'll be of some help to you. We should go back. In that moment, Fu Qingjin pulled back his sword style and tossed the heavy water sword back to Li Qingshan. Chapter 475. Li Qingshan could not help but feel that it was absurd. Was the enemy teaching him swordsmanship? However, he would not let go of any chance to improve himself. He memorized the swordsmanship that Fu Qingjin had performed just now. With a deep hatred in front of him, this kind of small favor was not enough to make him waver. Spring passed and summer came. The weather was hot and humid. Thick dark clouds piled up in the sky, waiting for a heavy rain. The crows cawed noisily and circled in the sky, unwilling to land. They were like black sesame seeds scattered in the sky. If someone could observe the trajectories of all the crows and observe them for an hour, they might be able to discover some kind of pattern. A streak of blood-red light swept across the ground, stirring up a gust of wind. Several crows were torn apart, and their black feathers fell. However, the pitch-black feathers disappeared before they could land on the ground. "It's here," Li Qingshan whispered into the communication jade tablet. He stood on a tall mountain, gazing at the black shadow that rose up on the horizon from an extremely distant place. There was a city there. Now it was a trap. He did not go forward quietly. With his early-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he was not qualified to participate in this operation. Of course, this was also a form of protection. The sky was as dark as dusk. Blood Shadow was already standing in front of the city gate. Suddenly, he felt a sense of uneasiness, as if something was brewing, just like the clouds in the sky. At the same time, fresh and tempting blood with a fragrant smell was attracting his attention. A thunderous boom rang out, causing his heart to skip a beat. He thought of the divine thunder summoned by the slovenly Taoist. He smiled disdainfully. With that ox nose, even if he encountered it 10 or 100 times, he would still be able to escape safely. Even ordinary wild beasts could feel the arrival of death. At his level of cultivation, his senses were even more acute. He did not feel any life-threatening danger, so he strode into the city without worry. A crow perched on top of the city gate. With a strange caw, it flew high into the sky. "Your divination is really accurate. It seems like you don't have to do anything this time." Li Qingshan smiled brightly and looked back. Sitting on a bluestone under a large pine tree, he gazed at a small worm on the pine branch, his seaweed-like long hair hanging loosely over his shoulders. She was as quiet as an orchid when she heard Li Qingshan's words. She shook her head gently. "He won't die here." "What? Didn't you divine that Blood Shadow would come?" Li Qingshan was very surprised. An inescapable net has already been set up in the city. Even if the Moon Devil were to barge in unknowingly, he would be in grave danger. "I only said that he would come, not that he would die." Little and smiled mischievously. Only now did she look like a young girl. "On the contrary, I'm certain that he won't die there." His voice had lost some of the childishness of a child and was more clear and melodious. It was extremely pleasing to the ear, as if it had a mystical power. It could pass through the eardrums and soothe the heart. "Is it really that accurate?" Li Qingshan blinked his eyes. Although he didn't know what was going on, he felt that it was very powerful. "It's really that accurate." Little and mimically Qingshan and blinked her eyes. "It's not that accurate every time, because he's tainted with a lot of karma, and he has a very deep karma with me." "What karma?" Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of thunderclaps descended from the sky, like giant swimming dragons. "It's begun." Li Qingshan suddenly turned around and looked at the lonely city on the horizon. "It's you again." Blood Shadow was covered in dirt by this series of thunderclaps and cut a sorry figure. He looked at Zhou Tong in front of him in shock and anger. How did this ox-nose always know where he would appear? "It's not just me this time. Evildoer, prepare to die." Zhou Tong chuckled coldly, as if he was looking at something that was already in his grasp. He felt great joy in his heart. This child, Anne's divination sure is impressive. Blood Shadow used his usual cautious style. With a flap of his cloak, he took off into the air without saying anything. He moved like a bolt of lightning, slamming into a barrier of light. In all directions of the city, 8 Foundation establishment cultivators planted 8 formation flags. Immediately, the Blood Shadow was trapped in the formation, and they flew into the city together. How can they be certain that I'll appear here? Oh no, it's dangerous this time. Blood Shadow's face paled. That was because not only had Little Anne calculated the location, but she had even calculated the time extremely accurately, which was why they had mobilized the most powerful lineup in the Clear River Prefecture. They had to ensure that they could kill Blood Shadow. It was not just Zhou Tong. The other cultivators all felt extremely delighted too. Divination practitioners were definitely rare in this day and age, and they could calculate so accurately, which made them even more precious. They all sighed in admiration inside. It really is the time. She's absolutely right. She really is a genius after all. With the assistance of her divination, the demons will definitely lose. Even Elder Xia, who had been dissatisfied with Little Anne's refusal to fight in the past, thought, I have to protect the child well. I can't let the demons harm him. With a single thought, the 9 cultivators said nothing more. They unleashed their most powerful moves together and charged towards Blood Shadow. Torrential rain poured down. The sky was pitch black like night. 6 streaks of light tore through the night sky. They were actually 6 arcane artifacts. Various techniques to trap and lock down the enemy were unleashed at the same time. Streaks of golden light turned into chains, rattling and trembling as they sealed up the space in a mess. Huge trees rose from the ground, extending their branches and blotting out the sky. All of this had been planned beforehand. They worked together flawlessly. However, with Blood Shadow's speed, he could escape before the techniques could close in. One of the 9 cultivators, a white-faced cultivator with red lips and white teeth, dressed in a black robe, opened his mouth and said one word to Blood Shadow: freeze. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Even Li Qingshan, who was 100 miles away, could vaguely hear the word, freeze. This is the famous freeze curse. This time, Blood Shadow really can't escape. Li Qingshan laughed. The 100 schools of thought each had their own unique techniques. Famous schools of thought were good at distinguishing between truth and falsehood. They used words to explain the truth of heaven and earth. They inherited the curse techniques of ancient cultivators. They were said to be able to hurt the enemy invisibly. And among the thousands of curses, the most famous one was probably this freeze curse. It was more useful than any other technique to trap the enemy. In an instant, Blood Shadow couldn't move. He could only watch helplessly as the golden spiritual energy turned into chains and bound him tightly. The huge trees formed a huge cage. 7 or 8 spiritual artifacts and arcane artifacts bombarded him together, crushing him to a pulp. The blood demon is still alive. Don't stop, everyone. Lu Chongqing called out from above. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, various powerful techniques of the 5 elements, all greeted Blood Shadow. In particular, the slovenly Taoist priest Zhou Tong pointed the lightning slaughter wooden sword at the sky. Thunder rang out endlessly. A thick bolt of lightning that constantly flickered and twisted pierced the surroundings, refusing to settle down even after a very long time. The freeze curse from the leader of the school of thought came one after another, interrupting every attempt of Blood Shadows to escape. The crows that Li Qingshan had conjured from the power of belief flew into the distance and watched from above. They saw everything unfold from various angles. They were secretly shocked. An encirclement like this is far too terrifying. Let alone escape, he doesn't even have the opportunity to fight back. As soon as he breaks through the encirclement of a single technique, 7 or 8 techniques land on him. If it were me, I would probably only be able to prop up the spirit turtle's profound shell and watch as my demon chi runs out. No matter how much demon chi there is, no matter how quickly it recovers, it can't sustain this kind of consumption. Though, casting down a trap like this is easier said than done. Whether it be demons or cultivators, they all have extremely sharp senses for life-threatening danger. If he can't predict their movements beforehand, even if Blood Shadow faces the 9 of them, he can come and go as he pleases, as if there's no one there. What's even more terrifying is the technique of divination. No, I have the Spirit Turtle's demon core, so I should be very talented in this aspect. I need to learn more from Little and in the future. Li Qingshan turned around and asked, "Oh right, what do you mean by karma earlier? Blood Shadow is clearly dead for sure, yet you still said he wouldn't die here. Wait for me here." Little and leapt up from the rock and shot off into the distance. "Where are you going?" "To kill Blood Shadow." Little and smiled. "But Blood Shadow isn't going in that direction." Li Qingshan was just about to chase after her, but after some thought, he still stopped. Since Little and had made him wait here, she definitely had her reasons. He was not worried about Little and safety. After reaching the first layer of the path of White Bone and Great Beauty, the only ones who could pose a life-threatening threat to her were probably the Spider Queen and the guy buried deep in the magma. There was no need for him to worry too much. However, as he watched her vanish into the horizon, he felt a strange sense of melancholy, as if the child had grown up and developed her own ideas. If he still did not increase his strength, he really would not be able to make it. He could not even lose to Little N. It would even surpass the pressure he felt from Fu Qin Jin and Dragon's Nail. "Blood Demon, today will be the day you die." Seeing how the Blood Demon was close to death, Zhou Tong laughed aloud. The head of the Ming family had already uttered the word, "freeze," 11 times in a row. He had reached his limit, so he let out a sigh of relief. Blood Shadow, who had turned into a lump of blood-red flesh, suddenly separated and twisted. A face filled with resentment appeared on its surface. Innate ability, Blood Light Divine Escape. With a bang, the lump of flesh suddenly exploded. The violent power pushed away all the arcane artifacts and techniques. One of the blood-red demon cores spun and turned into a streak of bloody light with a whoosh. "Stop him," Lu Chongqing said in a hurry. Without waiting for him to say anything, Zhou Tong pointed out, and a bolt of lightning shot out like a dragon. When the streak of bloody light came into contact with the formation, it actually passed through it and streaked across the sky. The lightning struck the screen of light heavily. Everyone in the city was dumbfounded. Even at this point, the Blood Shadow still managed to escape. The Blood Demon only has a demon core left. "He might already be dead," Lu Chongqing said with difficulty. Everyone was willing to believe this, but no one could believe it. At that moment, it was clear that the Blood Demon had taken the initiative to abandon his body and escape. Was the Blood Shadow dead? Of course not. The bloody light flew 1,000 miles away before it stopped and landed on the ground. Layers of flesh and blood immediately began to grow. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood bat that flapped its wings. After a while, it turned into a human. It looked safe and sound, but its face was pale without a trace of blood. "Please collect it." Chapter 476. "He really escaped," Yi Zichen said. Li Qingshan murmured. The direction in which the blood light escaped was exactly where Little and had gone. Thinking about the ugly expressions of Zhou Tong and the others, he couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, my Little, and we'll help you get rid of this great enemy. I didn't take those Foundation establishment pills for nothing." Blood Shadow had passed the heavenly tribulation and reached the demon general realm. Naturally, he had 2 innate abilities. The first was the sound wave that had an extremely wide range of attack. The second was the Blood Light Divine Escape, which could allow him to instantly fly 1,000 miles away. It was 100 times stronger than Li Qingshan's escape talisman. Even Golden Core cultivators would find it difficult to chase after him. However, every time he used it, he had to give up all his flesh and blood, causing his vitality to be greatly damaged. Thus, he wouldn't use it unless he was in a life-or-death situation. As for the ability to control blood and the powerful vitality that wouldn't kill him even if he was smashed into meat paste, it was the same as Strong Stone's Rock of Slaughter. It was an innate talent and not an innate ability. This was also the reason why demons with special bloodlines were stronger than ordinary demons. The torrential rain poured down on Blood Shadow. His face was pale, as if he didn't even have the strength to use demon chi to block the rain. He leaned against a tree tiredly, his face full of resentment as he gritted his teeth, thinking of revenge. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He felt a vigorous blood chi, which was the tonic he needed the most at the moment. Blood Shadow circled to the other side of the tree. A young girl was sitting there, looking up at a sparrow in the treetop, as if she was hiding from the rain. Hearing the commotion, she lowered her head, and her clear eyes reflected Scarlet Shadow's silhouette. She was expressionless. Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Blood Shadow's heart trembled as he felt the spirit chi on the young girl's body. He was already frightened. Afraid that it was another trap, he wanted to retreat. The young girl didn't move. Under her jade-like skin, blood flowed, emitting an enchanting fragrance. Blood Shadow had never smelled such an alluring scent. Thunder rumbled incessantly. The tree propped up a small world, and outside was a curtain of rain. You actually dare to be forced into such a close distance by me. You're unlucky. I'll suck your blood to recover some demonic energy. Blood Shadow gradually calmed down. With his speed, the distance of a few feet was close to nothing. He opened his pale hand and aimed it at the girl's heart. The blood in the young girl's body boiled and flowed in the opposite direction. With a pop, it burst out of her body. Blood Shadow swallowed a large mouthful of blood and immediately felt refreshed. The smell was simply too sweet. However, what made him feel strange was that the girl didn't struggle or resist. She didn't even show a trace of pain or fear. She just looked at him expressionlessly, making him, a blood demon who had killed countless people, feel like he was about to die. He also felt a strange sense of unease. Like a frog being targeted by a snake, under the threat of its natural predator, its entire body stiffened, unable to move. What are you looking at? Blood Shadow was irritated. His hand shot out like lightning toward that pair of bright eyes. His fingertips were still an inch away from his eyes. Blood Shadow's body froze. What was going on? Why can't I move? The frog didn't notice, but the fatal poison had already been injected. The blood that Blood Shadow absorbed and integrated into every part of his body suddenly turned into flames and burned fiercely. With a boom, the samadhi flames of white bone drilled out of every pore on Blood Shadow's body, igniting him and turning him into a torch. The flames swayed and cheered as they ignited Blood Shadow's blood, flesh, and bones. However, his soul was frozen, and he could only watch himself burn. The powerful vitality that he relied on to become famous and proud of had now become the best fuel for the flames. In an instant, Blood Shadow's eyes showed a deep sense of fear. You're not human. The fear disappeared, and his eyes were burned empty. His words stopped, and his tongue turned into flames. The blood demon core flew into the distance with a swoosh. You're the one who's not human. And Ming's eyes turned, and she reached out to grab the blood demon core. The blood demon core trembled violently in her palm. She clenched her right hand tightly, and the blood demon core could not move at all. Suddenly, it released a dazzling bloody light. He no longer had any hopes of escaping. He wanted to detonate the core and take her down with him. Her left hand clenched, and a half-transparent soul that was like smoke or mist was forcibly extracted. It vaguely resembled Blood Shadow. The bloody light dissipated, and the blood demon core lay quietly in her palm. 3 words naturally appeared in her mind. Blood Sea Banner. A moment later, a bolt of lightning shot over from the distant sky. Zhou Tong had no hope of catching up to Blood Shadow at all. He had merely done his best to catch up. From extremely far away, Zhou Tong sensed Little N's aura and descended from the sky on the Thunder Slaughter Sword. Have you seen Blood Shadow? He's already dead. Little N did not hide anything. You killed him? Zhou Tong was pleasantly surprised. Yes, you predicted that he would escape here. A strange expression appeared on Zhou Tong's face. If that was the case, didn't Little N predict that they would not be able to keep Blood Shadow here? Yes. Then how did you? Zhou Tong cut himself off halfway through his sentence. A large group of people had surrounded him and even allowed Blood Shadow to escape. How could he still have the face to question this little girl? Senior Zhou, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Li Qingshan laughed loudly as he walked over from afar. He rubbed little An's head. Well done. At this moment, several streaks of light tore through the air. Lu Chongqing's group had caught up as well. After learning the outcome of the matter, they could not help but look at each other. Aside from joy, there was also shock on their faces. She had reached foundation establishment at the age of 13 or 14. She had mobilized her troops, concealed her killing intent, and killed the blood demon with a single move. They, a group of mid- and late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, had become her subordinates. Yet, they could not utter a single word of complaint. Instead, they had to thank her. Which sect did not have disciples who had died at the hands of this blood demon? This could no longer be described as genius. Looking at little An, who was snuggling up to Li Qingshan and revealing a rare smile, they all felt speechless. At the same time, they realized how profound and terrifying a fortune-teller was. What was terrifying was not the fortune-teller herself, but the fate that the fortune-teller controlled. No one doubted whether little An had the ability to kill Blood Shadow. When Blood Shadow had escaped, everyone could see that he had been heavily injured. Coupled with the terrifying talent that little An had displayed, everyone's suspicions were dispelled. The building was decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was filled with a celebratory atmosphere that had not been seen in a long time. It was to celebrate the death of the blood demon, as well as to celebrate the achievements of Zhou Tong's group. And the main character of this banquet was naturally little An. Begonia activated the mechanism and opened the partition in the middle of the building, so that the chi practitioners could also see the appearance of the hero, and increase the lively atmosphere. As Begonia had expected, when little An appeared in front of everyone, the floors above and below instantly fell silent. Both men and women revealed stunned expressions. There were even quite a few male cultivators who fell in love at first sight. Begonia lightly shook her head. This is the power of the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty. While everyone's gazes were attracted by little An, Li Qingshan felt a disdainful gaze directed at him. Turning his head, he saw that it was Ru Xian, who was standing not too far away. Because Ru Xian was from the School of Medicine, her main task was not to slay demons, but to treat injured cultivators and refine medicinal pills. Thus, she had not had the opportunity to meet Li Qingshan in this period of time. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Ru Xian transmitted her voice. Her gaze swept back and forth between Li Qingshan and little An. Her expression was full of shame, as if she was embarrassed to have made such a friend. Get lost. Li Qingshan laughed and transmitted his voice fiercely. Ru Xian felt a buzzing sound in her head. Li Qingshan had the tiger demon roar, so the power of his sound transmission was much more powerful than hers. She frowned and rubbed her forehead. I was just joking. Why are you so serious? Could it be that you're angry because I hit the mark? It's not like I'll look down on you. At most, I'll scold you for being worse than a beast. You're worse than a beast, yet you still think highly of me? Oh, I forgot, you're worse than a beast too. You're half human and half fish. Hey, Li Qingshan, you've gone too far. But have you finally admitted that you're worse than a beast? Who admitted it? I've gone too far. What are you going to do about it? Be careful that I don't expose your involvement in the soaring dragon elder's death. You'll be hacked to death by the Sword Collection Palace the moment you step out. Then I'll kill someone. Oh, I'll kill a fish to silence them. A mermaid, not a fish. How about I give you a great gift when you return to the Chain Mountains? Don't change the topic. What great gift. As the two of them bickered secretly, the celebratory feast officially began. Anne was expressionless. She did not drink or eat. She did not respond to any of the praises or admiring gazes. On the other hand, Li Qingshan sat beside her. He downed the wine as soon as it was poured, chatting and laughing at ease. Everyone, please be quiet. Now, I represent the 100 schools of thought in awarding this arcane artifact to little An. This was contributed by fellow Ma. It's a supreme treasure passed down through the generations of the school of Yinyang, said Lu Chongqing. Lu Zhongqing said. He took out a transparent, emerald green lot that seemed to be made of bamboo and jade, no more than a foot long, and passed it to Shaowen. So this is an arcane artifact? It doesn't seem special. Isn't this the bamboo jade lot of school leader Ma that never leaves his side? He's actually willing to take it out. As they discussed, Ma Bai stood up as well. Little, and it's said that the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase was created at the same time as the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. The two complement each other. There were originally 7 lots and a lot container. Although only one is left now that it's in my hands, it's still an arcane artifact. I hope you can use it well. I believe it will definitely shine brilliantly in your hands. Then he glanced at the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase. His eyes were filled with reluctance. The bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase was not just an arcane artifact. It was also an extremely rare arcane artifact for divination. No matter how much Ma Bai admired Little, and he would never give it away for nothing. It was Lu Chongqing and the others who persuaded him. In the end, they basically used the resources of the 100 schools of thought to buy the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase and reward it to Little and, of course, the goal was to let Little and play a greater role in the war. If it wasn't for the pressure of the war, Ma Bai would never have sold it. The divine sense on the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase had been personally washed away by Ma Bai. It had become an ownerless item. As soon as Little and took it, he felt that it was closely related to the spiritual chi in his body. Please keep it. Happy face carrot. Chapter 477. The arts of divination were not omnipotent, nor were they omniscient and omniscient like outsiders imagined them to be. The reason Wyan could accurately calculate Blood Shadow's whereabouts, and even his fate, was largely due to the information the Hawk Wolf Guard had gathered. Blood Shadow had massacred far too many people, leaving behind far too much karma. She was like a tiny fish swimming through a river, leaving behind clear ripples in the water. She did not use logic to analyze the information. Instead, she grasped the threads of fate that regular cultivators could not see, which was why she could so accurately determine Blood Shadow's whereabouts. If she had to calculate the fate of Dragon's Nail, she would have been rather helpless. Even if she tried, she would not have been so accurate. From a certain perspective, it was exactly because Blood Shadow was fated to die to her hands that she was able to calculate to this point with such deep karma. On the other hand, if she could not calculate to this point, it would have been impossible for her to kill Blood Shadow. Karma was intertwined with one another. As a matter of fact, it was even inseparable, which was why this mysterious and unpredictable fate was formed. It was much more profound than any technique in the world. And only knew a little about it right now. She was nowhere close to understanding it. However, the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase would be of great assistance to her divination. At the very least, she could venture a little deeper into the river of fate. I thank the school leaders for their kindness in Little Anne's place. Li Qingshan raised his cup high into the air and downed it. Apart from Little Anne's bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase, Li Qingshan received some rewards too. Needless to say, his contribution to the Hawk Wolf Guard had increased drastically once again. He smiled resplendently as he downed jar after jar of alcohol like he was drinking water, leading to a series of cheers. And looked at Li Qingshan, and the corner of her lips curled into a smile silently. Although she seemed rather unreasonable in terms of intelligence, she would not lose to anyone. However, she would not lose to anyone. She just did not care about what others thought and felt. However, she had an extremely detailed understanding of him. She understood where his frustrations lay. Ru Xian gazed over from afar. She also felt that he was rather different today, as if he had returned to how he was when she first met him a few years ago. Today, Li Qingshan was very happy in his heart, not because he had obtained many benefits. In the past, he had witnessed the tragedy of war and felt responsible for it. This responsibility might not be too big. Just as Fu Qingjin said, war was unavoidable, and they were just pawns. However, he would not use such an excuse to avoid responsibility. As a man, even if he did something wrong, he had to shoulder the responsibility. If he blindly covered it up, He even had to cover up for himself. Instead, their hearts were twisted and they became hypocrites. This is right and wrong. It didn't matter how others judged him. Everyone had a scale in their hearts. He had never sought perfection or unparalleled benevolence. He only sought to have a clear conscience. Back then, after he had obtained power, he did not take the opportunity to take revenge on his brother and sister-in-law who had abused him for many years, nor did he vent the anger in his heart. Instead, he threw a bag of silver to them, all for the sake of these 4 words. By killing the rock demon and blood demon, he believed he had basically severed his karma and fulfilled his responsibility. It was like a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He felt indescribably relaxed and delighted. Of course, it was not up to anyone to comment on this outcome, to say, "You, Li Qingshan, have spent all this effort for nothing," or "You are so guilty that killing 2 demons is nowhere near enough to redeem yourself." If he felt it was enough, then it was enough. He had once made up his mind to finish off both sides of the war and put an end to the war. However, after this period of understanding, he felt like this was no longer his responsibility. It had even exceeded the scope of his abilities a little, so he directly tossed it to the back of his mind. Although he did not completely agree with Fu Qingjin's chess theory, he found it to be rather reasonable. And the war was only within the boundaries of the Clear River Prefecture right now, so he could still be of some use. Once it spread out, how was he supposed to stop it with his current cultivation? Let him be. If he wanted to fight, then fight to his heart's content. He had had enough of the trouble of balancing the 2 sides. It was better for him to use this opportunity to reap as much benefits as he could and increase his cultivation as quickly as possible. Only then could he protect the people important to him and reach beyond the 9 heavens sooner. As a transmigrator, he did not have much of a mindset of keeping to his word. The situation was constantly changing. He would never use a single promise to restrain himself, even if it came from his own mouth. He had clearly taken a step forward and gained a deeper comprehension, yet he still had to act according to the conclusions he had reached from his old thoughts. Wouldn't that just be making things difficult for himself? They've retreated. They've retreated. A young cultivator rushed into the building excitedly and called out loudly. "What's going on?" "Speak slowly," Lu Chongqing said sternly. "Sir Prefect, news has come from everywhere. All the demons have retreated underground. It's all thanks to Sir's wise leadership that you've killed the blood demon and dealt a heavy blow to the demon's might." As the young cultivator spoke, he did not forget to flatter Lu Chongqing. The news of the blood demon's death reached Dragon Snail's ears very soon. He immediately made up his mind and withdrew all of his forces underground. Of the 4 great demon generals under the Spider Queen's command, North Moon was in secluded cultivation, so he was the only one left. He was struggling to hold on alone, so there was no point in continuing. It would only lead to greater losses. Demons had long lifespans, but they cultivated slowly. Losing every single one of them might take a century to make up for. However, the war and turmoil of the past few years had reduced the population of the Clear River Prefecture by more than half. It was equivalent to destroying a large portion of the cultivation foundation of the Clear River Prefecture. It would take a century to recover. The building was filled with cheers. All of their usual cultivation and mental fortitude had been tossed to one side. Who knew how many seniors and juniors they had lost during the several years of war? Who knew how many life-threatening situations they had been in? They had finally seen the dawn of victory. Who could control their emotions? Don't celebrate too early, everyone. We still need to keep up the good work. Only then can we completely crush the ambitions of the demons. Lu Chongqing cleared his throat a few times before suppressing his excitement. Chiang Kaishan said, "Fellow Fu, the rock demon and blood demon are both dead now. All you need to do now is kill the moon devil, and victory will be ours for sure." "Qingjin will do his best," Fu Qingjin said indifferently. "Kill me? Then let's try it." Li Qingshan smiled drunkenly as he thought inside. The celebratory banquet became an even grander celebratory banquet that lasted until deep into the night. Just now, everyone dispersed. Li Qingshan and Little and returned to their dwelling in the Chain Mountains. Ru Xian also came with them. The war had come to an end, so there was no need for her to refine pills day and night to save people anymore. She could take a break and go back to rest slightly. She was still thinking about the great gift Li Qingshan had promised her, so she could not help but ask along the way. "Where's my great gift?" "We'll talk about it when we get back." Li Qingshan smiled mysteriously. Returning to the Chain Mountains, he got little and to return to the Qingshao dwelling first, while Li Qingshan and Ru Xian arrived in her dwelling. Li Qingshan cut right to the chase. He directly took out all the spiritual herbs in his 100 treasures pouch, piling them all over the stone table. Most of them were the spiritual herbs that the 6 night roamers had offered up as tribute during his 3 years of secluded cultivation. There were also the spiritual herbs he had obtained from killing cultivators from the Demon Slayer, which amounted to quite a sum as well. As Ru Xian did not have enough time and energy, he did not take them out. He had always kept them in his 100 treasures pouch. "Is this the great gift you were talking about?" Ru Xian said in surprise. Last time, Li Qingshan had taken out so many spiritual herbs at once, which had already left her taken aback. However, it paled in comparison to this time. She had seen many spiritual herbs in her life. In terms of quantity, she had seen far more spiritual herbs than the ones Li Qingshan had taken out, but they were nowhere close to their value. A stalk of 1,000-year-old spirit grass was equivalent to a pile of ordinary spirit grasses. Yet, there were no fewer than 100,000-year-old spiritual herbs in front of her. They were piled up like cabbages, so how could she not be surprised and shocked? Same old rules. You gather the other spiritual herbs, and once they're refined, you get 30% of the pills. I can't. I've refined too many pills recently, so I feel disgusted whenever I see spiritual herbs. Just the thought of refining pills gives me a headache. Ru Xian rubbed her forehead and put on an act of being troubled. She tried to hide the trembling in her eyes. If she exchanged all of them for spirit stones, it would probably fill up her entire immortal's cave. Most importantly, the origin of these spirit herbs was enough to reveal a lot of things, which made her even more certain of her guess. She had never expected to get this kind of trust. You're still pretending to be obedient after getting a bargain. If you don't want it, I'll let someone else refine it. Li Qingshan said, but his body did not move. Why don't you ask your father-in-law Han to help you think of a way? With the power of the Han family, it's not difficult to find a few suitable alchemists, and you don't have to give me 30%. I can trust you, okay? Don't talk nonsense. Are you going to refine it or not? This kind of trust was not built overnight, but at this moment, Li Qingshan felt that he could entrust a lot of things to her, even some important secrets. Ru Xian felt warm in her heart. Inexplicably, she was secretly delighted. So, even Han Qiangji doesn't know these secrets of his. What's there to compare with her? Forget it, since you've already begged me, I'll refine it. But, in fact, you didn't count these spiritual herbs at all. Even if 8 or 10 of them were missing, you wouldn't know. Ru Xian put away all the spiritual herbs and blinked her eyes with a smile. Who said that? If one is missing, I'll hold you responsible. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment, but he did not want to show weakness. In fact, he really didn't count. If Ru Xian wanted to steal his spiritual herbs, she didn't have to go through so much trouble. She could just say that a few furnaces of elixirs were destroyed, or the number of elixirs was lower. She could cheat everywhere. You? Ru Xian said disdainfully. Do you want to try? Li Qingshan stared at her. Come on. Ru Xian stared back disdainfully, but she suddenly felt a little uneasy. Li Qingshan's expression quietly changed. A man and a woman stared at each other. Li Qingshan suddenly felt a little restless. Perhaps it was the effect of the wine, or maybe it was because he suddenly put down the burden in his heart. Through the hazy drunkenness, Ru Xian's gentle face, slim and graceful figure, all had an indescribable charm, charming and enchanting. He couldn't help but want to get closer to her, lightly smell her body fragrance, and see what kind of thoughts she had under her cynical mask. Chapter 478. Have you seen enough? Ru Exine did not show any awkwardness or uneasiness. She casually raised her hand and used her pinky to brush through her hair. She was unconcerned. The light from the ceiling outlined the clear curves of her pure white, graceful face. She was extremely beautiful. Her eyes were wandering. It was hard to tell whether she was flirting or rejecting him. "I've long been tired of it," Li Qingshan immediately retorted. Then he remembered that he should say something mushy and intimate like, "I've never seen enough." This was an almost instinctive aggression cultivated from being with her. "You." Ru Exine couldn't help laughing. She shook her head gently, not knowing whether she was disappointed or at ease. "Although you're pretty, you're far from being able to seduce me." Li Qingshan also smiled and regained his composure. He didn't want to see their relationship destroyed because of a moment of passion. "I'll return your words to you. If you're tired of it, get out of here. Don't delay my alchemy." Ru Exine stood up to send him off. "I haven't finished my tea." "I'm finished." Ru Exine picked up the tea and splashed it. She pushed Li Qingshan out of the door. As soon as Li Qingshan came out and wanted to say something, the door of the cave brushed past the tip of his nose and slammed shut. Looking at the stone door, he felt a little unwilling. Ru Exine also gazed at the stone door. The light in her eyes seemed cold, yet also passionate. The two of them looked at each other through the heavy stone door. They couldn't see each other, but their eyes didn't deviate at all. Li Qingshan suddenly smiled. He turned around and stepped on the cloud, resting his head on his arm. He would just take it as an insignificant confusion in his long years of cultivation. It didn't matter if he was unwilling. He still had a long way to go. Ru Exine sighed softly and smiled disdainfully. "Coward." Suddenly, she scratched her head with both hands. "There are so many spirit herbs. How long do you want me to refine?" What she said just now. It wasn't all a joke. She was indeed a little annoyed with alchemy recently. But with such a great benefit, she had to endure it no matter how annoyed she was. The night was dark. The rain became lighter, but it was still pattering nonstop, soaking the earth and mountains. With the arrival of summer, the rainy season also arrived. In the southwest direction, 2,000 li away, it was also raining. There was a broken mountain, and the spirit chi in the mountain was extremely rich, indicating that this was a spirit stone vein. On the cracked surface of the mountain, one could still see the faint light emitted by the scattered spirit stones. At the foot of the mountain, there was a mine. Yi Lusu appeared like a shadow. Her simple black armor was extremely sexy. A slender figure in boots walked into the rain with footwork that was lighter than a cat's. A delicate face. He furrowed his brows slightly. His dark blue skin seemed to be thinking about something. It didn't affect her beauty at all, but added a strange charm to it. "Sister, the demons have retreated. What should we do?" "Damn it, they didn't even inform us." Yu Liubo followed closely behind. Her appearance was only slightly inferior. She had ample breasts and buttocks, and she had a romantic charm that even Yi Liusu couldn't match. Yeah. Yi Liusu led the army of night roamers to attack the various spirit stone veins. Although these veins were heavily guarded and possessed powerful cultivators, they were nothing compared to their army. Although they had lost many soldiers, only one of the powerful night roamers who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation had died in battle. The resistance they encountered could be described as relatively weak. The greatest problem actually did not come from the demons or the humans, but themselves. Although Li Qingshan had given Yi Liusu the position of commander, various conflicts, both overt and covert, immediately began to spread in his absence. The powerful night roamer who had died in battle had died in an extremely suspicious manner. From a certain perspective, this kind of conflict was no longer about benefits. Instead, it was a form of instinct. They would harm one another as soon as they had the opportunity, even if there was no benefit at all. It was like a feeling like, "You're just too sexy here. I can't help but kick you. It's been a while since I've kicked you so much." This was the part that troubled Yi Liusu the most. Sometimes, she would even think furiously, "Are night roamers like that really worth so much from me?" However, this thought only lasted for a moment. It was not enough to influence an idealist like her. After going through so many hardships, she also developed the bearing of a leader. Her supporters gradually increased, which filled Yulobwa with great admiration. After forming an alliance with the 100 Schools of Thought, the Demon Slayer and the 100 Schools of Thought focused their attacks on the demons that ran amok everywhere. After all, while spirit stone veins were important, they could be snatched back if they were lost. It was impossible for them to carry them back home. At most, they would lose spiritual stones. However, the dead could not be revived. If the Clear River Prefecture really was wiped out, not only would the 100 Schools of Thought be unable to recruit any more suitable disciples, but it would be the same for the various sections. Humans had short lifespans, and cultivators did not have particularly long lifespans either. If they failed to recruit disciples for several generations, sects would definitely die out and lose their lineage. Although they no longer cared about the lives of mortals after becoming cultivators, everyone understood that the foundation of the cultivation community lay with the mortals who prospered generation after generation. As a result, they basically allowed the night roamers to attack as they pleased. Instead, they were more than happy to use the mines to keep the army of night roamers busy and reduce the pressure on the main battlefield. As long as they could defeat the demons, would they still need to worry about not being able to take back the mines? Yilusu gazed at the night rain and sank into her thoughts for quite a while. Let's retreat too. We can't stay behind and hold up the rear for them. But we took down those mines after so much difficulty. Let's give them all up. Yilusu made up her mind. This battle was safe, but it was not exactly a bountiful harvest either. Although they had obtained a large quantity of spiritual stone, or the spiritual stone veins underground had always been much more abundant than the ones on the surface. Wouldn't it be safer to mine underground? However, the use of spiritual stones by night roamers was nowhere near as abundant as human cultivators. That was because spiritual stones could not be directly used as soon as they were mined. They needed to be refined and purified before they could be converted into regular spiritual stones that could assist in battle and cultivation. Otherwise, the spiritual chi would be extremely impure, which would be very troublesome to use. Night roamers obviously did not possess the technology to refine spiritual stones, so they were not particularly interested in mining. Obtaining so much ore was rather pointless. Of course, there were spiritual stone veins with very high purity, but they were all occupied by the various demon generals. Let alone directly mining in their territory, even if they dug through these veins from below, it would only be a matter of time before war broke out. Yulobwa smiled. Fair enough. I don't think these shitty rocks are of much use. I'll go gather the people right now. I just happen to miss Master too. The rain is so beautiful. There will be a day when we can all bask in the rain as we please. Yilusu thought to herself. Some cultivators watched on from extremely far away with techniques. They watched as the army of night roamers abandoned the veins and meandered away. They immediately returned to the spiritual stone veins and cast down the formations again, beginning to mine again. Sir Prefect, the night roamers have retreated as well. All of the spiritual stone veins have already resumed mining, but rebuilding them will be rather troublesome. In Clear River City, Lu Chongqing listened to his subordinate's report as he stroked his long beard in thought. After the war had ended, the first thing he learned about was the situation with the spiritual stone veins. Spiritual stone veins were to cultivators like gold mines to mortals. They were extremely important. Normally, just a single spiritual stone vein was enough for two sects to wage war against each other. Although the night roamers were very dissatisfied with the spoils of the battle this time, it was quite the loss to the human cultivators. Apart from the spiritual stones themselves, the defensive formations, mechanisms, and mining puppets had all been destroyed. It would take quite the effort to rebuild them. How long will it take for everything to return to normal? Over a month at the very least. We've already lost most of a month. Lu Chongqing sighed. The 3 years of war had already depleted many years of accumulation. Once the supply of spiritual stones was cut off, many powerful mechanisms and puppets would lose their mobility, and many formations would be impossible to cast down. Cultivators would not be able to extract spiritual chi from spiritual stones to recover during battle either. The consequences would be unthinkable. Go invite the leader of the School of Miscellany, go die. As soon as Li Qingshan returned to his dwelling and said a few words to Little, and he sensed activity from his clone. With a thought, the exquisite patterns carved by the night roamer craftsman entered his sight. A few blue butterfly flowers danced about, illuminating a small region. Beside him, Millipede had already woken up from his sleep. Who knew where he had wandered off to? The original cave had also been sealed up by an exquisitely carved stone door. Behind the stone door, many hidden auras approached silently. Sir North Moon. Master. The stone door opened, and a group of night roamers returned from the surface. They reported to him immediately, passing through the sea of blue butterfly flowers like shadows and arriving before the stone pedestal, bowing together. Yilubwa could not help herself. She wanted to throw herself into his arms immediately, but when she looked around, she held back her urge and stood behind Yulusu obediently. In the underground world, there was a clear hierarchy. If she became arrogant because of his favor and damaged his dignity, it would be bad. She did not want him to dislike her. Right as she thought that, she suddenly saw Li Qingshan beckon at her with a smile. Lubwa, come here. Yulubwa immediately threw all caution to the wind and threw herself into his arms. The matriarch saw this and could not help but blame their daughters a little. They had also served this North Moon for so long, so why did they not receive the same favor? Oh, you've returned. How was the battle? Li Qingshan asked despite already knowing the answer. The night roamers did not take too much of a part in the battle, so he was not too worried about Yuliobwa's safety. However, he still felt extremely happy to see her appear before him safe and sound. As for dignity or whatever, he did not care about it at all. The strong naturally had dignity, while the weak could put on an act. It was useless. Before Yuliusu could reply, he lowered his head and gently rubbed Yuliobwa's back. He asked in concern, "You're not injured, are you? Please check for yourself later, master." Yuliobwa wrapped her arms around his waist firmly. As she listened to his metallic voice and his gentle words, even her heart seemed to melt. She nodded firmly. When his rather sharp fingertips brushed past her skin, she could not help but moan in pleasure. P.S. Wait, there's still one more chapter. You're so hardworking during the new year. Are you hardworking enough? Hurry up and vote for me. Chapter 479. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or at, we've taken over many spiritual stone mines and killed a few chi practitioners, but most of them are ores that have yet to be refined. Fortunately, there aren't too many casualties, Yilusu reported. Ores? How many? Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. No cultivator would complain about having too many spiritual stones on hand. Although they were just raw ores, as long as he could find a suitable person to refine them, it would still be a considerable sum of wealth. Our Spider Shadow clan is willing to offer all the ores we obtained to Sir North Moon. Yimingju's eyes were sharp. She could tell that Li Qingshan was interested in the ores, so she immediately went up and offered up 100 treasures pouch. Li Qingshan accepted the 100 treasures pouch and took a look. The ores twinkled like stars. With a rough estimate, he could refine several tens of thousand regular inferior spiritual stones at the very least, so he accepted it in satisfaction. The Spider Shadow clan deserves praise for their loyalty. However, I've said before that I won't be taking any spoils from this battle. Just take these spiritual artifacts as your reward. Thank you for Sir North Moon's reward. Yimingju smiled and did not hold back. The other matriarchs were immediately tempted too. The spiritual stones were not worth much to them, so exchanging them for a few spiritual artifacts was more practical. They could also express their loyalty. It was a guaranteed profit. Before long, a few hundred treasures pouches appeared in Li Qingshan's hands. If he could refine all of these ores into spiritual stones, it would be 300,000 or 400,000 at the very least. However, all he took out were some useless mid- or high-grade spiritual artifacts. He could find Ruexan to refine pills, but he had no suitable candidate for forging artifacts. Li Qingshan thought of his bronze cauldron of the four corners again. He had to learn about it once he arrived at the 100 schools of thought. Just what were the conditions for refining spiritual stones? By the time all the night roamers had dispersed, only Yu Luobua remained in Li Qingshan's arms. Li Qingshan's feelings towards her were originally that of a master towards a pet, but it was rather different today. The deep ravine on her chest drew his gaze. Her sexy, alluring body was curled up, taking and demanding. A flame of lust suddenly rose, and a certain part of his body involuntarily changed. I don't know if I'm injured or not. Master, please check carefully. Yu Luobua felt this change and smiled proudly, hugging him even tighter. Her voluptuous breasts pressed tightly against her lower abdomen, leaving no gap at all. Then let me examine it carefully. Li Qingshan smiled. When he was controlling the mirror avatar, he was always very casual, and the drunkenness from the main body was also reflected on the avatar. His hands gradually stopped at her exposed skin. Whenever he encountered armor that was in the way, he would tear it off and caress every inch of her skin. Yu Luobua was pleasantly surprised. In his arms, she involuntarily let out soft moans, and her eyes gradually blurred. In a short while, she was only left with her black boots. On her alluring body, the blue patterns bloomed magnificently, revealing everything in Li Qingshan's eyes. This was not the first time he had seen Yu Luobua, but right now, it seemed to possess a different kind of allure. His Adam's apple bobbed. It had already been over 3 years since he had tasted flesh. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped what he was doing and whispered into Yu Luobua's ear, "The only thing a master can give to a pet is love. Then please love me well, master." Yu Luobua suddenly raised her head, and her breasts trembled slightly. Her gaze was provocative, filled with anger, dissatisfaction, and a hint of pleading. She pouted. "Ever since I met Master, it's already been many years since I've had a man. You have no idea how difficult it is to be alone. Don't you have many wives?" Li Qingshan was rather confused. He knew night roamers did not have much of a concept of chastity, nor would he use human values to restrain her. Of course, this was also because he did not treat her as a lover. "I've divorced them a long time ago. I only want to bear your children, master," Yu Luobua said seriously. She basically seemed like Yi Lusu had mentioned her dream of returning night roamers to the surface. Night roamers were matriarchal clans. A female night roamer would often have many wives. They would only know their mother, not their father. Bearing children and becoming a mother was a relatively sacred matter, which was why the person with the greatest authority in the clan was known as the matriarch. Yes, it was no longer just for a night of pleasure. Instead, she wanted to use this body to continue their common bloodline. So much for holding back. Li Qingshan had no idea how to react. Just what can we produce? A third of humans, a third of demons, and a third of night roamers. Everything I have is master's. My heart, my body, and in the future, my children. Yu Luobua grabbed Li Qingshan's hand and placed it on her perky chest, sensing her thumping heart before placing it on her flat abdomen. Li Qingshan was extremely touched too. All right, he admitted that it was not just his heart that had moved. What else was there to say now that it had happened? "I'm sorry, Qiongji. Today, I'm going to break through the shackles and barriers of the mortal world. I'm going to have a relationship that exceeds friendship with my pet." Li Qingshan made up his mind. He was just about to do something even worse than beasts. The stone door swung open loudly, and Yi Lusu walked in. As if she had seen nothing, she said, "Ma, and Spider Queen has ordered for you to go to Cobweb City immediately, master." Li Qingshan was thick-skinned, but even he could not maintain such a position with a naked woman under the gaze of another woman. The Spider Queen was not someone he could treat lightly either. He gently placed Yu Luobua aside and made his way off the stone platform. He tidied his messy clothes and shook off his lust. "Master," Yu Luobua said with hidden bitterness. She could not help but glance at Yi Lusu. She had endured for so many years to grasp this opportunity. She was about to succeed, but it was all for naught. How could she be willing to accept this? "I'll agree to this." Li Qingshan looked back with a smile. He blinked his eyes and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He found it very amusing. "I haven't tried giving birth yet. Should I try it with Qiongji? I wonder if she'll be willing?" But with this mirror clone, although there are many similar sensations, does it have this function? He did not feel disturbed by Yi Lusu. What's mine will always be mine. Do I have to be afraid that I won't have another chance in the future? Li Qingshan flapped his wings, leaving behind a burst of laughter and a gust of wind. The curtain slowly swayed. Liu Su, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Master has agreed. Yi Luobua was stunned for a moment. Then, she revealed an expression of ecstasy. Hear what? Agree what? You'd better put on your clothes first. Giving birth. Congratulations, you don't have to do it with your hands anymore in the future. Yi Lusu was taken aback before smiling. It's all your fault, or I would have succeeded already. Only with that did Yi Lusu remember that she had already been seduced to the point of lust. Between her legs was already wet. Do you want me to go out and let you deal with it first? Yi Lusu smiled. There's no need. Endure, endure. Without patience, there'll be no enjoyment. Yi Luobua sucked in a deep breath. Since Master had already agreed to it, there was no way she could run away from this. It was like how regular people would starve a few more meals before inviting others to a meal, planning to rely on the wall to get in and out. Yi Lusu said, it probably won't be that easy for demons and night roamers to procreate. Then let's try a few more times until we succeed. What do you think, sister? Do you want to take part? Yi Luobua smiled slyly, as if her scheme had succeeded. It would obviously be for the best, but it actually did not matter, even if she did not. Not interested. Yi Lusu looked at Yi Luobua, who was filled with anticipation. Her feelings were rather mixed. Yi Lusu's pursuit had already begun, so what about her? North Moon? Did you know? Blood Shadow is dead. Li Qingshan arrived in Cobweb City. As expected, Helicoverpa Rosa was waiting for him on the platform. However, of the 3 great demon generals beside her, only Dragon's Nail remained. I just heard how he died? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised and asked casually. There was nothing sad about it. There was nothing fake about it. He was ambushed by human cultivators. Helicoverpa Rosa's complexion was rather ugly. If Dragon's Nail was her brains, then Blood Shadow and Strong Stone were her left and right arms. Now that they had both been severed, even with her vile nature, she still felt extremely pained. Casualties are unavoidable in battle. Please don't take it to heart, Spider Queen. Even without them, the demons won't lose. Li Qingshan brushed her off, but he was extremely pleased inside. You sure live a carefree life. And those night roamers don't openly clash with humans at all. You must have taught them that. You're avoiding battle. Helicoverpa Rosa's voice turned cold. Her gaze that seemed to condense venom stared at Li Qingshan. I was in secluded cultivation, preparing for my battle with Fu Qingjin. Spider Queen was there too. It was also me who ordered the night roamers to attack the spiritual stone mines, but it was just to cut off the supply of spiritual stones from the humans. Those spiritual stone mines are much more important than regular cities at the very least, and the defenses are much tighter too. It's basically a direct clash with human cultivators, so how are you avoiding battle? Li Qingshan's explanation was flawless, which made Helicoverpa Rosa even more unhappy. She suddenly raised her hand and slapped Li Qingshan across the face. Li Qingshan only felt his vision blur. He unleashed the spirit turtle's profound shell instinctively, blocking Helicoverpa Rosa's slender, fair hand. In that instant, it caved in and became riddled with cracks. Boom! Li Qingshan was sent flying, slamming against the wall heavily. The entire cavern shook. I want to teach you a lesson, yet you actually talk back. How dare you resist? Helicoverpa Rosa's icy-cold voice reached Li Qingshan's ears, which made him understand something even more clearly. If the strong were unreasonable, then no matter how glib-tongued the weak were, it would all be useless. Helicoverpa Rosa was like a vicious, willful little girl. She even cherished toys that could please her. If they could not please her, they would be tossed aside or even ripped apart for entertainment. Considering that Li Qingshan still had some use for you, Spider Queen did not continue to attack him. All she did was warn him coldly, "This is a lesson for you. Don't think about anything else. I've been too arrogant and indulgent the entire time. You're only allowed to win in the battle against Fu Qingjin. You're not allowed to lose. Do you hear me? I understand. Li Qingshan was calm. He even smiled. He was no longer the young man who had just emerged from the mountains. There was no need for him to grind his teeth in anger and hatred. He just had to remember the grievances he should remember. Sooner or later, he would definitely get his revenge. To be continued. For the newest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a form of enjoyment, so I recommend you bookmark it. Chapter 480. Please remember the domain name. Although Li Qingshan's mood wasn't affected too much, the decisive battle was imminent, so he temporarily put aside the thought of fighting and decided to calm down and cultivate for a period of time, causing Yilubwa to feel a wave of hidden bitterness. However, Li Qingshan kept an eye out. He ordered the night roamers to gather the various spiritual herbs faster and offer them up. The war lasted for several years. Many of the territories underground had been emptied out. The forbidden zones that night roamers were originally unable to set foot in were now accessible. Demons were even more clueless about using spiritual herbs than night roamers. They only knew how to guard and eat spiritual herbs that could be directly consumed, so there should have been even more spiritual herbs left behind. In order to speed up the process of gathering spirit herbs, Li Qingshan gave all the random spirit tools and spirit talismans in his 100 treasures pouch to Yilubwa. As long as they could contribute spirit herbs of good quality, she could make the decision to reward them. The Spider Queen was hard to please. If she were to turn against him at any time, he would take the benefits he had plundered and leave. The world was vast. Be it a human or a demon, there was no place they couldn't go. Why should they suffer her anger? Li Qingshan had only taken a small portion of the medicinal pills that Ru Xian had refined. The majority of them were still in the 100 treasures pouch and had yet to be converted into cultivation. Inside Qing Zhao's abode, Li Qingshan took out all the medicinal pills from his 100 treasures pouch. Their quality was quite impressive. The quality of the spiritual herbs contributed by the night roamers was relatively high. Even if they were not 1,000 years old, they were at least 500 years old. As a result, most of the pills they refined were of very good quality, enough for him to use. However, there was also a small portion that was of little value. It would be a pity to throw them away, but it would be tasteless. As his cultivation realm increased, the speed at which he breathed in and out the spiritual qi of heaven and earth became faster and faster. Even his body gradually gained spirituality. The spiritual qi contained in a single drop of his blood was probably much more than many spirit pills. Taking these spirit pills was naturally useless. Once it reached a certain level, even elixirs concocted from 1,000-year-old spirit herbs would not be able to withstand it. Perhaps they had all become useless. Therefore, this underground territory was no longer as important as it was in the beginning. If he squeezed out more value, he wouldn't have to be tied to it. He was ordered around by the Spider Queen. Li Qingshan smiled a little and took a deep breath, and his body expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to more than 10 zhang. 1 zhang was 3 meters, which was about the height of a 1-story building. In other words, Li Qingshan was now more than 10 stories tall. Although he was still a little smaller than Godzilla, he was big enough to pass off as a small monster. His pitch-black body resembled a demon god. His scarlet hair cascaded down his back like a waterfall. His eyes were bright and full of expression, as if they were burning with fire. It exuded a primitive, bestial, and demonic nature. When he opened the Qingshao Mortal's cave, he didn't ask for anything else but the word big. It was to deal with the current situation. They had chosen this mountain. It was also 200 to 300 zhang tall. Li Qingshan and Little and worked together. Almost the entire mountain was hollowed out. From the bottom of the cave to the dome, it was almost 2,000 feet high. If Li Qingshan hadn't used his supernatural powers to compress the mountain walls to the point where they were as hard as steel, it would have collapsed due to its own weight. Therefore, Li Qingshan stood up straight and didn't feel crowded. He looked at his body, opened his mouth full of fangs, and chuckled. The tiger tail behind him swayed casually, leaving a series of afterimages. To a certain extent, he was more satisfied with his original form than with his human form. His human form was handsome, but compared to his original form, it didn't seem bold and domineering enough. It had to be said that oxen had sharp eyes and chose Li Qingshan. If it wasn't for the strange taste of transmigrators, ordinary people probably wouldn't be able to accept this image, let alone feel good about themselves. Li Qingshan extended his hand, and all the pills on the ground flew into his hand. He shoved them all into his gaping mouth. Without even chewing, he swallowed them all with a gulp. If other cultivators witnessed this, they would definitely be so surprised that their jaws would drop. They would think he was tired of living and wanted to commit suicide. These pills were of different types. Just the conflicting effects of their effects were enough to kill. The powerful effects they contained could even directly make a person explode. Sure enough, after swallowing the pills, Li Qingshan's stomach immediately swelled up, growing larger and larger like a balloon. It was like he was 10 months pregnant, producing an ear-piercing sound like metal stretching. A sliver of caution appeared on Li Qingshan's face. He bellowed out, "Spirit Turtle Suppression." The Spirit Turtle's demon core shone with resplendent light, viciously suppressing the chaotic effects of the pills. However, it was slightly unable to suppress it. Demon chi burst out of his body, and his scarlet hair fluttered in the wind. If it were not for the formation firmly locking down the surging demon chi, it would probably be possible to see the demon chi surge into the air from afar. The Spirit Turtle's demon core only suppressed it, not absorbed it. The effects merged with Li Qingshan's limbs, bones, and organs strand by strand. It hurt slightly, and countless tiny blood vessels ruptured, but they recovered immediately. In the blink of an eye, who knew how many times the cycle of destruction and reconstruction had occurred? Li Qingshan only had a single objective this time, which was to break through to the 4th layer of the ox demon. Finally, Li Qingshan's stomach stopped growing. He sat down with his bulging belly and rubbed it. I even said I wanted to have a child with someone else. I seem like I've spoiled the child like this. Little and, don't I look like the Maitreya Buddha? Little and leapt up gently and landed on Li Qingshan's belly. Looking at how vicious he was, she covered her mouth and giggled. Not at all. Then what do I look like? I look like Li Qingshan. That's right. I look like Li Qingshan. Why do I look like someone else? Li Qingshan laughed aloud. In this world, she was probably the only person who was completely unaffected by his appearance, bloodline, or cultivation. No matter what he looked like, all she saw was Li Qingshan. As for Little and, whether it was a ghost, a skeleton, or a great beauty, when had she ever changed in his heart? Little and stood to one side and took out Blood Shadow's bloody demon core. She sniffed it gently, and the heavy smell of blood left her extremely satisfied. It was the perfect material for refining the blood sea banner. After a moment of thought, she stowed the blood demon core away and took out the skull prayer beads. The next level after the 18 prayer beads was the 21 beads. She was only missing 3 beads. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, most of a month had passed. Li Qingshan's belly had already returned to its original size. His iron hooves dug deeply into the ground, and his claws gripped the ground firmly. His back was arched like a mountain, and his horns pushed upwards as hard as they could. An indomitable spirit. Although his aura was still lacking, his aura was extremely similar to the ox demon phantasm he had seen in his sea of consciousness. He did not make any unnecessary movements. He no longer waved his fists and feet. Even the ox demon stomps the ground, the ox demon forges its hide, and the ox demon butts its horns had been completely abandoned. He stood motionless like a statue. Yet amidst this absolute stillness, he was filled with power, like a great bow that had been drawn. His muscles stretched and swelled to their limits, becoming harder than rock or steel. But beneath his cold and hard skin, his blood surged and his soul burned without a moment of rest. His scarlet eyes flashed with a red light. Although his upper body was still mostly in human form, no one would be able to associate him with the word human in this place. The medicinal effects of the pill he had swallowed in one gulp had completely manifested, but the ox demon transformation, which had originally been the easiest to cultivate, had become exceptionally difficult this time. Still not enough. What am I missing? Is it the pill? No. What is it? Li Qingshan's entire body was drenched in sweat. 2 streams of scorching white steam came out of his nostrils as the medicinal effects began to fade. The ox demon's great strength sinks into the mud. This inexplicable chant appeared in Li Qingshan's mind again. He deeply experienced the sorrow of a hero at the end of his road, the helplessness of not being able to exert his strength. But within this, there was something else. In his sea of consciousness, the phantom of the ox demon appeared once more. He stared at the phantom for a long time. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind. Why was it that he still put in so much effort despite knowing that he had sunk deep into the mud? The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. He had already tried everything. Since it was useless, why not stop and rest? Why did he have to painfully make things difficult for himself? In the past, when the overlord of Chu's army was defeated, he heard the songs of Chu from all sides and said, "My strength is enough to pull up the mountains. My spirit is unparalleled. The time is unfavorable. The Qi does not die. The Qi does not die. What can I do? What can I do?" Later, although he broke through the Han army's ambush and escaped to the banks of the Wu River, he sighed, "I have no face to see my elders in Jiangdong," and committed suicide. This became the best annotation of the words, a hero at the end of his road, leaving behind a heroic and tragic song that would be sung for thousands of years. This poem was learned by Li Qingshan from a textbook in his previous life. But, coincidentally, thousands of years later, another general who was surrounded by the enemy also left behind a 7-character poem. It was printed in the textbook and clearly left in Li Qingshan's memory. How about today's decapitation? Starting a business is difficult and there are many battles. I will go to Kwanai to recruit my old subordinates. With 100,000 flags, I will behead the king of hell. This heroic spirit of facing death with equanimity far surpassed that of the overlord of Chu, who blamed the heavens and others and did not dare to cross Jiangdong. This kind of thought flashed through his mind, but in reality, it was only for a moment. I understand. The red light in Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly lit up like a lamp. When he looked at the illusion of the ox demon again, he saw a different scene. He saw the ox demon enduring and persevering with extraordinary willpower. Even if it was a waste of energy, even if it was destined and fate could not be changed, it would never give up and fight to the end. It could be destroyed, but it would never be defeated. The flickering light in Li Qingshan's eyes gradually calmed down, and the breath that came out of his nostrils also became calmer. It was as if he could hold on like this for 100 years, 1,000 years. Suddenly, a vigorous spirit that was exactly the same as the ox demon's illusion emitted from his body. Ox demon transformation, the 4th layer, completed. Li Qingshan's figure gradually returned to its original state. Unlike before, he did not feel overjoyed, nor was he in a hurry to test how much his strength had increased. During the process of cultivation, oxens will seem to have merged into his body through the ox demon transformation. It was a kind of inheritance. No matter how many mysterious changes the ox demon transformation would have in the future, this ox demon transformation deserved to be number 1. P.S. Finally, the update is out. It hasn't been broken. Happy New Year, everyone. Smiley face for the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I suggest you keep it. Chapter 481. Li Qingshan's large body was well-defined. He now possessed an additional sense of steadiness, like a mountain. His bright, black pupils seemed extremely calm. Unlike the emotionlessness when he used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, it was a determination that seeped deep into his bones. Endless power radiated from his body, connecting with the boundless earth. They were inseparable. In the past, whenever he broke through with the ox demon transformation, he would test it out carefully. Firstly, it was to experience the joy of increasing his strength, and secondly, it was to control the sudden increase in strength. But this time, not only did he not feel the joy of a great increase in strength, but he instead felt a limit. As a result, he could feel layers of obstruction when he lifted his hand, preventing him from unleashing his strength to his heart's content. As for his strength, it had clearly increased. It was not just a tiny bit, but who knew how many times over. In the past, his strength was basically on par with the strength-type demon general, Strong Stone, who possessed a special bloodline. Now, he could completely suppress Strong Stone with a single hand. He could even directly crush Strong Stone's indestructible body. In terms of strength alone, he had already completely surpassed the level of a demon general. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, the unparalleled ability created by Oxen, seemed extremely ordinary in the beginning. At the first layer of the Ox demon transformation, it was only enough to bully the people of the Jianghu. It could not even defeat the slightly stronger Qi practitioners. But towards the end, each layer of transformation was earth-shaking. His strength increased several times over. Even though the difficulty of cultivation constantly increased, the efficiency of cultivation increased. He could not help but think of the classic story of placing wheat on a chessboard. A clever minister invented chess for the board king. The king was overjoyed and asked what he wanted as a reward. As a result, the minister made a simple request, asking the king to bestow him with some wheat. The first box was for a single grain of wheat, the second for 2, the third for 4, and so on. The king readily agreed, at first. In the very beginning, the request seemed extremely simple. It consumed very little wheat, but before even half the box was filled, the king discovered that even if he took out all the wheat in the entire kingdom, it would not be enough to satisfy the simple request. Although the Ox Demon transformation only had 9 layers, the increase in strength each time was not just a doubling of the original strength. It really did flip to the 9th layer. What kind of level would his strength reach? It was simply unimaginable. Moving mountains, filling oceans, plucking the stars, and grabbing the moon were all very common. He thought back to what Brother Ox had once said, "I can give you the power to sweep through this world." Only now did he realize how humble Brother Neo's words were. He had a feeling that even if the ones chasing after him were not the soaring dragon elder, but the top figures of the 9 prefectures, Brother Ox would not waste too much effort. However, comparatively speaking, a fellow that was able to force Brother Ox to such an extent seemed to be even more terrifying. The reason why I feel like my power is being restricted is because I know that my power is far from enough. Li Qingshan gently clenched his fist. He felt despair, and a huge pressure that made it hard for him to breathe pressed down on him. In the past, he had never despaired because he had never dared to face that goal. He had only taken it one step at a time. It would be best if he could reach his goal, but if he really couldn't, then there was nothing he could do. It was as easy as a child saying, "I want to be a scientist," or "I want to be an astronaut." When the child became a teenager, then an adult, he would possess even greater power. An even smarter mind would understand the distance between himself and his dreams. Of course, this would not cause too much trouble, because most people would give up in the next second and change to a more realistic goal. And those who wanted to persevere would have to endure the torment of despair. Li Qingshan smiled faintly. "If I don't fall into such despair, how can I display the Ox Demon's unyielding stance?" Unknowingly, Li Qingshan had crossed a mental journey that was difficult for outsiders to speak of, and carried a mountain on his shoulders. On the other side of the cavern, Little End was still cultivating. She sat cross-legged and formed a seal with her hands. 20 prayer beads were spinning endlessly above her head. As long as she refined one more, the skull prayer beads would evolve again and reach a new realm. However, the last prayer bead was also the most difficult to refine. It was much more difficult than the first 20 prayer beads. Li Qingshan did not disturb her. Calculating the time, it would be the 5th of May in a few days, the date of the final battle. If only I could break through to the 4th layer of the tiger demon. Li Qingshan's heart stirred, and he took out the stone of slaughter from his 100 treasures pouch. Strong Stone Soul was extracted by Little and its body reverted to its original form, the Stone of Slaughter. The Yao Core was also left inside the stone. At first glance, the Stone of Slaughter did not seem special, but it was so sturdy that even the magic artifact-level blood saber could only leave a mark. If Li Qingshan used the power of vibration, it would have some effect. However, he was afraid that he would damage the Yao core inside and accidentally cause it to explode. That would be terrible. Coupled with the fact that Li Qingshan had no use for the earth element demon core, he tossed it into his 100 treasures pouch and did not pay too much attention to it. He wanted to see if he could forge a weapon out of it once he made some progress in artifact forging. But at this moment, Li Qingshan came up with a new idea. He exhaled gently and extended his hand, gripping the Stone of Slaughter firmly. He exhaled gently and extended his hand, gripping the Stone of Slaughter firmly. A great power was slowly released, passing through his 10 fingers and actually stabbing into the Stone of Slaughter bit by bit. With a little more force, he ripped off 2 pieces of rock. He checked them. They were indeed regular rocks, but he was rather doubtful whether they could be used for forging artifacts or not. But if they were regular rocks, why would they be so tough? Li Qingshan waved his hands about, and rock and dust flew everywhere. Before long, he had ripped open the huge Stone of Slaughter and found a gray, hazy demon core. It contained powerful earth spiritual chi, which the spirit turtle's demon core struggled to digest. However, what Li Qingshan wanted to borrow was another type of power. A powerful intent of slaughter radiated from the demon core. It was enough to drive cultivators crazy. As Li Qingshan had expected, not only did the demon core condense all of the strong stone's power, but it could also serve as the core of the Stone of Slaughter. Li Qingshan casually tossed the demon core into his mouth. With a gulp, he swallowed it, and killing intent immediately rushed into his head. His eyes immediately became blood red. He no longer used the spirit turtle to suppress it. Instead, he carefully sensed the killing intent. In his sea of consciousness, the tiger demon materialized. It leapt up and roared at the sky. It unfurled its wings and shot through the air, baring its fangs and claws. It wanted to kill to its heart's content and fight to its heart's content. However, there were obviously no enemies in the empty sea of consciousness. Li Qingshan knelt down on the ground. Sharp claws protruded, and his fangs protruded. His breathing became ragged, and his heart beat faster and faster. He was tempted to rush out of the dwelling immediately. Whether it was a demon or a human, he only wanted to start a massacre and slaughter the surroundings. I can't. Li Qingshan suddenly pressed his hand against his chest as if he wanted to suppress the killing intent. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Yu Zijian. Back in Jiaoping City, she had endured the power of the Stone of Slaughter without using anything else. Even a little girl at Qi practitioner can do this, but I can't? Actually, as a woman, Yu Zijian possessed a gentle nature. She was shocked by the horrific sight before her. When she recalled the past, she was filled with sorrow. As for Li Qingshan, he was a man, so he possessed a bloodthirsty, battle-hungry side to his emotions. Right now, not only was he unable to use other emotions to distract himself, but he had to completely immerse himself in the killing intent instead. It was more than 100 times more difficult. The 5th day of the 5th month arrived in the blink of an eye. The endless, boundless mountains rose and fell like the ocean. The perilous peaks and mountains were like a tempestuous wave. The surroundings were pitch black. Heavy rain poured down, swept up by the fierce wind. Sometimes it would move east and west, sometimes north and south. Sometimes it would even fly into the sky. It was like a storm on the ocean. Fu Qingjin stood on a wave alone. He was drenched by the rain, but he did not waste any energy to resist the rain at all. Instead, he seemed to enjoy it, allowing the rain to wash over his face as he listened to the whistling of the wind beside the cliff. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his handsome face as he tightened his grip on the green ruin sword on his waist. A scarlet figure rapidly tore through the clouds as it spun. A golden pillar of light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black world, illuminating Fu Qingjin's face. Within the pillar of light, Li Qingshan slowed down. The wings of wind on his back folded up slightly as he slowly descended from the sky. The sunlight dyed the raindrops, turning them into thousands of specks of golden light that danced around him. His flawlessly handsome face and calm expression made him seem more like a god than a demon. "You've changed." A sliver of surprise rose up in Fu Qingjin's heart. As a true swordsman, he had already memorized everything about his opponent before the battle, and he had run through countless simulations in his head. It could be said that he was already confident that he was one of the people who knew the North Moon the most in the world. But now that they met again, he discovered that all of his predictions had been completely overturned and shattered. What he saw from Li Qingshan was not just a change in strength. Even his vitality had been renewed, making him feel like he was facing a new opponent. Shouldn't demons cultivate extremely slowly? North Moon, just how did you do it? Did I? Li Qingshan replied calmly. Strong Stone's demon core was still in his stomach, continuing to function. In just a few short days, he had gone through unimaginable pain and struggle, but he still failed to break through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon. The difficulty of cultivation really did increase. The roaring tiger demon became even more excited at this moment, urging him to fight to the death with Fu Qingjin. At this moment, Li Qingshan actually hoped that Fu Qingjin could become stronger, so strong that he could force him into a corner. Only a true fight to the death could stimulate the tiger demon's bloodthirsty madness, so that he could seize the opportunity to break through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon. He suddenly realized that the battle that he originally cared so much about was no longer that important. Even his resentment towards Fu Qingjin had become insignificant. In front of him, there was only an opportunity for him to become stronger, a stepping stone that could lead him to the 9 heavens. But in today's battle, you will lose without a doubt, Fu Qingjin said with certainty. P.S. I bow to thank the new leader of the Teletubbies and the new leader of Shangguan Dizziness. Thank you both for your great support and for filling my heart with fighting spirit. With the 7 Mo Masters gathered, the day of summoning the Dragon God is not far away. I wish the two of you eternal happiness and longevity. Smiley face. Chapter 482. That's good to hear. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. In the past, he would have been annoyed by Fu Qingjin's posturing and wanted to teach him a good lesson. Now, he saw the absolute confidence of a swordsman. There was also a will in his chest. This was a good opponent. But I want to return the same words to you. You'll definitely lose this battle. Fu Qingjin smiled. In the past, I only treated you as a little demon with decent luck, but I must admit that the current you really does strike me as a little terrifying. If I have the opportunity, I'll kill you. I hope you can escape with your life from my hands. Oh! Why? Killing a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace with a renowned sword is a very troublesome matter, Li Qingshan said unconcernedly. In other words, you're going to hold back? Fu Qingjin's face sank as his lips curled into a cold sneer. That'll depend on your ability. My murderous nature has been triggered, but even I can't control it. If you can escape, you'll be lucky. If you can't, I'll be in trouble. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed as he smiled. He looked down at Fu Qingjin as if Fu Qingjin had already fled in defeat, while he was leisurely considering whether he should cut him down in a single stroke. Fu Qingjin discovered that he had already lost the upper hand in their verbal confrontation. He said nothing more and drew the green ruin sword with a clang, announcing the end of the conversation. Li Qingshan drew his blood-red blade and swung it casually. The blade aura cut through the storm. The clouds rose and fell, filling up the hole Li Qingshan had created very soon. The golden pillar of light vanished. The world turned dark once more. Faint, green light rose up from Fu Qingjin's body, coiling around him and blocking out the storm. His green robes and hair drifted with it. It was like a bonfire in the endless night, burning brighter and brighter on the cliff. Li Qingshan's demon chi rushed into the air. His scarlet hair danced like fire as his blood-red eyes locked onto Fu Qingjin. His killing intent was like the wind. The blood saber was raised high, but it suddenly paused and said with a smile, "You have a lot of helpers." Among the dark clouds, a bright bolt of lightning rapidly twisted and turned. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning pierced through the clouds, but it was much slower than ordinary lightning. Looking closely, Zhou Tong was riding the thunder slaughter wooden sword as he tore through the air. The divine firmament lightning manipulation art circulated in his body to the extreme. Zhou Tong was delighted. That was the best way to unleash the power of lightning. The thunder slaughter wooden sword flew into his hand. He raised it high and pointed it at the sky. Old Lord Taisheng, it is as urgent as the law. God of thunder and goddess of lightning, divine thunder exterminates demons. Light shone from the dark clouds. Countless bolts of lightning interwove to form a net of electricity. Then, a huge bolt of lightning struck at Li Qingshan. Heaven and earth turned white. Fu Qingjin suddenly took out a scarlet talisman from his sleeve. It transformed into a long and narrow golden sword and shot out, forming a pincer attack on Li Qingshan. In the distant sky, there were specks of light. A large number of Foundation establishment cultivators were a step slower than Zhou Tong, but they were also rushing over at the fastest speed possible. Li Qingshan raised his brows slightly. He did not move. Dozens of feet above his head, the golden sword and the lightning clashed. "Fellow Taoist Fu, what are you doing?" Zhou Tong exclaimed in shock and anger. "This is our final battle," Fu Qingjin said indifferently. "Fool, what's the point of fighting one-on-one against fiendish demons? See for yourself." Zhou Tong pointed at the distant mountain. Black shadows swept past the mountain peak. Underground, waves of demon qi passed through the underground caverns and rapidly approached. The final battle between Li Qingshan and Fu Qingjin was not just tied to their survival, honor, or humiliation. It was also tied to the direction of the entire war. If Li Qingshan died in battle, only Dragon's Nail would be left. The night roamers would become leaderless again. If Fu Qingjin died in battle, no one would be able to subdue these sects anymore. The demon slayer of the Clear River Prefecture would collapse too, and the meeting would be unable to continue. Even without mentioning these effects, just the strength of the two of them was enough to disrupt the balance of victory and defeat. Neither side dared to be careless. They all used their full strength. The battle between the two of them had developed into a battle between humans and demons. The demon generals, powerful night roamers, and Foundation establishment cultivators all gathered towards the two of them. It was like countless sparks were about to collide together. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Suddenly, swathes of sunlight scattered down from the sky. The sun, shrouded by the thick, dark clouds, peeked out, radiating with endless light and heat. Tornadoes tore through the thick cloud layer. Everyone could not help but raise their heads. A figure in clothes whiter than snow stood in the clear blue sky. Commander Gu. Lu Chongqing, Wang Puxi, and the others cried out in surprise. Gu Yenying. In Cobweb City, Helicoverpa Rosa was currently watching this through a mirror. Her face turned cold. Gu Yenying held her jade folding fan and swung it gently. Fierce winds swept up the dark clouds and receded into the distance. A while later, she had opened up a clear sky that spanned 100 kilometers across. She folded her fan and pointed downwards. No one is allowed to interfere with their battle. Whether it's humans or demons, as long as they set foot in the sunlight, they will be executed without mercy. Zhou Tong, what are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Dragon's Nail, do you think I can't see you just because you're hiding underground? Fine, I'll go. Zhou Tong let out a muffled snort and took off on his sword, directly flying 50 kilometers away under the shadow of the clouds. Just now, he stopped. He had a belly full of anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. The other Foundation establishment cultivators immediately retreated as well. They dared not raise any objections. Dragon's Nail said nothing at all. She led the demon generals and dove deeper underground. The night roamers had received Li Qingshan's orders in the first place, so there was no need for them to come. However, they could not defy the Spider Queen's orders. Now that they saw Gu Yenying's powers, they became even more afraid of forcefully opposing her. They all retreated far away. She's Gu Yenying. If I had this kind of power, would I still have to worry about revitalizing the night roamers? Yu Lusu stared at the white figure on the horizon. Gu Yenying stood in the clear sky battlefield she had personally opened up. She lowered her head and said to Li Qingshan and Fu Qingjin, "You can continue." Right now, it's generals against commanders. She smiled. Don't worry. I'm just an arbiter. No matter who kills who, I won't interfere. Then thank you for your help, Commander Gu. Fu Qingjin clasped his hands. North Moon, is there anything else you want to say? Gu Yenying looked at Li Qingshan again as if she would be taken aback every time she saw him. She had never seen someone grow so quickly. Everyone had their own guesses about the deaths of the Blood Demon and Rock Demon, but she understood that it had something to do with him. Aside from that, she also felt a sense of closeness, as if she was looking at her past self. Just how much struggle have you gone through during the 3 years of secluded cultivation? Have you ever made a choice between human and demon? Though, there's no choice at the end of the day, nor is there a need to choose. We can only stand on our own side. Neither side will accept us. That's true freedom. While Gu Yenying was looking at Li Qingshan was also looking back at her. This was the woman of his dreams who he had fallen in love with at first sight. Her charm was still as beautiful as ever, and her brilliance hadn't diminished in the slightest. The longing in the past had turned into understanding at this moment. He understood why she could be as elegant as the wind, and this made her even more alluring. What else do you want to say? Li Qingshan's heart stirred. He raised his arm and pointed at her, smiling. I fell in love with you at first sight. His voice resounded through the sky. The thunder in the distance also became weaker. For a moment, the world was silent. All the cultivators were stunned. When they regained their senses, they all had different expressions and started discussing. Is he crazy? He's a demon. But Commander Gu also seems to be. A toad lusting after swan meat. A mere demon general angered Commander Gu, so she killed him right now. Moon Devil. He's much bolder than me. Hua Sungzan muttered. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he couldn't help but admire him. Only a demon could be so straightforward. Fu Qingjin finally revealed a shocked expression. The battle was imminent, but he had turned to the judge to confess his love. Furthermore, the person he was confessing to was the famous daughter of the eagle deity. North Moon, I've underestimated your arrogance. Master. Yi Liubo pouted unhappily. That woman's breasts aren't even as big as mine, and her butt isn't big enough either. One look and you can tell that she's not a good mother. Helicoverpa Rosa revealed a gloomy expression. Her subordinate demon general had gone to confess to her archenemy. This made her even more dissatisfied with Li Qingshan. Of course, not many people could guess where he had fallen in love at first sight. That's all? Gu Yenying's eyes widened like an eagle's. That's all. Li Qingshan smiled brightly. He was no longer the young ranger of the past, nor was he an infatuated person like Hua Sungzan. He only said what he wanted to say and did what he wanted to do. As for what Gu Yenying would think and do, it wasn't that important. As long as he was happy, who cared what the outcome would be? First, you have to stay alive. Even if you say so, I won't be biased. Gu Yenying also smiled. She shook her head slightly, her fine black hair fluttering in the wind. If all men could be so straightforward, then it wouldn't be troublesome to be liked by others. As they spoke, Gu Yenying flew straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared from sight. As Li Qingshan looked up, his surroundings suddenly changed. Collapsed palace walls, broken towers, and what stood under his feet was no longer the void. Instead, he was standing on cracked marble bricks that were covered in moss. Everywhere gave off an aura of desolation and decay. It was difficult to distinguish what was real and what was fake. His connection with the spiritual chi of the world was suddenly severed, and he fell into the green ruins illusion once again. Just how many times do you want to use the same move on me? Li Qingshan turned around and looked at Fu Qingjin nearby. As long as it's useful, I don't care how many times. Fu Qingjin walked over slowly with his sword. Lu Chongqing sighed as he watched on from afar. The Green Ruin sword is far too powerful. As long as you have the Green Ruin sword, you'll be in an advantageous position no matter who you face. You'll be undefeatable. Even a powerful demon general like Strongstone could only use his malevolent aura to dig a hole and flee before the Green Ruin's illusion. It was impossible for him to defeat Fu Qingjin in there. However, Li Qingshan had not come today to flee. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He took a step forward and threw a punch at the empty space. In that moment, countless cracks spread out, covering the entire green ruins illusion like a spider web. The broken walls were like the scenery on a canvas, all of them falling apart and turning into powder. Fu Qingjin's expression changed. He raised his sword to block, but the force of the tremors was startlingly powerful. He was sent flying through the air filled with fragments. The green ruins illusion was destroyed in a single punch. To be continued. Chapter 483. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or at. Fu Qingjin was filled with disbelief. He had indeed sensed Li Qingshan's changes, but he never thought he would actually become so powerful in such a short amount of time. All of the human cultivators were dumbfounded. Fu Qingjin had rampaged through the Clear River Prefecture for several years. Everyone knew about the power of the Green Ruins illusion. Even the Rock Demon and Blood Demon could only avoid it if they ran into it. Who would have thought it would be destroyed by a casual punch like this? After breaking through to the fourth layer of the Ox Demon, not only had Li Qingshan become several times stronger, but the Ox Demon's innate abilities had also strengthened as well. With the two combined, the power of the punch was over 10 times greater than before. Even a genius disciple of the Sword Collection Palace like Fu Qingjin, the successor of the 10 renowned swords, found it rather difficult to endure when his opponent had become 10 times stronger all of a sudden. Whether it's humans or demons, the higher their cultivation, the slower their rate of improvement will be. However, he's the exact opposite. His strength increases startlingly with each breakthrough. How unbelievable, Gu Yenying sighed inside. Is this your so-called guaranteed victory? You've disappointed me far too much. Li Qingshan did not press his advantage. He held back the killing intent of the tiger demon's roar and said in some disappointment, "Myriad sword technique." Fu Qingjin came to a halt. With a wave of his hand, the green ruins sword flew into the air, turning into a speck of green light. It was like a twinkling star in the clear sky. With a flash, the star multiplied into thousands. Then he pointed at Li Qingshan. Black silk net. Thousands of specks of starlight descended from above, leaving behind thousands of streaks of green light. They twisted and turned like black silk dancing through the air. At first glance, they seemed aimless, without any sharpness at all. However, the net of swords completely enveloped Li Qingshan. He was unable to escape. Finally, it's a little interesting. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled slightly as he sighed gently. He allowed the net of swords to envelop him. North Moon, you've been far too careless. You're too careless. If you tell me the truth about the soaring dragon elder's death, I can consider letting you off. Otherwise, with just a thought, this azure silk sword net will be able to cut you into pieces. Fu Qingjin said coldly. He had already considered this. The Green Ruins illusory realm could not trap a demon general of this level. For this battle, he had specially created this green silk sword net. Even though it did not have the profound transformations of the Green Ruins illusory realm that could seal off the world, it was still superior in terms of trapping and killing the enemy. The sword chi was soft and gentle, and no matter how much strength one possessed, one would not be able to struggle free from it. Run! What did you say? Or else I will kill you. Break! Fu Qingjin shouted, and the green silk sword net immediately contracted. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. The sword chi that could cut through metal and jade deeply cut into Li Qingshan's skin. But it couldn't cut through that thin layer of skin. Fu Qingjin's expression changed. He formed a hand seal and pointed to the sky, quick. The green ruin sword fell like a meteor. A long green arc of light trailed behind it. Break! Li Qingshan's body shuddered, and the green silk snapped inch by inch. Blood-red light surged into the air, and the blade landed on the green ruin sword. The green ruin sword dimmed, and it was knocked far away. Fu Qingjin's face paled slightly. He had become one with the green ruin sword. If the sword was damaged, his mind would be injured too. He summoned the green ruin sword in a hurry, but he suddenly saw a scarlet flash. Without any time to think, he flew back. A sharp streak of light flashed past his eyes, and the mountain he stood on just now was split in half, collapsing to the sides. Oh no, I didn't think his strength would actually be so great. The green silk sword net is actually so weak. Now that I've been separated from my sword, I'm at my weakest. If he pursues me relentlessly, I'll be in danger. Grip your sword tightly. What Fu Qingjin worried about did not happen. After unleashing that strike, Li Qingshan hovered in the air and stared at him quietly, waiting for him to retrieve the green ruined sword. You will pay for your arrogance. The green ruined sword flew back to his side, and Fu Qingjin grabbed it. He felt deeply humiliated. I'll be waiting. Li Qingshan placed the blade on his shoulder casually. Fu Qingjin closed his eyes, and the green ruined sword thrummed gently. His expression became calm again, and his bearing changed drastically. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils had already turned green. Ruins and the green ruins illusion vaguely appeared in them. Are you done? Li Qingshan said impatiently. With a flash, Fu Qingjin vanished from where he was. He arrived before Li Qingshan and swung his sword. Li Qingshan continued to swing down fearlessly. The blade and sword collided, but it was like he had struck cotton. There was no force at all. The green ruined sword trembled gently, completely nullifying the terrifying power in the blade. The tip of the sword trembled like a snake's tongue, hiding a gentle killing move. What a powerful sword style. This is no longer Fu Qingjin's own power, but the mental legacy those old coots left behind in the green ruined sword. He's even bold enough to use the heart of the sword. Looks like Kid Fu has been forced into dire straits. Interesting. Absolute skill against absolute strength. Just who will emerge victorious? Gu Yenying was mildly surprised. She understood the entire story. The strength of the Sword Collection Palace was that every single sword contained the mental legacies of countless seniors. It was like a group of masters who never rested for 24 hours a day. As long as they slowly excavated and inherited the legacies, they would naturally become a supreme swordsman. There were plenty of wielders of famed swords like the Green Ruined Sword who had undergone the Third Heavenly Tribulation and condensed a sword nascence. Their extraordinary way of the sword was left behind in the Green Ruined Sword. Even with this shortcut, it could only be done slowly. It could not accept all of the sword intent in one go and unleash supreme swordsmanship. There was only one way, which was to replace one's own heart with the heart of the sword. By letting go of one's consciousness and allowing the Green Ruined Sword's consciousness to take over, it was equivalent to being possessed by an ancestor's spirit. The slightest carelessness could lead to losing one's original heart and becoming a sword slave. This was the true taboo of the Sword Collection Palace. Li Qingshan became excited. Red light flickered in his eyes, and the blade of light bloomed like a flower. It shone brightly like a vicious tiger, lunging towards Fu Qingjin. Fu Qingjin did not waver at all. The sword would not fear or hesitate. It would only push the sword style and its memory to the limit. Ignoring the incoming saber lights, Xiaochen thrust his sword into the many saber lights. With a clang, the tip of the sword struck the blood-red blade, as if it had pierced the tiger's throat. The light immediately receded, and a mark appeared on the blade. The light drifted about, sliding past Li Qingshan's shoulder and immediately leaving behind a deep, bloody gash. Li Qingshan smiled instead. He did not even use the spirit turtle's profound shell. Instead, he swung his blade and knocked away the Green Ruined Sword before swinging down viciously. In that moment, Fu Qingjin had already stabbed out 3 times. As if he had predicted all of Li Qingshan's reactions, each strike was more vicious and decisive than the last. Li Qingshan's bold and unrestrained blade style seemed to run into its nemesis. It was countered by the Green Ruined Sword in every way. Often, before he could even unleash his blade moves, they would be interrupted. Although he possessed great strength, Fu Qingjin's wondrous sword style was able to deflect everything with little effort. In a short while, he was injured over 100 times, but his smile only grew wider. This is the battle I want. No matter how many times he was injured, his attacks did not weaken at all. Instead, They became wilder and wilder. Li Qingshan did not take a single step back. He swung his blade aura, using it against the sword. He did not use any abilities at all. However, this did not give him the upper hand. He was injured 1,000 times, but he was unable to land a single strike on Fu Qingjin. "Master, use your abilities," Yulubwa called out in a hurry. The flames of hope lit up in the hearts of the human cultivators again. If this continued, there was still a chance for victory. It's not wise to attack the enemy's strong points with your weak points. Hold on, he's gradually adapting to Fu Qingjin's blade style. Gu Yenying originally did not think much of it, but she suddenly realized that it was becoming more and more difficult for the Green Ruin Sword to injure him. It became more and more difficult for the Green Ruin Sword to injure him, while his blade of light approached Fu Qingjin's body closer and closer. If he entered the 6 realms, he would definitely be an Azura of endless slaughter. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, gradually blurring their figures. Only Scarlet and Green remained as they constantly clashed. The gazes of all the spectators were firmly drawn in. They forgot to breathe. The two of them suddenly separated. A bloody hole appeared in Li Qingshan's throat, but he began to laugh madly. His laughter reached hundreds of kilometers away. A horrific wound extended from Fu Qingjin's left shoulder to the right side of his waist, but it was not flesh and blood. Instead, it was specks of green light. "I'm willing to receive 1,000 swords in exchange for a fraction of my strength. If this continues, I'll be devoured by the Green Ruin Sword intent." Under Fu Qingjin's cold appearance, a voice groaned in pain. A hint of struggle flashed through his eyes. However, he realized it too late. The sword intent had already begun to boil. In his daze, a man in green stared at him coldly. The man's face was blurry, with many faces overlapping, both male and female. He wielded a green ruin sword that shone with a dark light. However, Fu Qingjin's hand was empty. The blood-red blade whistled and spat out a blade aura several hundred meters long, piercing through the surroundings and slashing across Fu Qingjin's waist. The struggle in his eyes completely vanished. He did not look at the wound on his waist. Instead, he stared at Li Qingshan. His wounds healed up in the blink of an eye. With a flash of green light, he arrived before Li Qingshan. He ignored the blood-red blade that swung down from above and stabbed towards Li Qingshan's forehead, ready to die together with him. Normally, he only possessed such speed when he merged with the sword. Li Qingshan frowned. He sensed that something was wrong with Fu Qingjin. He tilted his head and dodged, leaving behind a bloody mark on his cheek. He raised his hand and threw a punch at Fu Qingjin's face, but it did not feel like he had struck a body of flesh and blood. At a closer glance, Fu Qingjin's entire body shone with a metallic sheen. "Is this sword my opponent right now? That'll be boring." The Green Ruin Sword stabbed over again. Li Qingshan raised his hand to grab it, but his palm ached. The Green Ruin Sword had pierced him. He grabbed the edge of the sword and swung it hard, but Fu Qingjin seemed to be glued to the hilt. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose shot out with streaks of light. Li Qingshan used the Spirit Turtle's profound shell to block the streaks of light. He unleashed the power of tremors and broke Fu Qingjin's sword-wielding hand. Finally, he was separated from the sword. As if his soul had been sucked out, he closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Li Qingshan gripped the trembling Green Ruin Sword in his left hand, constantly unleashing the power of tremors to prevent him from turning into light and escaping. He swung the blood-red blade in his right hand and swung down viciously. Clang! The Green Ruin Sword thrummed sorrowfully, and a slash appeared on it. "Stop!" Fu Qingjin jerked back to his senses and cried out involuntarily. Clang! Li Qingshan swung again, landing on the slash with great precision. The slash turned into a crack. To be continued. For the newest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I recommend you bookmark it. Chapter 484. Fu Qingjin used the last bit of his spiritual energy and lunged over. Li Qingshan laughed madly and swung his blade. With a crack, the crack expanded, piercing through the sword. The treasured sword renowned throughout the world was cut in half just like that. Green light surged out from the crack, dispersing into the surroundings. No matter how tough a sword was, without the support of spiritual qi, it would not be able to avoid the fate of being destroyed after being forcefully broken like that. As if he had been struck by lightning, Fu Qingjin was dumbfounded. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. The blood-red blade and the green ruin sword had clashed countless times. It had already become riddled with wounds, so it was reduced to pieces now. Fu Qingjin was utterly furious as he lunged over madly. This was the sword that had been passed down through the generations of the Sword Collection Palace. It was even more important than his life. If he lost this sword, what right did he have to return to the Sword Collection Palace and face the palace master, the elders, and his master? He took out a handful of scarlet talismans from his 100 treasures pouch. He no longer cared about the oath. He was even willing to die with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan casually tossed out the hilt of the blade, striking Fu Qingjin in the chest. With the green ruin sword broken, both Fu Qingjin's body and mind were heavily injured. His cultivation had regressed drastically, so how could he still dodge or block? He could no longer turn into green light and drift away, nor did he possess a body as tough as the sword. With the sound of bones shattering, talismans scattered through the air. Fu Qingjin, we've settled our grievances. Li Qingshan dismissed his killing intent. At this point, killing was already pointless. Letting Fu Qingjin suffer from the pain of losing the green ruin sword was without a doubt the best revenge. A demon core that had cultivated for 1,000 years and a famed sword that had been passed down for 1,000 years. It was very fair. Fu Qingjin fainted once again. Before he knew it, the dark clouds had gathered again. The battlefield under the clear sky gradually shrank. We've lost, Lu Chongqing murmured. His face was gloomy. It dyed the faces of every single cultivator. This was not a simple defeat. The overwhelming strength that the Moon Devil had demonstrated shocked everyone. In this realm, who else could be his opponent? If he were to start a massacre, who would be able to stop him? Just as Gu Yenying had said, this was a general against a general. This game of chess had not even reached the end, but it was already checkmated. North Moon, I order you to kill him. A voice came from underground. It was clear as silk and entered everyone's ears. Helicoverpa saw that Li Qingshan had the intention to let go of Fu Qingjin, so she ordered. Li Qingshan frowned and reached out to grab it. He scooped up the unconscious Fu Qingjin. All he needed to do was clench his fist gently, and the genius of the Sword Collection Palace would be dead. He was about to die on the spot. Everyone thought that. When he obeyed Spider Queen's order to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, he threw Fu Qingjin far away to the group of human cultivators. Everyone was taken aback. Lu Chongqing caught Fu Qingjin and glanced at Li Qingshan in surprise. Fellow Huaxiai, please heal him. I hope that without the sword, you can still stand before me one day and engage in a true battle with me. While he was unconscious, Fu Qingjin vaguely heard a familiar voice say that. Helicoverpa was taken aback. She never thought that Li Qingshan would actually disobey her orders. Her beautiful face twisted. North Moon, I order you to kill them all, or you will receive the most severe punishment. All right. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings of wind and arrived before the cultivators in a flash. His scarlet eyes swept past every single cultivator's face. Let's attack together. I refuse to believe that we can't finish him off if we work together. Chen Kaishan bellowed. The cultivators all became restless. They flickered with light as the spiritual and arcane artifacts in their hands were ready to strike. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed, smiling silently. Figures appeared behind him. They were night roamers, all rushing over, proving that he was not alone. Faced with such a great disadvantage, Chen Kaishan's face sank. He could no longer say anything else. Hold on. Why, North Moon, what do you want to say? Lu Chongqing stopped the cultivators and went up to receive him. He remembered how he chased away the crying child in the Clear River Prefecture in the past. He was not bloodthirsty. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and let out a great yawn. He waved his hand impatiently. Don't bother me anymore. Yes, let's go. Lu Chongqing was surprised at first before becoming overjoyed. He even bowed before turning around and saying to everyone. Although there were many people who were displeased, none of them dared to stay behind and play the hero at a time like this. They all left on their artifacts. Even Cheng Kaijan followed them, afraid to fall behind. Underground, Helicoverpa Rosa became furious. She ground her teeth and said, North Moon. Li Qingshan smiled and thought, Lolth, don't even think about making me please you again. Of course, I don't mind using another method. However, as the cultivators all retreated, a single person remained where he was, glaring at Li Qingshan furiously. He was the greatest cultivator of the Clear River Prefecture, the slovenly Taoist priest, Zhou Tong. He was wrapped in lightning, and his slovenly Taoist robes shone with dazzling light. He seemed like a god. The lightning slaughter wooden sword in his hand flickered with lightning as if it had been plucked from the sky. He pointed it straight at Li Qingshan and glared at him furiously. Fellow Zhou, don't try to be brave. Lu Chongqing called out. Zhou Tong ignored him. Moon Devil, are you bold enough to fight me to the death? I want you to know that there are other people in the Clear River Prefecture apart from disciples of the Sword Collection Palace. All right, come. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He had almost forgotten that there was still a small grievance between them. Let's use this opportunity to settle it as well. Rumble. Zhou Tong pointed at the sky, and lightning snaked through the clouds. A bolt of lightning descended and struck Li Qingshan. Lightning was the punishment of the heavens. Among the various techniques of earth, fire, wind, and water, its destructive power was second to none. Lightning as thick as a water tank and as tiny as snakes wormed their way into Li Qingshan's body, wreaking havoc. His entire body became numb, and even his bones trembled. Just when Li Qingshan wanted to use the spirit turtle's demon core to suppress the power of lightning, he suddenly discovered that as his body was being destroyed, it was rapidly recovering through his powerful life force. And after recovering, he actually felt refreshed, as if it was a form of tempering. The sea of qi in his dantian was filled with flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder, constantly weaving together with the spirit turtle's demon core. However, as Li Qingshan's strongest defense, the demon core could not be destroyed by a few bolts of lightning. He actually felt like he was undergoing a tribulation. It was very comfortable. How satisfying. Li Qingshan just stood there, allowing the lightning to strike him. I'd like to see how long you can last. Zhou Tong was furious and moved with his sword. He transformed into a welcoming array. He appeared in Li Qingshan's surroundings. Bolts of lightning struck Li Qingshan's body incessantly. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed. He did not budge at all. His scarlet hair stood on end. As his head swayed, he began to recite. Even after being tempered by countless blows, I am unyielding. I can't go on like this. This bastard's body is far too tough. Even regular lightning can't heavily injure him. The divine heaven method of lightning wielding is powerful, but it depletes spiritual qi far too quickly. Even spiritual stones can't make up for it. Moon Devil, how dare you be so careless? I'll show you the true power of heavenly lightning. Zhou Tong thought. He dismissed the illusions and stepped into a dignified stance. He chanted. He pointed the lightning slaughter wooden sword in his hand up and down. Amidst the crackling sounds, arcs of thunder and lightning were drawn out. The dark clouds above him became brighter and brighter, but no lightning struck down. Within the rumbling thunder, a colossal beast seemed to be accumulating energy. A figure of lightning appeared on Zhou Tong's body. Its beak protruded like an eagle's, and it had a pair of wings on its back. It wielded a hammer in one hand and an awl in the other, but it was extremely dignified. It was the image of the legendary Lord of Thunder. Although this was a world of cultivators, no one dared to refer to themselves as gods. Even the most powerful nascent soul cultivators did not have the right to do so. The fact that it could borrow the power of gods only demonstrated how terrifying this move was. The spirit turtle's demon core immediately warned him. If he could endure the power of lightning, he would be tempered, But if he could not, only death awaited him. Lord of Thunder. Zhou Tong bellowed furiously with a faint rumble of thunder. However, before he could even say, striking the demon, Li Qingshan, who had been standing there obediently the entire time, arrived with a flash and grinned. Give it to me. Be careful, fellow Zhou. Zhou Tong was about to unleash his ultimate move, but he had yet to do so. He just happened to be immobilized, so he watched helplessly as Li Qingshan grabbed the lightning slaughter wooden sword and forcefully snatched it away with brute force. Rumble. A string of lightning erupted from the dark clouds in the sky, illuminating the surroundings and drowning out the cries of alarm. Having lost Zhou Tong's control, the terrifying ultimate move, heavenly lightning striking the demon, came to an end. Do you really think I'll let you beat me up as you please? Li Qingshan said meaningfully. He weighed the lightning slaughter wooden sword in his hand. I'll spare your life. Let me play with this thing. The lightning slaughter wooden sword was the item that the slovenly Taoist priest cultivated with his life, but the power he used to control it was obviously not enough to surpass Li Qingshan's fourth layer of the ox demon. Zhou Tong stared at the lightning slaughter wooden sword in Li Qingshan's hand. His face twisted in embarrassment and fury. Forcefully dragged back by Lu Chongqing, he did not put up much of a struggle. He knew that if he continued, he would only be asking to be humiliated. Never would he have thought that today's tribulation was connected to a karmic event that happened to him several years ago. Li Qingshan pointed at him. Who else refuses to accept this? I'll deal with all kinds of people who refuse to accept this today. I'll try you, demon. Chen Kaishan called out. But after this, I'm going to start a massacre. Li Qingshan rubbed his fingers and glanced at Chen Kaishan indifferently. Chen Kaishan felt all of his hairs stand on end. He saw how Li Qingshan did not start a massacre, so he was thinking about fighting the Moon Devil. Even if he was no match for the Moon Devil, he would still be able to retain some dignity. However, after hearing what Li Qingshan had said, he immediately regretted it greatly. Fellow Cheng, don't be rash. The demons are powerful. Let's plan for the long term. All right, today I'll. Chen Kaishan immediately backed down. Originally, he wanted to say, I'll spare you. However, on second thought, if he angered the Moon Devil with that, it would probably be difficult to clean up the mess, so he shut his mouth resentfully. Sir North Moon is mighty. Under the celebratory cheers of the night roamers, the cultivators fled into the distance with ashen faces. When Li Qingshan gave up on stopping the war had come to an early end under his will. All of his grievances had been settled, so he felt utterly at ease. However, he understood that the chaos was nowhere near over. The chess game had come to an end. The chess players could finally break free from their final restraints and take the stage. His troubles had only just begun. Whether it be the Sword Collection Palace that had lost its sword or Wen Zhengming that had lost a disciple, they would all treat him as their mortal enemy. However, these matters were still far away. Yu Liubo said in worry, Master, how are you going to explain to Ma, Spider Queen? Li Qingshan gazed at the sky. Gu Yenying had already vanished. He lowered his head and smiled. I'll go see her right now. Chapter 485. The underground dwelling, the sea of blue butterfly flowers. All of you, back off. Under the reverent gazes of the night roamers, Li Qingshan waved his hand without even looking back, striding towards the stone platform. Millipede raised his head as if he sensed something. His pink carapace clicked against each other. His body had already become very large, taking up the entire stone platform when he coiled around it. However, compared to before, he was still much smaller. The stone door slammed shut. Li Qingshan patted Millipede's head and took out a demon core, placing it before Millipede. It was the lizard demon general's demon core. Millipede did not know how to be polite. He swallowed it in a single gulp and coiled up like a snake. A while later, resplendent light shone from beneath the carapace, becoming brighter and blurring Millipede's body. It swelled up at a visible rate, becoming larger than the entire stone platform. In the end, it gradually shrank, and his body shrank as well. The light dispersed, and the dazed millipede in his pink cloak appeared before Li Qingshan once again. He rubbed his bald head and stared at Li Qingshan with slightly protruding eyes. He was still rather confused about what was going on. Li Qingshan laughed happily. He was filled with delight. Millipede saw Li Qingshan laugh and grinned foolishly too. Their hearty laughter echoed through the cavern for a very long time. Afterwards, Li Qingshan opened his 100 treasures pouch and took out jar after jar of fine alcohol. He removed the mud seals, and the fragrance of alcohol filled the surroundings. Many sects of cultivators would grow crops with spiritual qi apart from spiritual herbs for their disciples to eat, as well as to brew spiritual alcohol. Among the many 100 treasures pouches that Li Qingshan had obtained, many contained spiritual alcohol. Quite a few of them had spirit wine stored up, and there were actually hundreds of jars of different types and ages. However, while there was good alcohol, it was difficult for him to find a drinking buddy, nor was he in the mood to drink. Now that he had both a drinking buddy and a mood, the alcohol could finally see the light of day again. Millipede's eyes widened when he caught a whiff of the alcohol. He was filled with eagerness. "Here, drink." Li Qingshan passed a jar to Millipede and held one for himself, touching it gently. Millipede picked up the wine jar and gulped it all down. He wiped his mouth and said, "Delicious. I want to eat." This glutton." Li Qingshan laughed and scolded. He lowered his head and rummaged through the 100 treasures pouch, but he didn't find any dishes to go with the wine. However, he found many fruits and vegetables that were rich in spiritual energy. Now that he thought about it, they were all given to him by Li Long, who was from the same hometown. It suited Millipede's taste perfectly. The two of them sat cross-legged, eating and drinking at the same time. He didn't say much. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, felt very carefree. The stone in his heart had been washed away, and a part of his heart had been resolved. To be able to get drunk with Millipede again, wouldn't that be great? Millipede was holding a jar of spirit wine. Halfway through drinking, he suddenly closed his eyes and collapsed onto the stone platform. His snores shook the heavens, and he fell asleep just like that. The wine jar was tipped over, the wine flowed, and the fragrance of the wine filled the air. Li Qingshan picked up the wine jar and stood up. His body swayed slightly, and his face was filled with drunkenness. He raised his head and drank all the wine in the jar, then tossed it far away. He listened carefully, and with a crash, the jar shattered. "Spider Queen, I'm coming." Li Qingshan let out a wild roar and walked over with large strides. "Master, this is dangerous." Yiliusu and Yiliobwa stood guard outside the door, blocking Li Qingshan's path. Their faces were filled with worry. "What's the danger?" Li Qingshan wrapped his arms around their necks and asked with a drunken smile on his two beautiful faces. "You've disobeyed the orders of the Spider Queen in front of everyone. She'll definitely punish you." Yiliobwa's face was filled with worry, but she couldn't help but reveal a hint of intoxication when she saw his slightly drunk face. Although demons can't kill one another, the Spider Queen is vicious and cruel. She definitely won't just let this go. Yiliusu had never been so intimate with a man before. She did her best to maintain her composure, but her concern was just as heavy as Yiliobwa's. Of course, she was also concerned about the future of the entire Night Roamers. Without him, the Night Roamers would probably descend into chaos again. And, if he continued to grow stronger, there might even be a day when he could directly order for clans to be abolished. That was where her hopes lay. Li Qingshan turned his head slightly. Right when he was about to say something, Yulubwa immediately offered up her lips, sucking on his saliva and wrapping her arms around his waist firmly. Li Qingshan thrust his hand into her armor, fiddling around with it recklessly. Yulubwa let out a suppressed moan from her throat and kissed him even more passionately. Yuliusu's heart sped up slightly. She moved backwards in an attempt to break free. Li Qingshan pulled her into his arms forcefully in a forceful manner, pulling her firmly into his arms. Their delicate bodies pressed firmly against each other as they rubbed against each other. Yiliusu watched their intimacy from such a close distance rather helplessly. Her face heated up slightly as she developed a hint of jealousy that even she failed to realize. Quite a while later, their lips parted. "Master, I'm so scared." Yi Liubo hugged him even tighter. Li Qingshan smiled. "Don't be scared. I haven't even asked you to call me child yet." Yi Liubo agreed gently and leaned against Li Qingshan's chest docilely. Li Qingshan reluctantly withdrew his hand. He turned his head and hooked Yi Liusu's sharp chin. Yi Liusu's eyes widened suddenly. Li Qingshan lowered his head and kissed her lips, but it was only a shallow kiss. Then, he whispered into her ear, "When we come back, I will give you a gift. You'd better think about what gift you can give me." Looking at her pointed ears that were different from humans, he couldn't help but lick them gently. Her whole body trembled. His gaze was full of aggression. Starting from her delicate face, it passed over her proud breasts, slender waist, and slender straight legs. Although she didn't have the sexy figure of Yi Liubo, she had a different kind of charm. That noble and arrogant temperament could even stimulate a man's desire to conquer her. Yi Liusu lowered her head and blushed. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. She had no idea what his gift was, but she knew very well what he wanted. All she could tell herself was that she was unable to turn him down. This was a sacrifice for her ideals. She refused to admit it, but she also felt rather tempted inside. Most female night roamers indulged in sensual pleasures. They did not hide or repress themselves at all. They had no concept of so-called chastity or lust. As the princess of the Spider Shadow clan, the matriarch's daughter, Yi Liusu possessed a noble bloodline that other princesses struggled to match, but she also possessed a similarly scorching passion. It was not like she did not feel a sliver of envy towards the unrestrained lives of other night roamers. The reason why she refused to get close to men was not just because she worked hard on cultivation for her ideals, but also because she was proud and arrogant. She looked down on those subservient, ignorant, and lowly night roamers. However, he was the first man who had moved her heart. Although he was a demon, he was so powerful and intelligent. What was even rarer was that he could understand and support her thoughts, which was why she had reached where she was today. If it were possible, she was willing to continue walking with him. Perhaps she could even enjoy herself a little. There was nothing she could do. This was her master's request. Li Qingshan pushed them away gently and made his way underground while laughing aloud. Although there were many dangers before him, there was also endless glory. In life, he should challenge himself to his heart's content and enjoy himself to his heart's content. Only then would he not let down this great life of his. "Sister, you won't be able to escape this time. That kiss just now was yours. Only when Li Qingshan's figure vanished into the darkness did Yi Liubo look away and smile at Yi Liusu. He's the master and I'm the servant." "I've seen this many times, so it's nothing," Yi Liusu interrupted. She remained composed, but she could not help but purse her lips. Will master really be fine? Yi Liubo began to worry again. The Spider Queen shouldn't break the rules of the demons and slaughter her own clansmen, unless... Yi Liusu's eyes that resembled stars flickered. She was rather worried. Unless what? Nothing. North Moon, how dare you betray me? In Cobweb City, Helicoverparosa's shrill voice seemed to be able to tear through the thick darkness, echoing in the cavern. Water and lava interweaved into a net, and billowing white smoke rose into the air to form a dense black cloud. There was dead silence in the city. The usual whispers that echoed in the streets, and the lonely figures that walked alone had all disappeared. It was as if a bug had stopped its chirping in the presence of a predator. Li Qingshan folded his wings and landed on the protruding platform. He stared straight into Helicoverparosa's eyes, only to see her beautiful face contorted in anger. Her eyes seemed to be flowing with venom, causing one's heart to palpitate. But he only replied indifferently, "You don't know what friendship is, so how can you talk about betrayal? Shut up." Helicoverparosa raised her hand and slapped at Li Qingshan's face. If it was an ordinary demon general, this attack would most likely cause their brains to burst, and they would die on the spot. Bang! Li Qingshan raised his arm and blocked Helicoverparosa's hand. The two forces collided, causing Cobweb City to tremble and the wind to howl. Li Qingshan's body swayed slightly as he felt a pain in his arm. Helicoverparosa's slap was extremely insidious, actually piercing through the tough ox demon forges its hide. With a crack, a tiny crack appeared in his arm. Li Qingshan was not alarmed, but delighted. The fact that he could block a demon commander's attack directly proved that he, at the 4th layer of the ox demon, could match a demon commander in strength. There was a world of difference between each layer of cultivation, and the higher one's cultivation, the greater and deeper the chasm. It was no longer something that could be made up with numbers alone. If one were to ask how many ordinary demon generals would they need to work together to kill Spider Queen, the answer was, no matter how many came, they would all die. Unless they could trap her and use their lives to exhaust her. And they had to ensure that the rate of exhaustion was greater than the rate at which she recovered demon chi. However, the chances of this happening were so small that it was almost impossible. However, Li Qingshan had forcefully crossed this chasm through the supreme ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine that Oxen had passed down. Although he had only crossed a small part of it, it was still enough for him to take pride in. Helicoverparosa's eyes narrowed. Li Qingshan's strength surprised her. She felt a deep sense of threat, which was followed by hysterical fury. She would never allow any subordinate to challenge her dignity. You will regret this. Swish! A black shadow stabbed towards Li Qingshan's ribs. It was so fast that Li Qingshan did not even manage to see what it was. The spirit turtle's demon core flickered, warning him of the imminent threat of death. Chapter 486. She has enough strength, but is her reaction and speed still a little too slow after all? Li Qingshan thought. At the crucial moment, hexagonal pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell flew out, forming over a dozen layers of defense. However, the shadow pierced 11 of them in a single stroke before slowing down slightly. Swoosh! Just now, Li Qingshan managed to see it clearly. As it turned out, it was the sharp legs of a spider. The tips of the legs flickered with a dark light, clearly carrying lethal poison. Just a single move had made him feel greatly alarmed. Although it had slowed down, it had only slowed down to the point where he could see it clearly. Its actual speed was still startlingly fast. After Helicoverparosa's sinister demon chi poured in, the indestructible spirit turtle's profound shell became as fragile as paper. Fu Qingjin's sharp swordsmanship and Zhou Tong's thunderclap all paled in comparison, and this was only a regular strike from Helicoverparosa. Only 3 layers of the spirit turtle's profound shell remained. The legs finally ran out of steam, coming to a halt. Demon generals using their innate abilities to block a demon commander's attack was truly something to be proud of. However, Li Qingshan did not ease up at all. The spirit turtle's profound shell can block it after some difficulty, but it's far too taxing on demon chi. I won't be able to block it too many times before I run out of demon chi. I'll truly be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, 7 similar legs extended from behind Helicoverparosa, stabbing towards him as 7 shadows. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and protected his vital parts. He no longer dared to use the spirit turtle's profound shell. This was the helplessness that came with a difference in cultivation. Even if he possessed a powerful innate ability, he was afraid to use it. Blood splattered, turning into a bruise in the air. Li Qingshan's shoulders and arms. 8 deep wounds appeared on his thighs and knees as well. The ox demon forges its hide had been forcefully ripped off. Helicoverparosa was dissatisfied with this outcome. Originally, she planned on cutting off Li Qingshan's limbs before slowly torturing him, but the toughness of his skin had exceeded her expectations. However, the result was the same. The poison entered Li Qingshan's body through the wound and spread rapidly like a living thing, dissolving his skin, flesh, and bones. Suppress! Li Qingshan growled. The demon core of the spirit turtle shone brightly like clear water. He suppressed the poison, prevented it from spreading, and forced it out of his body. 8 streams of poisonous blood shot out, and one of them landed on Cobweb City. In the blink of an eye, it had corroded a large hole in the ground. The intensity of the poison was evident. Helicoverpa rosa frowned, her red lips slightly parted. It spat out a thread that was so thin that it couldn't be seen, but it was even more secretive and terrifying than those spikes. Quake! Li Qingshan raised his arms and roared. He threw a punch at the back of Helicoverpa rosa's face, a desperate counterattack. Helicoverpa rosa took a step back. It wasn't that he was afraid of the power of this punch, but he didn't want to be hit by it. But in this battle, she took a step back first, which made her even more furious. Li Qingshan didn't expect to hit Helicoverpa rosa with this kind of punch. He threw a punch in the void. The power of the ox demon. It whistled out. The shock wave tore cracks in the void between them, broke the spider silk, and spread to the direction behind Helicoverpa rosa, but it didn't hurt the high platform under her feet. After cultivating the fourth layer of the ox demon, Li Qingshan had reached a new level of this magical power of the ox demon, which was his most powerful attack. What kind of power is this? Helicoverpa rosa felt a tingling pain on her skin, as if it was about to split open. Her snow-white skin instantly turned silver-gray, flashing with a metallic luster. Li Qingshan's most powerful attack only left behind a thin crack on her, like the crack of porcelain. An injury like that was nothing to her. She recovered in the blink of an eye, but it completely infuriated her. Being injured and forced back by a demon general under her command was a great humiliation. She let out a shrill shriek. Cobweb City trembled gently. Countless pieces of rock fell down. An ear-piercing hum filled Li Qingshan's head. The night roamers who remained in the city all covered their ears and circulated their qi to resist. The weaker ones directly bled to death from their orifices. The other night roamers no longer dared to linger around. They fled out of the city. Helicoverpa rosa's upper body remained human, while her lower body had already become a spider. She was like a precise killing machine, radiating with terrifying, eerie beauty. She spread her silver arms, ready to pounce. Helicoverpa rosa vanished. All Li Qingshan saw was her scarlet dress that trailed across the ground, dancing like fire. So fast. She's become even faster. I almost forgot she's also a carapace demon. Her tough body is her forte. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and leapt backwards, hovering in the air. He raised his right hand and called out, "Hold on." Helicoverpa rosa appeared behind him, stopping on the edge of the platform. She glared at Li Qingshan with her blood-red eyes. There was no emotion that resembled a human at all. It was the gaze of death of a predator towards its prey. "You can't kill me. You can't break the rules of the demons," Li Qingshan said, as if he was regretting his decision. He was putting up a last-ditch struggle. However, there was not a hint of fear on his face. Instead, there was a hint of excitement. "I won't kill you. I'll torture you viciously, make you feel fear and despair. You'll wish you were dead." A sneer and vicious smile appeared on Helicoverpa rosa's silver-gray face, like a delicate mask. "You just want me to wish I was dead? Are you satisfied with that?" Li Qingshan laughed. "What do you want to say?" Helicoverpa rosa was a little puzzled. "Didn't I say it a long time ago? Now, I'll accept your invitation." Li Qingshan stepped forward and reached out his right hand to Helicoverpa rosa, who looked like a mythical demon. Helicoverpa rosa was curious. She didn't launch an attack to kill him immediately. Suddenly, she understood what he meant. She transformed into her human form. Her skin returned to its snow-white color. She reached out her hand and hooked Li Qingshan's chin. Her scarlet lips curved into a bloody smile. "You're really a bold child. However, you're very much to my taste." When she said taste, she definitely meant it literally. "Perhaps I just want to have some fun before I die." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist and scooped her up. He made his way onto the platform and made his way to the bedchambers. The fierce battle of mortal enemies turned into intimate lovers in an instant. However, it wasn't a melodramatic scene of love born from hatred. Instead, it was a confrontation that was pushed to the peak, containing the most terrifying killing intent. The commandment that demons couldn't kill each other wasn't absolute. Their own habits were above the commandment. Helicoverpa rosa was born with the habit of killing and devouring its mate. If Li Qingshan took the initiative to have sex with her, he would become a target that she had to kill. Even the Dragon King of the Sea couldn't blame her. Let me give you a reason to break the commandment and kill me, Li Qingshan thought. Wherever he passed, the high platform collapsed as if cutting off his path of retreat. And in front of him was the dark and gloomy lair of the Spider Queen. Ordinary battles were already worthless to the tiger demon. Even if he swallowed strong stones core, the effects of such external objects were extremely limited. Only battles of life and death, battles of madness, could excite the tiger demon and unleash its true power. If he couldn't break through the fourth layer of the tiger demon, then his chances of escaping from the Spider Queen would be pitifully small. It was very likely that he would become the Spider Queen's food and be doomed eternally. However, the moment he made up his mind to carry the heavy promise from above the 9 heavens on his back, it was destined that he could no longer escape. He could no longer advance cautiously. He could only take large strides forward and place himself in a dead end. The Spider Queen was naturally very frightening, but compared to Brother Bull's enemies, she was probably just a tiny spider. Remember, don't lower your head to anyone or anything. You've ridden on my back before. A sense of heroism rose up in Li Qingshan's heart. Some of his fear and worries vanished. The moment he stepped through the door, a strange thought crossed his mind. Qiongji, don't blame me. This is cheating with my life on the line. The 100 schools of thought, Benevolence Island, in a white room enveloped by formations. This was an absolutely sealed room. There were no doors or windows. Apart from a bed, there was not a single piece of furniture. Snow-white walls surrounded the room. Layers of flashing inscriptions could be vaguely seen. However, these inscriptions and formations were not used to kill or trap people. Instead, they were used for healing. My sword! My sword! Fu Qingjin jerked awake. He extended his hand and waved it around randomly, wanting to grab something. He had a nightmare. In the nightmare, he lost something extremely important. If it were possible, he would rather exchange his life for that item. It's broken, Ru Xian said straightforwardly as she watched on without doing anything, earning a glare from Hua Xiai. As the 2 most skilled people in the Clear River Prefecture, they were responsible for healing Fu Qingjin together. Fu Qingjin's wounds were not particularly severe. Whether it be his damaged organs or broken bones, they might have been fatal to regular people. However, to cultivators, they could be healed easily. Most of these wounds did not originate from the Moon Devil, but from the Green Ruin sword overusing his body when he used the heart of the sword. It's broken! The 2 simple words from Ru Xian made Fu Qingjin feel like he had been struck by lightning. He murmured to himself. Memories that he could not accept gradually surfaced in his mind. The nightmare had become reality. Fellow Fu, your life-bound weapon has been destroyed and your mind is injured. If you rest and recover, your cultivation shouldn't regress too much. You can still maintain your cultivation at Foundation Establishment. Hua Xiai was dark and skinny. His appearance was nothing special, and his voice was rather cold too, but it had the power to comfort people. Though, you're just a regular Foundation Establishment cultivator, and early Foundation Establishment at that. It's impossible for you to control the Demon Slayer again. Ru Xian's face was as white as jade, gentle and beautiful. Her voice was gentle and kind, but what she said was unforgettable. Hua Xiai could no longer be bothered with glaring at her. He continued to comfort her patiently. Being able to preserve your life and cultivation is already a great blessing among misfortune. You don't have to worry about otherworldly possessions anymore. It's detrimental to your recovery. Ru Xian continued, it's all thanks to the Moon Demon showing mercy, sparing your puny life. You better treasure it. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 487. Fu Qingjin seemed to be wandering between heaven and hell. When he heard Hua Xi's words, his expression eased up slightly, but as soon as he heard Ru Xian's words, he became overwhelmed with anger. If you keep spouting nonsense, get out. Hua Xi scolded. I'm trying to get him to understand his current situation and accept it as a form of stimulation. Old man, don't be so fierce. We're all foundation establishment cultivators now. Huasi's face darkened even further, but he seemed rather helpless. He apologized to Fu Qingjin. Fellow Fu, my disciple's words are just like that. Don't take it to heart. Ru Exine sighed gently. Anyway, just focus on recovering. Without the green ruin sword, you'll have no hope in this lifetime anyway. Fu Qingjin stared at the snow-white wall in front of him blankly. His expression changed drastically as he recalled everything that had happened. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The more he thought about it, the more pain he felt. Blood spurted from his mouth and he collapsed back onto the bed, fainting. Are you satisfied now? Huasi checked Fu Qingjin's pulse in a hurry. Only after confirming that he was just overwhelmed with anger did he stop worrying. Humans sure are weak. Ru Exine sighed gloomily. Why did you provoke him like this? Huasi was rather confused. He knew very well that Ru Exine was not someone who liked to say nice things, but she rarely targeted others like this. In particular, she would act with great propriety towards strangers. At most, she would joke around a little. I just don't like him. Ru Exine shrugged and turned around. With a wave of her hand, a door appeared in the snow-white wall. A group of Demon Slayer cultivators were waiting outside. As soon as they saw Ru Exine, they surrounded her. They all asked, "How's fellow Fu? How is fellow Daoist Fu? How are his injuries? Did it harm his cultivation?" Don't worry, everyone. Fellow Fu's wounds are fine. It's just that his life-bound weapon is damaged and his mind is injured. He needs to rest, so it's best if we don't disturb him for now. I'm going back to my dwelling right now to prepare a few pills for him that can calm his mind and nourish his mind. Ru Exine bowed gently and spoke gently. Her voice was gentle, and she was the most gentle and amiable woman in the world. Hurry up and contact the Sword Collection Palace. I've already contacted them, but I haven't heard back. How audacious of the demons to actually destroy the Green Ruin Sword, one of the 10 renowned swords. The Sword Collection Palace will never just let this go. The Sword Collection Palace is huge, so there's no need for us to worry about them. Let's think about what we should do instead. Without the Green Ruin Sword, he's just a junior. How can he take charge of the overall situation? I don't think the Moon Devil has any intention of fighting us. Otherwise, he could have easily killed us. Presumably, the war will not continue, and we have so many disciples, we can't always stay in the Red Cloud sect. That's right. We cultivators should focus on cultivation and pursue the path of immortality. Why should we fight endlessly like mortals? Why don't we make peace with the demons? Make peace? Do you want to be a traitor? Who's the traitor? Tell me clearly. There have always been many conflicts between them, and there has been constant friction between them. It was just that they were forcefully pressed together. Without Fu Qingjin's control, they immediately became a pile of loose sand. They all had their own thoughts. Let alone waging war against the demons, it would already be impressive if they didn't fight one another. Ru Exine thought. She passed through the corridor, and the discussions gradually vanished. She arrived outside. The sky was overcast with rain, and mist rose and fell on the lake of dragons and snakes. The islands of the 100 schools were all hazy in the rain and mist. Gazing into the distance, Cloud Wisp Island could be vaguely seen. She murmured extremely softly, "Moon Devil, North Moon." Li Qingshan. The startlingly many precious spiritual herbs, the close connection to the soaring dragon elder's death, his behavior after drinking the water of oblivion, and why he had not appeared even now. Many clues tangled together, and a certain answer was on the verge of appearing, but she did not think about it in detail. Who didn't have secrets? Why should I keep searching? It's not like I'm his woman. What's that? At this moment, Ru Exine gazed over. All she saw was a streak of 5-colored light shoot up from Contention Island, flying above Cloud Wisp Island. It circled around a few times before suddenly changing directions, flying towards her. Ru Exine. The 5-colored divine light landed on Benevolence Island, and the splendor dispersed. Chu Tian's figure appeared, brimming with pride and confidence. He smiled faintly, looking deeply at Ru Xan, calling her name. Chu Tian. Ru Xan raised her eyebrows slightly. I've succeeded in establishing my foundation. Chu Tian raised his head and chest, his aura soaring. Five-colored splendor flowed around his body, making him look like a proud rooster. Oh, congratulations. Actually, I've always known that you have a very good impression of me, senior sister. However, I know that a mere practitioner, a weak man, is not worthy of you. Now, I, Chu Tian, am willing to accept your feelings. I will protect you forever, Chu Tian said with deep affection. The usually eloquent Ru Xan was actually rendered speechless at this moment. She felt as if she had been struck by Zhou Tong's heavenly lightning. Although I have many women, my feelings for all of you are sincere. I will treat all of you equally. You are all the women I love the most. Ru Xan had originally thought that Chu Tian would slowly mature after experiencing a few more blows from Li Qingshan. Only now did she realize that she had been too naive. There were many cultivators on Benevolence Island, and they had all come to watch. Ru Xan felt a deep sense of shame for Chu Tian. She felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles, not daring to speak at all. She felt that if she replied, she would be dragged into an equally shameful situation and suffer a crushing defeat. If Li Qingshan's words were even half as sharp as this guy's, I would never bicker with him again. I know that it's all because of Li Qingshan. He shamelessly pestered you and stood between us. I will prove to you that compared to me, the genius Chu Tian, he, Li Qingshan, is an insignificant piece of trash. Chu Tian saw how Ru Xan was hesitating and immediately discovered the source of the problem, which was his great enemy, Li Qingshan. As soon as he emerged from secluded cultivation, he went to Cloud Wisp Island to find Li Qingshan. Although he had only just reached Foundation Establishment, he was far more powerful than regular early Foundation Establishment cultivators after practicing the palm of the 5 elements. He was confident that he could definitely avenge himself. Now that he saw Ru Xan's behavior, old and new grievances rose up in his head. He was seething with anger. I know where he is. Chu Tian rode the 5-colored divine light and flew away. Hey, hold on. Ru Xan thought that if her judgment was correct, it was very likely that he was not in the dwelling. If someone with ulterior motives learned about this, they might become suspicious. The Moon Devil is so powerful, but the Green Ruin Sword has been broken. With the Lightning Slaughter Sword gone, who else in our Clear River Prefecture can contend with him? The Foundation Establishment cultivators of the 100 schools of thought gathered on Contention Island to discuss matters. They were all rather dejected. The advantage they had built up over the past 3 years had completely vanished. The scarlet-haired, scarlet-eyed figure was like a mountain. It weighed heavily on their hearts. Perhaps there's no need to contend with him at all. I don't think the Moon Devil has taken the initiative to oppose us. He's been targeting the Demon Slayer the entire time. I think he's a demon, but he's not impossible to communicate with. Lu Chongqing stroked his beard. He had a particularly good impression of the Moon Devil right now. The Moon Devil could have killed them all, but he went as far as to disobey the Spider Queen's orders and spare them. He could treat it as an act of asking for peace. As for the line, even after being tempered, unyielding, let the winds blow from the east to the west. It was very exciting and heroic. Let alone demons, even he, a disciple of Confucianism, could not produce a poem like that. There were not a lot of people who could come up with a poem like that. Although he was a demon, he was worthy of admiration. Of course, without great strength as a foundation, even if the Moon Devil recited the entire 300 poems of the Tang Dynasty, he would never be able to make Lu Chongqing think like that. I agree with the prefect's opinion. Actually, even if humans and demons can't coexist peacefully, there's no need for them to fight to the point where they have to die together. It's just like the Mist Province right now. The Treaty of Kings has actually ceased to exist a long time ago. There are no restrictions at all for conflict, but a new order has been formed from the conflict. It hasn't waged an all-out war like we did. Didn't the founding emperor have the cooperation of demons when he ruled the world? The 10 demon kings were originally conferred by the founding emperor, so their status was equal to the marquises and kings of the 8 provinces. Sir Hawk God is the supreme commander of our Hawk Wolf Guard. No matter how powerful the Sword Collection Palace is, are they bold enough to make trouble for him in the Dragon Province? Purging all demons in the world has never been a dream. The Green Province hasn't been at war for several millennia, so there are far too many cultivators and demons. They've all accumulated too much power that they need to release. The Treaty of Kings is no longer appropriate. As a result, I think the reason why the higher-ups set up this game of chess is not for us to kill each other, but to find where the balance lies. Hua Sungzan spoke with fervor and assurance. He could be described as far-sighted, which made all the cultivators nod in agreement. Lu Chongqing said, "Then where do you think this balance lies?" "I can't say for sure either. This isn't something we can decide on our own. The Moon Devil is a very good opportunity for us to sit down and talk. Right now, I'm only worried that if the Moon Devil disobeys the order in front of everyone, the Spider Queen won't spare him so easily. If that happens, we might really end up fighting until one side is destroyed. In other words, I should be looking forward to his longevity." Zhou Tong, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly kicked over the table in front of him and said furiously. Hua Sungzan said, "Senior Zhou, if we really can talk to the Moon Devil, we might be able to find the Lightning Slaughter Sword." Zhou Tong had nothing to say. He was not a sword cultivator, but the Lightning Slaughter Sword's value to him was no less than the Green Ruin Sword's value to Fu Qingjin, as it was a crucial item for him to undergo the second heavenly tribulation. No matter how hot-tempered he was, it was impossible for him to not care about his own life. Hua Sungzan said, "Then let's see how the demons respond." At this moment, a powerful presence rushed into the air. Wei Yongxing pushed open the window and took a look. He smiled. Junior Chu has succeeded. Lu Chongqing rejoiced inside. With this, his school of Confucianism had gained another foundation establishment cultivator. When he heard Chu Tian call out Li Qingshan's name, he sighed. He still can't let go of his grievances with Qingshan. Wang Puxi said, "Who knows where that kid has run off to recently? He hasn't replied to our messages either." Hua Sungzan said, "He should be cultivating in the Chain Mountains. Perhaps he's at a critical juncture, so he has no time to reply." Chu Tian seems to be going in the direction of the Chain Mountains. Let's go and have a look. We can't let them fight to the death. In other words, Lu Chongqing wanted them to decide a victor again. Chu Tian was a disciple of the school of Confucianism after all. He had been defeated so many times, so Lu Chongqing felt humiliated. Now that he had achieved minor mastery of the palm of the 5 elements, he should be able to turn the tables and reclaim some dignity. Ru Exan saw streaks of light fly up from Contention Island, with Lu Chongqing leading them. This is bad. Chapter 488. Dark clouds covered the Chain Mountains, drenching the verdant mountains. Misty clouds floated between the mountains, fluctuating with the wind and rain. Rainwater flowed down from the stone slab carved with the words Qingzhao's home. Behind the heavy stone door was a large empty space. White flames burned up from below, like an inverted waterfall of flames. Unlike regular flames, they were silent and soundless, nor did they feel any heat. Instead, they carried an indescribably bone-chilling coldness. 20 skulls tossed about in the flames. They opened their mouths and their teeth chattered loudly. It was like a soul-calming song from hell, or like countless monks chanting Buddhist scriptures. It was both evil and holy, bizarre and grand. The source of these flames was little, and her seaweed-like long hair rippled like flames, as if the flames and the skulls came from her mind. Little and formed a seal with her hands and chanted a scripture. At first glance, she looked like an old monk sitting in meditation. However, the seal was not a Buddhist seal, and the scripture was not a Buddhist scripture. She suddenly pointed her finger at the sky, and the 1,000 zhonglong flame disappeared. The skulls formed a circle and rotated above her head. She opened her mouth and spat out a white prayer bead. The prayer bead rotated and turned into a huge skull. It was pure white and sparkling, and it shone with a bright flame. The other 20 prayer beads shone with light as well, becoming even more powerful. Little and waved her hand again, and the 21 skulls turned into 21 prayer beads. They returned to her wrist and formed a string. She had finally taken another step forward with the white bone demonic artifact, the skull prayer beads, and completely stabilized the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. Her cultivation advanced further. The 21 prayer beads represented the 10 lands, 10 Parmithas, and Buddhahood in Buddhism. In her hands, they held a completely different meaning. Those who were not well-versed in Buddhism would not be able to comprehend them. From its appearance, it looked like a string of prayer beads. It glowed with Buddhist light and was open and aboveboard. It was a proper Buddhist artifact. She casually plucked one of the prayer beads. It could withstand the might of an arcane artifact. The power of any one of these skeleton demons could kill a regular Foundation establishment cultivator. And under the control of her mind, these 21 skeleton devils fought side by side, their hearts connected with each other, and their might was even more astonishing. It could be said that she alone was equivalent to an army of cultivators, enough to influence the division of power in the Clear River Prefecture. When Little and thought of Li Qingshan, he felt slightly uneasy. He immediately took out the bamboo jade lot of the Cloud Booklet and used the Cloud Booklet 7 lots to perform divination. It didn't take long for the results to come out. Her expression changed slightly. The divination showed that Li Qingshan was in danger. He was almost surrounded by killing intent and was in a desperate situation. Little and immediately leaped up, but heard curses coming from outside. Li Qingshan. Get out, I know you're in there. Chu Tian executed the palm of 5 elements and slammed it at the door of the cave. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the spiritual qi of the 5 elements grew and multiplied endlessly. At first, the hand that flickered with 5-colored light was only a few feet across. It constantly drew in the spiritual qi of the world and grew to several meters in the blink of an eye, slamming against the 8 gates formation of golden locks viciously. It produced a great rumble that echoed through the mountains. The 8 gates formation of golden locks obviously could not be destroyed so easily. However, from the disturbance, the person inside probably could not remain in peace any longer. As expected, a moment later, the entrance of the cave opened with a loud bang. A slender figure emerged. Little and glanced around, sweeping past the cloud-shrouded mountains and landing on Chu Tian. He stowed the white bone sword away in his sleeve. He had decided to kill this person first. Chu Tian's head buzzed, and he directly became dumbfounded. So beautiful. It was a beauty he could not describe. He had always been a playboy, showing affection everywhere he went, but this was the first woman he had fallen in love with at first sight. If he could obtain her, he was willing to pay any price. Little and never liked to waste her breath. Since he had made up his mind, he would carry it out immediately. But at this moment, a few streaks of light flew over from the horizon. Chu Tian, don't be impulsive, Lu Chongqing shouted. This shout finally brought Chu Tian back to his senses. He cupped his hands and said, I am Chu Tian. May I ask for your name? If I have disturbed you in any way, please forgive me. Little and did not say a word. She was considering whether she could kill all these people before rushing over to help Li Qingshan. No matter where she went now, it would be difficult to get rid of this group of people and increase their suspicions. There might be many acquaintances of Li Qingshan among them, but to her, everything was for Li Qingshan. Even if she would be scolded by him afterwards, she would not hesitate. Little and where is Qingshan? Lu Chongqing saw that she was the one who came to deal with them, but Li Qingshan was nowhere to be seen. She could not help but feel that it was strange. With Li Qingshan's personality, he would definitely accept any provocation. Cultivation. Little and could not help but answer, so she spat out 2 words. In the blink of an eye, over 20 Foundation establishment cultivators had arrived. Basically, everyone wanted to take a look at the competition between the geniuses of the 100 schools of thought. Of course, there were some who were not interested, but they were just a small minority. Basically, all of the core forces of the 100 schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture had gathered here. If he lured them into the dwelling and activated the 8 gates formation of golden locks, he would have a certain level of confidence in killing them all. What? Your little N. Chu Tian was taken aback. He obviously had a deep impression of this genius who surpassed him. However, he never thought the child from back then would actually become like this. Tell Li Qingshan to get his ass out here. Chu Tian was driven mad with jealousy. His hatred towards Li Qingshan grew even greater. However, he had already made up his mind to viciously defeat and humiliate Li Qingshan and save little and from his demonic clutches before taking good care of her. Wasn't it only natural for two geniuses to marry? Little and fell silent. Chu Tian, don't forget about the etiquette of Confucianism. Little and so many of us have come. Aren't you going to invite us in to sit down? Under the numerous gazes, Little and lowered his head and rubbed the skull prayer beads on his wrist. He was prepared to do as Lu Chongqing had said and invite them in. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, I can't. Why? Lu Chongqing was stunned. He's cultivating. He can't be disturbed, Little and said emotionlessly. He glanced at the horizon from the corner of his eye. There was someone watching from above, even more powerful than Foundation establishment. They could not be killed. I think he's afraid. He knows he's not Great Master Chu Tian's opponent, so he's hiding like a coward. He sent you out to deal with him. He can't be disturbed. I just want to disturb him. Chu Tian swung the palm of the 5 elements and slammed it towards the mountain again. Chu Tian, don't do anything rash, Lu Chongqing said. If Li Qingshan was truly at a critical juncture in his cultivation, it would be bad if he was disturbed and went berserk. At this moment, a streak of golden light streaked past them. Little and raised his right hand, but it was not a white bone sword that flew out. Instead, it was a Vajra sword. With an arc of light, it forcibly cut through Chu Tian's palm of the 5 elements. Little and stepped forward. Golden light surged from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a Vajra warrior that was several meters tall. He wielded a Vajra sword and glared at Chu Tian furiously. Little and did not put much effort into cultivating the Guardian King's art of demon subdual. Compared to the path of Whitebone and Great Beauty, it was like the difference between a primary school curriculum and a university curriculum. It was far easier to cultivate than the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. It was just a matter of time. Mind Enlightenment was also in the crowd. When he saw Little and execute the Guardian King's avatar, he was shocked. He also cultivated this cultivation method. In the past, he had even sparred with Little and, in the end, he had to face the wall in meditation for 3 years before finally comprehending it. He was confident that his comprehension of this cultivation method had already surpassed that of Little and, who had been distracted by other things. Now that he saw it, he understood the difference between them just now. The Guardian King's avatar he executed was more like a statue in a temple. Although it also shone brightly, it seemed to be covered in a layer of golden lacquer. It was just an inanimate object. Meanwhile, the eyes of Little An's Guardian King's avatar were brimming with divine light. The ribbons floated slowly, and every crease on its skirt could be seen clearly, constantly rippling. Its face was also filled with anger, but its expression was filled with subtle changes. Its muscular body was filled with power, as if it was a true Guardian King that had descended into the world. All right, I'll let you witness my power first. Chu Tian was shocked, but his fighting spirit was also roused. He wanted to display the results of his cultivation, wanting to let Little and see that he was a genius comparable to you, and not trash like Li Qingshan. At this moment, Little and took a step forward and stepped into the void. The Guardian King's avatar underwent another transformation. Its huge body gradually shrank. His muscular arms gradually became slender, and the distinct lines on his arms also became softer. Its ferocious face slowly calmed down, turning into a gentle female appearance. Its appearance was somewhat similar to that of Little and there was also a red mole between its brows, and it wore a golden crown on its head. It appeared peaceful and majestic, gorgeous and dignified. This Mind Enlightenment was dumbfounded. He had never heard that the Vajra demon subduing technique could undergo such a transformation. The Vajra warriors were guardians that guarded the Buddha. They often wielded the Vajra pestle, which was how they got their name. Legend had it that they were originally evil spirits that were subdued by the Buddha. They all had the appearance of ferocious-looking men. He had never heard of a Vajra that looked like this. The Vajra leaped up, its ribbons fluttering. Chu Tian did not dare to hold back. He struck out with his palm with all his might. The five elements' palm filled his vision. The Vajra extended its slender arm and met Chu Tian's palm. Just now, you're just playing tricks. How dare you fight me head-on? Don't blame me for hurting you. As Chu Tian was feeling pleased with himself, he suddenly felt an inconceivable power coming toward him. The five elements' palm was forcefully shattered. Spiritual chi scattered. The Vajra leaped out of the five-colored light, its right hand wielding the Vajra sword as it slashed downward. Five elements protection. Chu Tian shouted. He raised his hands to the sky, and the five elements condensed and circulated around his body. The Vajra sword did not have much sharpness. It slashed down calmly. Blood splattered. The Vajra sword directly broke through the five elements' protection and chopped off Chu Tian's right arm. Chu Tian was frightened. He pulled back and retreated quickly. He wanted to say something, but a slender arm flashing with golden light wrapped around his neck. His skin cracked and his flesh severed, reaching all the way to his neck bone. It wanted to forcefully snap his neck. The outcome of the battle had changed far too quickly. No one had expected Chu Tian to be unable to even withstand a single strike from Little and had actually struck out so viciously. Chu Tian was about to be beheaded, yet none of them could save him in time. An old monk with white hair and beard and monk robes arrived before Little and in a single step. His eyes were filled with praise. You truly are a fine disciple. One will. I've come to take you back to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Chapter 489. There was not a single person in Cobweb City. All of the night roamers had fled far away, returning to their main cities. They were afraid to get involved in the greatest upheaval underground in the past millennium. Everyone had branded the tall figure who carried the Spider Queen and made his way to the bedchambers with her. Afterwards, they gloated over his misfortune, even though he was their newest ruler, and he was much more benevolent than Helicoverpa Rosa. However, there was nothing they could do. This was the nature of night roamers. They celebrated all the misfortunes of others, especially those who were stronger than them. However, Li Qingshan's footsteps were extremely firm, while the female demon in his arms was extremely light. Her hair that had been tied up high trailed down, swaying gently with his footsteps. The hysterical, sharp, and vicious fury had already vanished from her face. Her tall, slender body lay between his arms docilely. Her slender arms wrapped around his neck, and her scarlet lips gently kissed Li Qingshan's neck with a bewitching, enchanting smile, leaving behind a soft, moist mark. Actually, she did not care too much about the outcome of this game of chess. The displeasure she felt from the mysterious deaths of Blood Shadow and Strong Stone was akin to someone suddenly stealing two extremely convenient chess pieces. Everything she did only had a single objective, and that was to please herself. Great strength and long lifespans would make people reveal their true colors. Perhaps human cultivators were still bound by morals, but demons had always been straightforward. Now that the game had progressed to this point, it could be described as a sudden and unexpected turn of events. It had become unexpectedly interesting. All of this was thanks to him. When she thought about how she could exchange with him very soon and taste his flesh and blood, her displeasure vanished without a trace, no matter how great it was. She would restrain him firmly and make him gnaw away at his limbs bit by bit while he was conscious. Would he wail and beg for mercy? Or would he resist silently? She was as excited as a little girl in love about the unknown future. She was filled with sweet anticipation. It had been many years since she had experienced such a feeling. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dark and gloomy palace corridors. Li Qingshan did not dare to relax his vigilance at all. When her lips touched his neck, who knew if it would bite deep in the next moment and release a fatal poison? When she tightened her arms, would she strangle his neck in the next moment? Although according to past information, Spider Queen normally wouldn't do this. She would only kill and eat after enjoying herself. However, it was like constantly striking a bomb. Even if all experience told you that it wouldn't explode and tear you into pieces, no one could truly be at ease. At the same time, her body was exuding a primitive and strong temptation. She had a seductive face and a tall figure. Her breasts were full, and her legs were long and slender. Even the sexy Audiobook paled in comparison to her. Li Qingshan slowly became excited, and his blood flowed faster. His heartbeat quickened as well. Conquering stronger members of the opposite sex seemed to be a male instinct, like defeating a powerful enemy. However, the omnipresent, fatal danger instead became the most enchanting part of her many charms. Passing through a long corridor, Li Qingshan finally arrived at the very center of Cobweb City. This was Helicoverpa Rosa's bedroom, or in other words, the spider's lair. It was an unbelievably vast hall. Even if 1,000 people gathered here, it would not feel crowded at all. The exquisite sculptures and murals sang of her strength and cruelty. In the center of the hall was a circular stone platform surrounded by 16 pillars, which basically took up half the space in the room. If it were not for the layers of black curtains and the thick, silk carpet, it was basically impossible to believe this was a bed. It seemed more like an altar. The legends of night roamers were no different. No one could leave here alive. Li Qingshan laughed gently. His laughter echoed through the empty hall, shattering the millennia of silence. Helicoverpa Rosa leaned back on her arms and laid on the soft bed, gazing at Li Qingshan with great interest. At this moment, she did not seem to take the initiative. She was like a noble queen, waiting for a servant to please her. Her figure under her scarlet dress swelled. Li Qingshan did not consider himself a servant. With a ripping sound, he directly tore off her long dress, revealing her snow-white delicate body in front of him without a single thread of clothing. Li Qingshan did not hold back at all. He pressed forward and directly grabbed the plump, snow-white breasts that he had been eyeing for a long time. He actually struggled to grasp them with his hand, kneading them into any shape he wanted. He showed no tenderness at all, using enough strength to twist steel. However, Helicoverpa Rosa only giggled afterwards. She raised her hand and wrapped it around his neck, pressing his head against her chest viciously. The curtains drew back. Soft laughter, gasps, and moans rang out one after another, echoing through the empty hall. In the darkness, who knew how long? Li Qingshan's bright eyes shone in the darkness. Helicoverpa Rosa leaned against him from behind. Her hair draped down messily, and her face was flushed with an intoxicating red. Their bodies remained intimately connected, giving off a slippery, scorching sensation. Years of pent-up feelings were completely vented. He didn't have the slightest bit of protective feelings for the fairer sex. He completely assumed the attitude of an invader and conqueror, exerting his powerful strength on that soft and delicate body, which was enough to split mountains and split stones, was almost tyrannical. From how she furrowed her brows from time to time, it seemed to cause her quite a lot of pain. After all, in terms of strength alone, the two of them were not particularly different. However, this seemed to suit Helicoverpa Rosa's appetite, delighting in it. Although it also used its claws and fangs to counterattack, leaving scars after scars on him, it was not so much revenge, but rather excitement. Li Qingshan seemed endless, pouring into a similarly bottomless chasm. Helicoverpa Rosa propped herself up from behind and touched Li Qingshan's face with a smile. I really can't bear to kill you now, but I want to eat you even more now. To her, this was an experience of pleasure she had never experienced before. She pursed her lips and licked Li Qingshan's face gently with her tongue, as if she was considering whether it was with her appetite or not. However, the outcome was obviously set in stone. Only by giving her prey some hope could she make them continue working hard. She had already planned on squeezing out every last bit of value from Li Qingshan. Now, Li Qingshan knew the time had come. If he continued, he would only waste his strength. He used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to suppress his lust, and his mind immediately cleared up. He immediately used the tremors of the ox demon to knock Helicoverpa Rosa backwards, ready to fight to the death. Arg! An extremely resounding moan interrupted Li Qingshan's thoughts. There was some pain in it, but most of it was pleasure. Afterwards, Helicoverpa Rosa leaned against Li Qingshan and grumbled, "If you had a move like that, why didn't you use it earlier?" Li Qingshan had no idea how to react. "I didn't cultivate this innate ability for you to use it on me." He was secretly surprised. Even if Helicoverpa Rosa was a demon commander with an extraordinarily tough body, it was impossible for her to emerge unscathed when he used the tremors of the ox demon in such a close position. All he could say was that she really was a deviant. "Continue." Helicoverpa Rosa grabbed Li Qingshan's throat from behind and ordered sternly. To her, as long as the wounds were not too severe, they were nothing major. She could recover in the blink of an eye. She completely treated the waves of pain that pierced deep into her lungs as a part of her pleasure. Li Qingshan thought about it. If they fought right now, the difference in strength between them was still too great. She better not insta-kill him before he could break through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon under the pressure. This was a good opportunity to deplete her demon chi. Even though it was only a small wound, it would definitely affect her after accumulating to a certain extent. As a result, Li Qingshan rested his head on his arm and constantly unleashed his attacks on Helicoverpa Rosa. It was not like he had the strength of the earth, so he recovered very quickly. Looking at the crazed expression on Helicoverpa Rosa's face, a sentence came to his mind out of nowhere. "Even if I were to be shaken 1,000 times, I would not allow my heart to come even a centimeter closer. If you are willing to stay here forever and become my slave to atone for your words and actions, I can consider not killing you for the time being." After an unknown period of time, Helicoverpa Rosa stroked Li Qingshan's face. There was a hint of laziness and exhaustion on her face. Her fair skin was overflowing with sweat, and her voice had also become much gentler. At the very least, it proved that Li Qingshan's efforts were not in vain. Her heart, on the other hand, had moved a centimeter closer. Considering that she might not be able to find such a suitable humanoid toy in the future, she began to suppress her appetite. "Don't even think about it." Li Qingshan mercilessly rejected this request. It was impossible for him to be trapped here as a prisoner forever. It was also not in line with his original intentions. That's far too much of a pity. Though, that's not up to you to decide. Helicoverpa Rosa opened her mouth and spat out a thread of silk, wrapping it around Li Qingshan's neck. Li Qingshan had been prepared a long time ago. He threw a punch. Of course, this time, he gathered all of the power of tremors into his fist. To his surprise, the altar-like bed suddenly collapsed, and they fell down together. They were both so powerful. Although they could control their strength, there would always come a time when they forgot to control their strength after being entangled here for so long. The fact that the altar-like bed could last until now was already a testament to the craftsmanship of the Night Roamer craftsman. Li Qingshan's sudden strike was like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Beneath the heavy, stone bed was a huge, cylindrical hole that stood several hundred meters tall. It pierced through the entire cobweb city, and there were spiral staircases in the surroundings. This was the path that Li Qingshan had taken when he first came to Cobweb City. As they fell, the two of them finally separated. Helicoverpa Rosa opened her mouth and spat out, but it was no longer spider silk that she spat out. Li Qingshan moved to the side to avoid it, but the silk unfurled beneath him, turning into a web that caught him off guard. It stuck him firmly in the center of the web, like a bug caught in a net. Helicoverpa Rosa landed on the edge of the web afterwards. Her slender legs crossed as she stood on a thin strand of silk gracefully. Her face was rather lazy as she rubbed her smooth belly. "North Moon, I originally wanted to spare your life, but upon further thought, I might already have your child in my belly. Without the nourishment of your father's flesh and blood, that won't do. For the sake of our child, you can die in peace." At this moment, his instincts to devour his mate gained the upper hand. His killing intent was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 490. The severed arm was ripped to shreds by sword chi in the air. "Why, you? I won't spare you." Chu Tian clutched his wound and stared at Little and in both surprise and fury. If the arm had only been severed, then it would not be too much of a problem as long as it was reattached and treated in time. However, if it had been destroyed, then it would be troublesome. Even with demons' exuberant vitality, it would take quite a lot of effort to regrow a severed arm. To humans with weak vitality, it was even more difficult. Self-healing was basically impossible. However, before Chu Tian could even say anything, Lu Chongqing covered his mouth and bowed. Lu Chongqing greets the Annihilum Light Chan Master. Before the head monk of the Bodhi courtyard of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Chu Tian had declared that he wanted to take revenge on his beloved disciple. Even if the Buddhist Dharma was about benevolence, there was still the wrath of a guardian deity. If he killed Chu Tian with a single palm strike, he would not even have a place to complain to. The Annihilum Light Chan Master nodded slightly, and the light in his eyes receded. His expression immediately became blank, which made him seem rather like a master and disciple to the always expressionless little, and Lu Chongqing let out a sigh of relief inside. If he were an elder of the Sword Collection Palace, Chu Tian would be a dead man by now. If he were from the Umbraline sect, then the outcome would be even worse. Even his soul would probably be trapped. The other cultivators all went up and bowed as well. This was the most basic form of etiquette towards cultivators at higher realms of cultivation. Surprised gazes swept past Little and uncontrollably. All this time, everyone had treated divination as her greatest power. They did not attach much importance to her personal strength. After all, Heavenly Meridian's prodigies only had value when they were chi practitioners. Once they reached Foundation establishment, they would be in a whole different world. Only after witnessing it today did they understand what it meant to be omnipotent. Among them, Lu Chongqing had personally passed the palm of the 5 elements to Chu Tian, so he understood the power of this cultivation method the best. Even he could not destroy Chu Tian's protective barrier of the 5 elements so easily. Truly, the new had replaced the old. As the world changed, geniuses would always appear. They were like fish in a river. If it were a decade ago, Hua Songzan would already be a startling talent. He was already a rare genius that only appeared once in 100 years. Under Little Anne's radiance, even Chu Tian was overshadowed. Coming here to take revenge was just asking to be humiliated. After Chu Tian reached the Foundation establishment stage. Originally, he was in high spirits, but in the end, not only did he lose his arm, he also suffered great humiliation. He couldn't even say a single vicious word, and his heart was filled with bitterness and depression. The 5 elements spiritual qi kept churning in his Dantian's sea of qi. His face alternated between red and purple. Chu Tian, Chu Tian. Lu Chongqing was the first to feel that something was wrong. He called out repeatedly, but Chu Tian did not respond. Oh no, he's possessed by the devil. Cultivating the 5 elements at the same time, if it was done well, the 5 elements would reinforce each other. If it was not done well, the 5 elements would restrain each other. More likely to go wrong. In the past, it was relatively easy for Chu Tian to control the 5 types of true qi with his 5 elements body. However, spiritual qi was different from true qi. After reaching the foundation building realm, the advantages of one's physical body would be greatly reduced, and one would have to pay more attention to the cultivation of one's mind. Chu Tian was originally an impetuous person, and he had just succeeded in building his foundation. He was in a hurry to seek revenge, and he was also seriously injured, so he was angry. The great joys and sorrows of the world came too quickly, and it was not something his temperament could bear. Chu Tian's eyes were wide open. Although he was not unconscious, his qi and blood were flowing in reverse all over his body, and he could not move. Lu Chongqing did not dare to use his spiritual qi to suppress Chu Tian, afraid that it would cause the 5 elements spiritual qi in Chu Tian's body to surge even more. Magistrate Lu, leave him to me. Ru Xian floated forward and waved her hand. A huge green leaf lifted Chu Tian up, and she poked his chest a few times. Then, she returned to the 100 schools of thought. Everyone looked at him with pity. Being possessed by the devil was a great taboo for cultivators, and its threat was second only to the heavenly tribulation. Once encountered, the cultivator's cultivation would greatly decline, and the worst case would be his death. Even if he could keep his life, this genius was more or less dead. From the beginning until the end, Little and did not even glance at Chu Tian. The effects of the attack were basically within her expectations. Even if the Annihilum Light Chan Master had not interrupted her, she would not have killed Chu Tian before so many people. That would have led to a lot of trouble. Chu Tian's cultivation deviation was not just because of his impetuous personality. There were probably few people in the world who knew better than her the value of the fleshly body to a cultivator. Having condensed and reforged her fleshly body countless times, she had an extremely deep understanding of every blood vessel and every meridian in her body. The human body was like a complete world, with yin, yang, and the 5 elements within it. The so-called mortal skin of Buddhism might not be as tough as demons, but it contained the soul of a cultivator. Once a certain part lost balance and was damaged, it would lead to a chain reaction. If a regular person lost an arm, they would only be crippled at most. However, to cultivators, especially Chu Tian, who cultivated the 5 elements, the effects would not stop there. As someone who cultivated 7 types of spiritual qi, she understood this the best. However, Chu Tian's loss of balance had happened much faster than she had expected. However, no matter what, he would not become a problem anymore. There were plenty of knowledgeable cultivators present, but very few of them had thought of this. Even Lu Chongqing only thought little and had cut off Chu Tian's arm in a fit of rage. This was because she had always behaved rather naively, or in other words, inarticulate. She seemed completely clueless about the ways of the world. However, that was only because apart from when she faced Li Qingshan, she basically had no feelings or emotions. Her ability to comprehend and her intelligence that even oxen praised were completely unleashed without being affected. Ru Xian drifted away on the green leaf. She glanced back at Little and from afar. This child is a little terrifying. Little and dispersed the Guardian King's avatar and brought his palms together. He bowed towards the Annihilum Light Chan Master. Disciple 1 will greets Master. The Annihilum Light Chan Master had not come this time without reason. He had been paying attention to the movements of the Clear River Prefecture the entire time, and he had gotten Mind Enlightenment to constantly send him information about Little and. As soon as Little and reached Foundation Establishment, he was ready to set off. In the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Foundation Establishment was only the foundation for formal disciples. Only with this foundation could they comprehend the Buddhist Dharma to a deeper level. However, reaching Foundation Establishment at such a young age was extremely rare, even among the past disciples of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. However, the war in the Clear River Prefecture was at its most intense at that time. Various people paid attention to it, so it was inappropriate for him to directly fetch her and harm the strength of the human cultivators. When the battle between Li Qingshan and Fu Qingjin showed signs of coming to an end, he immediately rushed over, just in time to witness this. He watched on silently from the sky, wanting to see just what level his youngest disciple had reached after reaching Foundation Establishment. In the end, even his heart that had always remained calm rippled. He was rather overjoyed. If it were not for the fact that she was born with a root of wisdom and a natural constitution of Buddhism, how could she alter the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual to such a level? If it were not for the fact that there were no esoteric sects in the Green Province, he basically would have suspected her to be the reincarnation of a child spiritual. Then, the Annihilum Light Chan Master said, "You still haven't answered me. Are you willing to return to the monastery with me?" Right now, the chaos in the Clear River Prefecture has yet to settle. The demons are powerful, and it's a critical moment for the 100 schools of thought. I've received the school leader's great kindness, so I can't leave here for now. Please forgive me, Master. Little and was emotionless as she thought about a way to escape so that she could go underground and assist Li Qingshan. Now that the Annihilum Light Chan Master was present, she would struggle to avoid his attention no matter where she went. Instead, she would bring great trouble to Li Qingshan. If his identity was exposed, he would definitely not be tolerated by the humans and demons. He would become a traitor that both sides despised. This time, Li Qingshan had become isolated and helpless. He could only rely on himself. Perhaps this was what he had planned all along. Li Qingshan sank deep into the web, struggling as hard as he could. Even with his strength that could split open mountains, he was unable to break free from the thin strands of spider silk. It had been infused with a demon commander's demon chi. Let alone the life-bound spider silk that Helicoverpa rosa had weaved with great care, even a piece of rotten wood could become as tough as steel. Helicoverpa rosa was completely naked. She strode forward with her slender, straight, and particularly petite feet, following the crisscrossing of the spider silk. The wonderful part between her legs was vaguely visible. Her dark hair draped down from her snow-white shoulders, covering her proud twin peaks. Her face and body still possessed the lingering charm of lovemaking. Her posture was enough to make most men in the world fly towards her like moths to a flame. Even if they knew they could not escape death, they would still want to get intimate with her. Stop struggling. Save some strength. I can still use you a few more times, but I'll have to eat your limbs first. Unfortunately, I'm already a little tired of you. Li Qingshan laughed loudly. The power of the tremors of the ox demon was released from every inch of his body. The spider web began to tremble violently. Helicoverpa rosa's expression changed, becoming twisted with anger. It was unknown whether it was because of Li Qingshan's words, or because of his actions, or both. In that instant, her figure disappeared from where she stood. She lunged at the center of the spider web. Her speed was not so much like the wind or lightning, but more like teleportation. Her claws rapidly clawed at Li Qingshan's shoulders. If she managed to grab hold of them, it would be impossible for Li Qingshan not to leave his arms behind. Otherwise, he would be caught in a close combat that he could not possibly win against. However, Li Qingshan seemed to have been prepared. He suddenly broke free from the spider web with his right arm and threw it directly at Helicoverpa rosa's beautiful face. Li Qingshan had already begun practicing the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, allowing his mind to reach a state of intricacy. In the moment Helicoverpa rosa vanished, he experienced a wondrous feeling, as if he could predict her next move. It did not originate from precise analysis, but purely from a feeling. He casually threw a punch. Helicoverpa rosa's lunge seemed like she was delivering her face to his fist. Bang! However, Li Qingshan was unable to get his fist to make intimate contact with her face as he wished. In that crucial moment, Helicoverpa rosa used her superior reaction to grab Li Qingshan's fist. A silvery gray color spread out, rapidly covering her entire body. It made her seem like a delicate metal sculpture. The tremors of the ox demon ripped open cracks in her silver palm, but that was all. You can only play tricks like that in bed. Helicoverpa rosa said coldly and bit towards Li Qingshan's neck. This time, it was no longer a passionate kiss or intense flirtation. Instead, she wanted to directly inject poison into his body. This was different from the weak poison from the spikes on her leg. She only needed a single kiss to completely snuff out all of Li Qingshan's ability to resist. Chapter 491. In her current state, it's probably one of her innate abilities. Her defenses are ridiculously powerful. In other words, I don't have any methods that can deal a lethal blow to her right now. As long as she bites me and wraps me up in the web, only death awaits me. The constant warnings from the spirit turtle's demon core had already become meaningless. It only told Li Qingshan that he could die at any time. He obviously understood this. There was no need for anyone to remind him. Helicoverpa rosa's venomous fangs were inches away, but her left hand remained firmly wrapped around Li Qingshan's right fist, while her right hand clamped down on his left shoulder, pressing him firmly against the web and immobilizing him. Li Qingshan could not dodge, nor could he flee. All he could do was fight to the death. Ox demon butts horns. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head. The pair of sharp horns engraved with the words North Moon were in full display, pushing towards the back of Helicoverpa rosa's throat. Helicoverpa rosa was also reluctant to collide with the toughest part of Li Qingshan's body, so she tilted her head slightly to avoid it. Although she failed to deliver a venomous kiss as she wished, it did not stop her from continuing to push Li Qingshan to his death. The slender fingers of her right hand had already stabbed into Li Qingshan's shoulder. Crippling his arm was only a matter of time. At the same time, the 8 legs turned into 8 blurry shadows, shooting out from behind her. This time, it was no longer a stab, but a hug. Like 8 extended arms, they brushed past Li Qingshan, wanting to pull him firmly into their embrace. A bewitching smile that Li Qingshan was extremely familiar with appeared on her silvery gray face. It would only appear when they were in extreme pleasure. If that was the pleasure of the body, then it was the enjoyment of the mind. Now was the enjoyment of the spirit, enjoying the primitive pleasure of a predator hunting its prey. However, it seemed particularly cold and eerie right now. Once she hugs me, I probably won't be able to break free. I don't believe that my innate divine ability is only useful in bed. Tremors of the ox demon, break for me. Li Qingshan once again exerted the power of vibration with all his might, and the sound of thousands of zither strings snapping came from beneath him. The tenacious spiderweb was finally torn apart. He used all his strength to pull his fist back from Helicoverparosa's hand. Blood spurted out from his shoulder, and there were now 5 bloody holes in it. He directly sacrificed a part of his flesh. Finally, his body regained its freedom once more, and he fell down. The wings of wind were unfurled to the extreme. It slashed upwards like a wind blade. The smile on Helicoverparosa's face became even brighter. Just like her sexual preferences, she liked intense and exciting performances. The more her prey struggled, the more excited she became. He raised his arms and casually shattered the wind god's wings. However, Li Qingshan's goal had already been achieved. With a flap of his wings, he had widened the distance between them. The wind god's wings condensed again, and he desperately fluttered as he flew downwards with all his might. Fortunately, Helicoverparosa's ability to fly in the air was not strong. This was also expected. After all, she was a monster that lived underground. Helicoverparosa's body flipped in the air and landed lightly on the straight wall. She ran down along the wall. Every time she landed, a big hole would explode in the wall. She used the force to move forward and instantly accelerated. She turned into a silver-gray shadow, leaving the rising smoke and falling bricks far behind her. She was the queen of the underground world, so she did not need the ability to fly. In the blink of an eye, the distance was shortened again. Helicoverparosa smiled at Li Qingshan, opened her lips, and spat out pieces of spiderweb towards Li Qingshan. If Li Qingshan dodged, the spiderweb would expand beneath him and trap him again. However, he had already made up his mind. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth wide. Howling winds, like a passing typhoon, gushed out of his mouth. Although the spiderweb was extremely tough and could not be broken by brute force, its mass was also extremely light. It was blown away by the winds or opened up prematurely. Li Qingshan used the recoil to increase the distance between them once again. With a loud boom, the several hundred jung of altitude fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan stopped. There was no way Helicoverparosa would let go of such a good opportunity. She suddenly stopped and bent her slender legs. Like a spring being pressed to the limit, she suddenly released all her strength and shot downwards like a silver ray of light. At this time, she no longer had any playful thoughts in her heart. To be able to escape from her hands again and again, his strength was definitely not just that of a demon general. He simply had the intention of crossing the heavenly chasm between a demon general and a demon commander. Not only did he have many innate magical powers, but the speed of his growth was even more astonishing. If she let him continue to grow, it would become more and more difficult to eat him. She must not let him escape again. Once she succeeded, she would use the spider web to entangle him and then slowly deal with him. While she was thinking, she suddenly saw a crimson shadow appear on the spiral staircase at the side, leaping up and pouncing towards her. Crimson hair and crimson eyes, exactly the same as Li Qingshan. Helicoverparosa was slightly startled, and then realized that this was his mirror clone. Ever since Li Qingshan entered the Spider Queen's residence, he had begun mobilizing his mirror clone to set up an ambush. He had been waiting for this moment. Although the speed of the mirror clone was much slower than that of the deity, it was lying in ambush here, and even took advantage of Helicoverpa full-strength attack, and at the moment when the turn in the air was unfavorable, it intercepted. Although Helicoverpa could not dodge, she raised her hand and clasped the head of the mirror clone, and her 5 fingers fiercely penetrated it. With a crack, blood gushed out. Li Qingshan felt a tingling pain in his head. He and the mirror clone were originally one, not an ordinary clone, but equivalent to another body of his. There was no time to repair it with demon aura. The head of the mirror clone was crushed, and like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splashed everywhere. This feeling was extremely terrible. However, Helicoverpa was slightly hindered. In a blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had disappeared, and there was a hole on the ground that could only accommodate one person. "You want to run?" Helicoverpa snorted coldly and rushed into the hole as well. Soil and rock pressed in from all directions, and the path ahead was sealed off as well. She could not sense Li Qingshan's presence at all. Helicoverpa eyes lit up, and 4 rings appeared in her eyes. Her gaze immediately pierced through the layers of soil and saw where Li Qingshan was. "Even if you fly into the sky or dive into the ground, you can forget about escaping from me." She circulated her demon chi and broke through the soil, directly pursuing him. At her realm of cultivation, the obstruction of soil and rock was no better than air or water. She could easily carve out a path. The heavy soil and rock parted in front of Li Qingshan before closing up behind him. After reaching the 4th layer of the ox demon, his usage of the power of tremors had become even more ingenious, and he vaguely gained the ability to control soil and rock to some extent. Strongboulder's demon core in his abdomen had shrunk slightly without him noticing. The demon core belonged to the earth element, so it would not be absorbed by the spirit turtle's demon core that was purely water. Instead, it fused with his physique, making his body even more sturdy. Who knew how deep underground he was? He was surrounded by layers of soil and rock. The tremendous, venomous demon chi rapidly approached him from behind. Finally, Li Qingshan stopped. He turned around and faced the approaching demon chi. His fighting spirit began to rise. He definitely did not want to flee. Fleeing blindly would only prevent the tiger demon's killing intent from expanding, making it even more impossible for him to break through to the 4th heavenly layer. He was choosing a suitable place to fight as well as waiting for a suitable opportunity. Now, this was the place. It was time. "Come, ma'am Spider Queen. I'll show you the power of your child's father." Although the soil layer was not a serious obstacle for Lolth, it was not a serious obstacle. However, it was like swimming in water. It was not as easy as walking on the ground after all. Her speed was still affected slightly. At this moment, the smile on her face had completely vanished, and it was filled with ferocious and terrifying killing intent. Even though she enjoyed the process of chasing her prey, if she allowed her prey to escape too far away, then the hunter would seem too incompetent. Suddenly, she saw Li Qingshan stop. "Have you finally given up on the pointless struggle?" Helicoverpa voice passed through the thick soil and reached Li Qingshan's ears. Li Qingshan instead walked over to where she was. His expression was calm and composed as he said, "The ox demon's great strength sinks in the mud. As long as I still have a shred of strength left, I will continue struggling forever, even if I'm in dire straits, even if I don't have the slightest chance of victory." He smiled and changed the topic, not to mention that I already have a 30% chance of victory now. "What? 30%? Did I hear you wrong? Do you think that being in the soil means that you have the geographical advantage?" The Spider Queen sneered. Her hand, which shone with a silvery gray luster, pierced the earth easily. Her 5 fingers closed together and stabbed towards Li Qingshan's heart like a sharp knife. Li Qingshan's reaction was nothing out of the ordinary. It was still a simple punch. However, this time, he did not use the tremors of the ox demon. He even deliberately reduced the consumption of demonic aura. He only relied on the strength of his physical body. Furthermore, his fist did not break through the soil like what Helicoverpa had done. Instead, the soil and rocks piled up on his fist like a thick and huge gauntlet. The speed and strength of this punch did not weaken or diminish in the slightest. Therefore, Helicoverpa only saw a huge boulder made of soil and rocks rushing towards her. But she did not care about it at all. Her hand easily cut through Li Qingshan's gauntlet. Using her superior speed, she swept past Li Qingshan's fist and accurately stabbed towards Li Qingshan's heart. The huge boulder that came crashing towards her turned into powder the moment it touched her silver-gray skin. It did not pose any threat at all. Since she knew that Li Qingshan's strength was greater, there was no need for her to fight him head-on. She only needed to rely on her superior speed and reflexes to gain the upper hand. Even if Li Qingshan could predict her next move, she would be able to change her move in time to block his attack or bypass his defense. Even in the depths of the ground, his disadvantageous situation did not seem to change at all. Helicoverpa's sharp and bright red nails touched the skin of Li Qingshan's chest. With just a little more strength, she would be able to penetrate into his chest and pierce through his heart. A hand reached out diagonally and grasped her wrist tightly. Li Qingshan laughed. In this thick soil, your movements are a little slower, but my reflexes are a little faster. Chapter 492. Li Qingshan could clearly sense the changes in the earth around him. Although he could not see or hear it, Helicoverpa's subsequent attacks were no longer untraceable. It was like a fish swimming in water. No matter how agile it was, it would always cause ripples in the water. However, Li Qingshan did not rely on the water to determine her location. Instead, he directly fused with the earth. When she opened up the earth, he grasped the trajectory of her movements through the changes in the earth, so his reactions were naturally slightly faster. His strength seems to have increased. My strength is already considered relatively strong among demon commanders. This means that he has indeed reached the level of a demon commander in a certain aspect. Is it just because of his descendant's bloodline? Helicoverpa tried to pull her hand back, but she failed. She was slightly surprised. After reaching the fourth layer of the Ox Demon, one of the two innate abilities of the Ox Demon, the strength of the earth, Li Qingshan's strength of the earth, had silently undergone a change. If the thick earth had only been a powerful support for him in the past, then now it was as if he had become one with it. There was an unending stream of energy constantly pouring into his body. It was as if he could fight forever without feeling tired. You want to fight me in close combat? You're digging your own grave. Helicoverpa took advantage of the situation and charged forward. At that moment, Li Qingshan's eyes became clear. Helicoverpa's figure was clearly reflected in his boundless mind. Her slender figure swept across the silver-gray fan, chopping towards his waist like a battle axe. He could even estimate the power of this attack. His kidneys would definitely be heavily damaged. At this moment, Helicoverpa had only just raised her leg. Li Qingshan was slightly delighted. The spirit turtle had the ability to divine fortune and predict danger. However, ever since Li Qingshan reached the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, none of the opponents he encountered had forced him into such a state, so this ability had never been activated. Until today's battle, this feeling. Only in the constant life-threatening danger did it become clearer and clearer. Sure enough, people were forced. Demons were also forced out. To put it nicely, the spirit turtle was naturally a divine beast that sought fortune and avoided calamity. To put it bluntly, he was a cowardly tortoise that was greedy for life and afraid of death. He avoided danger at the sight of it, and he didn't get involved in the slightest bit of karma or take any risks. I've become so conservative these past few years. I'm sure it's because of it. As expected, my current life is what I want, to fight against the strongest enemy. The most beautiful woman in the world. Yes, a banshee. Boom. Helicoverpa's ankle had also fallen into Li Qingshan's hands. Bull demon, butts horns. Li Qingshan let out a roar that sounded like a bull or a tiger. He exerted force with both hands and pulled Helicoverpa's body over. He lowered his head and pushed forward. Boom. Helicoverpa Rosa twisted her body and stomped hard on Li Qingshan's head with her free leg. She borrowed the force to free her limbs and flew out. A huge shockwave blasted the soil around the two of them away. It was squeezed into a small cave. Li Qingshan felt dizzy. Although the skull was the toughest part of his body, the kick still made him feel like his head was splitting apart. He shook his head forcefully and laughed madly. "Once I defeat you, I'll fuck you again." "Nonsense." Helicoverpa Rosa rebuked angrily, but she was surprised. What was going on? She clearly had the upper hand now. Just now, she even stepped on his foot. Why was his attitude becoming more and more arrogant? It didn't feel like he had a 30% chance of winning, but it seemed like he had already won. Could it be that he had some powerful trump card? An old brother told me that if I don't even dare to say a few arrogant words, I might as well go back to farming. Li Qingshan did not possess any powerful trump cards. He only felt extremely delighted. He was fighting against the terrifying Spider Queen underground, where the sun never shone. If he lost, only death would await him, but if he won, he would receive quite a nice reward. Even if he lived a peaceful and happy life in the mountain village, it couldn't be compared to this glorious moment. He had long put life and death out of his mind. Now, he was just enjoying it. Deliberately mystifying. Helicoverpa Rosa smiled coldly. Her silver-gray body disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of Li Qingshan. She raised her hands high and 8 shadows screamed. Hands, feet, knees, elbows, every part of her body could be used as a deadly weapon. Like a storm, they fell on Li Qingshan's body. His head, chest, abdomen, and legs were attacked almost at the same time. Li Qingshan lost the sense of the earth and rocks. Although he could predict Helicoverpa Rosa's next move, his reaction couldn't keep up with the speed of Helicoverpa Rosa's next move. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sounds of thunder constantly bombarded Li Qingshan's body. Chi flowed everywhere. Just when the cavern showed signs of collapsing, it was immediately compressed even more firmly. Her 8 legs danced around chaotically, leaving behind wounds on Li Qingshan's tough skin. In the blink of an eye, the toxins would corrode into horrifying wounds so deep that bones could be seen. A silver-gray shadow circled around Li Qingshan, tearing apart and devouring his flesh piece by piece. All Li Qingshan could do was protect his vitals, albeit barely. However, his maniacal laughter never stopped. Ignoring his wounded body, he used the spirit turtle's predictions to attack every chance he had to, bombarding Helicoverpa Rosa's body. It was as if he wanted to trade injury for injury. Helicoverpa Rosa took a few punches, but her reaction was very normal. This was because not only were there no abilities on his fists, there was not even much demon chi. He was only relying on brute force. After another clash, Helicoverpa Rosa pulled back. "What, are you tired? Keep going," Li Qingshan asked. There was no longer a complete piece of flesh on his body, and his bones were covered in cracks. There was not a single inch of his face that could be associated with handsomeness. The left side of his face had completely caved in, the result of a sidekick. As for the right side of his face, it was even more terrifying. Under the corrosion of the toxins, his gums and teeth were exposed. His throat gurgled as if he was laughing, but he was no longer able to use his facial muscles to express this emotion. Only his eyes remained bright as he stared at Helicoverpa Rosa. He was right. Helicoverpa Rosa did indeed feel a hint of exhaustion. Even with the toughness of a demon commander's body, it was impossible for her to maintain such an intense attack. Looking at Li Qingshan, she was surprised and doubtful. Doesn't he get tired? However, that was not what surprised her the most. His reaction speed seemed to be gradually increasing, and he was extremely sensitive to fatal attacks. He would often be able to dodge in the most effective manner at the most crucial moment, avoiding fatal wounds. Of course, the price for this would often be a horrific wound. If it were not for the spirit turtle's demon core that could replace most of his organs, he would have collapsed already. Why should I waste my strength on a corpse? Helicoverpa Rosa sneered. The toxins had already invaded every part of his body. Although the toxins from the spikes were not as potent as a direct bite, the effects accumulated bit by bit were still rather terrifying. Right now, all she needed to do was wait for the toxins to erupt and completely destroy Li Qingshan's body. Then you'll probably be disappointed. What? At this moment, the indigestible strong stone's demon core in Li Qingshan's stomach suddenly erupted with rings of grayish-yellow light. The strength of the earth was an ability to communicate with the boundless will of the earth, while the earth-attributed demon core was a condensation of the essence of the earth. Normally, he would not agree when he digested it. But at this moment, when his body was on the brink of collapse, the earth all around him extended a helping hand to him, wanting to save this child of the earth that was about to die. The strong stone's demon core was stirred up too. It spun around and released demon chi that merged with his body. His wounds healed at a visible rate. Black, poisonous blood flowed from his wounds. The remaining toxins were no longer a problem, as his body had become even more powerful after digesting the strong stone's demon core. Helicoverpa was also stunned. She did not know where the strong stone's demon core was, and thought that Li Qingshan was hiding a healing ability in his eyes. What, have you rested enough? Or did you use up all your strength in bed and have no more strength to fight? Then obediently lie down. Li Qingshan twisted his head, and with two cracking sounds, some of the dislocated bones in his neck were restored. He grinned maliciously, and his eyes gradually turned from crimson to blood red. At the same time that he swallowed the strong stone's demon core, the killing intent contained in the demon core erupted all at once. In his sea of consciousness, the tiger demon roared and leapt, growing larger and larger until it filled the entire sea of consciousness. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, breaking out as if it had broken free from a cage. Beast marks appeared on Li Qingshan's cheeks. His long fangs extended, his hands turned into tiger claws, and a tiger tail trailed behind him, swinging like a steel whip. He had transformed into a fierce tiger in human form. Miraculously, at this moment, his mind became abnormally clear. It was as if his soul had left his shell and was looking down at him from above. Li Qingshan arched his back and lowered his body. His killing intent and killing intent were completely withdrawn, as if he was a ferocious tiger ready to pounce on its prey. There were no cries of birds or insects. The entire forest was silent. This is the best time for me to break through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon. If I fail, I won't have a second demon core to heal myself. His train of thought was interrupted, and violent killing intent dominated everything. Roar! A tiger's roar was accompanied by a violent surge of killing intent. Helicoverpa couldn't help but take a step back. Then, she felt a deep sense of humiliation. Could a mere demon general scare me? Even if you recover 100 times, I can still defeat you 101 times. No, this time, I'll kill you right here. Her double pupils locked onto the charging Li Qingshan. She slightly opened her mouth, but she didn't spit out spider silk immediately. Instead, she paused for a moment to accumulate her demon aura. How powerful would an attack that required her to accumulate chi be? In that moment, her lips spat out thousands of spider silk. Her silk had once pierced through the arcane artifact, the square cauldron, and killed the sect master of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. It was so powerful that it was even sharper than the green ruin sword in Fu Qingjin's hand. Afterwards, Helicoverpa made up her mind. She gave up on capturing Li Qingshan alive and torturing him slowly. She wanted to kill him in a single strike. Chapter 493. From the beginning until now, Helicoverpa's objective in her battle with Li Qingshan was to capture him alive before tying him up and enjoying him slowly. The prey's pain and despair had always been the most important part of this dish. Once she lost this part, all she could do was eat. Before she began eating, she still wanted to play around. She wanted to chop off his limbs and use him as a toy in her bed. After all, prey that could satisfy her desires were far too rare. As a result, she had never actually struck a killing blow, which was why Li Qingshan had lasted until now. If she had struck a killing blow right from the beginning, perhaps Li Qingshan would not have been able to make it underground alive. Just now, the close combat seemed extremely intense, but she had plenty of opportunities and methods to kill Li Qingshan. However, it would be very difficult for her to control the strength of her attacks. It was possible for him to die directly, and once he was forced into dire straits, it was also possible for him to directly blow up his demon core. It was exactly because of these considerations that she chose the worst plan, which was to exhaust Li Qingshan's demon qi and strength. By then, it would already be too late even if he wanted to blow up his demon core. However, the situation did not go as she had expected. Not only was Li Qingshan not exhausted, but he became more and more energetic instead. He was extremely stingy with his demon qi too. The situation began to become complicated, which was rather disadvantageous for her. Of course, it was only disadvantageous. She recovered from her exhaustion within a few breaths. Although she had expended quite a lot of demon qi, it recovered at a rapid rate. Most importantly, she had decided to kill him right now. The moment she made up her mind, the spirit turtle's demon core in Li Qingshan's body gave off an intense warning. It was almost a warning of death. A sky full of spider silk flew over. Li Qingshan was unable to respond in time. No matter what he did, he was unable to avoid the fate of being riddled with holes. Spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan bellowed out, and hexagonal pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell appeared before him in layers. Time seemed to slow down. A thin strand of spider silk. The moment it came into contact with a piece of the spirit turtle's profound shell, a ripple seemed to appear, but it was unable to prove it. That was because at the same time, several hundred strands of silk landed on the spirit turtle's profound shell. The spirit turtle's profound shell was not exactly pierced. It would be better to say that they were annihilated. The demonic aura on Li Qingshan's body was rapidly depleting. There were no more tricks he could use. The spider silk that filled the sky was like a million-strong army charging head-on. If they didn't block it, they would die. But if they did block it, it would only delay the time of death. Spider silk was not as light and thin as spider webs that could be blown away by strong winds. The other end of the thousands of strands of silk was still in the Spider Queen's vermilion lips, constantly pouring in demon qi. Let alone a gust of wind, even blades and axes would not be able to withstand it. Don't even think about swaying a single strand of spider silk. Pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell were destroyed, and Li Qingshan's demon qi plummeted. The threads closed in on him. Boom, 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 boom. Li Qingshan's eyes were bloodshot as he punched out. He unleashed the power of the ox demon's tremor and broke the tens of thousands of spiderwebs. However, the spider silk was endless. At this time, even if he wanted to turn around and escape, it was too late. Innate abilities were extremely taxing on demon qi. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had been accumulating it painstakingly. The demon qi that was only waiting to be used at a crucial moment was almost completely depleted. As for Helicoverpa, all she did was stand there and constantly spit out spider silk. Just this move had forced Li Qingshan into unprecedented despair. This move, the myriad threads, was quite taxing on her as well. However, as a demon commander, both the quality of her demon qi and the speed at which she recovered were incomparable to demon generals. There was no suspense in the outcome of a pure clash of demon qi like this. She saw how Li Qingshan's demon qi was almost completely depleted, but he was still holding on. He had no intentions of blowing up his demon core. The corner of Helicoverpa's bright red lips curled into a victorious smile. His desire to live was much greater than she had imagined. If she had known this earlier, she would have never held back in the beginning. If this continued, she would be able to achieve her original goal. Subduing a demon general who had exhausted his demon qi would be extremely simple. Li Qingshan threw another punch, but there were no more shockwaves. His demon qi had finally been completely depleted. In that instant, thousands of spider silk pierced through him and engulfed him, pushing him forward until he crashed into a rock wall, where he remained motionless. Helicoverpa panted softly. Her silvery gray skin recovered its delicate snow-white color. Swaying her voluptuous bottom, she arrived before the human figure that was completely covered in spider webs. With a wave of her hand, Li Qingshan's face was revealed. There was not a single wound on it. At the very last moment, she had moved away the spider silk aimed at his head to prevent him from truly being killed. Of course, there was also a certain part below. Aside from these two places, his limbs and organs had all been pierced through by the spider silk. He was like an insect pinned by thousands of long, thin needles, completely immobilized. Even if he wanted to blow up his demon core, it was an extravagant hope. At this time, even if he broke through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon, it was already too late. Helicoverpa Rosa caressed Li Qingshan's handsome face and suddenly slapped him, leaving a clear palm mark. Then, she lifted his chin and said, "Now, who's going to do who? Of course it's me who's going to do you." Before Li Qingshan could finish his sentence, there was another slap. His head tilted to the side and his scarlet hair flew in the air. Li Qingshan continued to smile viciously. In this moment of greatest despair, he had already exhausted all his moves and made all his attempts and efforts. At the crucial moment when he had completely refined Strong Stone's demon core and had the greatest hope of breaking through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon, he had failed before he could even launch a single attack. If he had succeeded, everything would have been different. But there were no ifs in life. The killing intent brought about by Strong Stone's demon core receded like a receding tide. What was left was only the bitter fruit of failure. This was probably the so-called fate of heaven. I'm not Overlord Chu. If I'm weak, then I'm weak. Why should I blame fate? Was it despair? Perhaps. However, as long as he still had a second to live, he would persevere to the end. He stared at the Spider Queen with shining eyes. He did not spit out a mouthful of bloody spittle like those martyrs of the revolution. Instead, he tried to struggle calmly, but it was all to no avail. Although the strength of the earth continued to replenish his strength, every inch of his muscles had been pierced by the spider silk. It was beyond his control. He could not even move his little finger. Helicoverpa Rosa admired the sight in satisfaction. She had finally subdued this stubborn beast. Never had a prey made her so excited before. A hand landed on his crotch, rubbing it gently. The tip of her bright red tongue licked his cheek and whispered into his ear, "Serve me well, and I'll let you live a little longer. If I'm satisfied, I might even spare your life, allowing you to continue leading the night roamers and serving me." To those in despair, there was nothing more tempting than hope. Just like a drowning person, he would desperately clutch onto a single strand of straw. Give him a sliver of hope, tame him bit by bit, and then kill him in the cruelest way possible in the end. This was the ending she had decided on for him. Only then could she calm her fury. "I still have something on me that your spider silk can't pierce." Li Qingshan smiled. "What is it?" "Bones." The bones all over Li Qingshan's body could be described as the toughest part of his body. Even the indestructible spider silk could only pierce through his skin and flesh. All it could do was circle around his bones. At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his head. The bones would stand when the tiger was dead. Then I'll break them myself. Helicoverpa Rosa said viciously. Suddenly, she saw Li Qingshan tremble all over and move. She was slightly surprised. "Even if all of my limbs and organs are pierced, my bones can still move." Li Qingshan's bones began to move. Indescribable pain filled his entire body. All of the flesh nailed down by the spider silk was pulled, but his body did not move at all. It was like his bones and flesh were being forcefully separated. Blood flowed and rolled along the spider silk, soaking the ground in the blink of an eye. Even the torture of being executed by 1,000 cuts seemed to be a pleasure in comparison. Helicoverpa Rosa smiled again. She admired this kind of desperate struggle before death the most. However, she was rather dissatisfied with Li Qingshan's behavior. His face did not twist from pain. Instead, he smiled. He thought of a person. Probably only that crazy woman, Qian Rongji, can endure this. I can't lose to her. No, I can't lose to myself. Suddenly, Li Qingshan felt like he had been enlightened. He suddenly saw the light. I understand now. The phantom of the tiger demon appeared in his sea of consciousness once more. It was still roaring at the sky. There was clearly no enemy around, but it bared its fangs and claws, as if it was fighting something invisible. It was as if its mind was filled with killing intent, and it had sunk into madness. The tiger demon's bone-forging frenzy. However, this time, Li Qingshan saw something completely different. The tiger demon fought in a frenzy, not because it did not know who its enemy was. Even if it destroyed the world and slaughtered all life, it would always have one enemy, and that was itself. If it could not defeat itself, no matter how many opponents it defeated, it would still be weak. The victor was powerful and the victor was strong. And this enemy could never be defeated completely. The only way was to keep fighting, again and again, to defeat fear, pain, setbacks, and challenges. Even if it was to forget everything and sink into madness, it could not stop. I thought that the fourth layer of the tiger demon would be the same as the first three layers, where killing intent and potential would be stimulated under the external pressure of life and death. So that's not the case. This is the true meaning behind the endless battle of the tiger demon. In the moment Li Qingshan comprehended this, a violent aura of malice rushed out of his body. It was so arrogant and violent, as if he wanted to fight against the world. Helicoverpa was slightly surprised and took a step back, but she did not feel ashamed. She could clearly sense that Li Qingshan had broken through again. He was like a demonic blade that had been unsealed, which actually made her feel danger. However, she stopped worrying again and smiled mockingly. He was heavily injured and did not have a single strand of demon chi on him. No matter how he broke through, how could he escape from her? As if in response to her thoughts, demon chi surged into Li Qingshan's body from somewhere. The spirit turtle's demon core suddenly lit up. Chapter 494. Li Qingshan's demonic aura had indeed been completely exhausted. However, there was a kind of energy in his body that could be converted into demonic aura, which was more effective than taking any elixir. That was the power of will in the divine talisman of great creation. Li Qingshan had not used the divine talisman of great creation all this while, not because he was preparing for a rainy day, but because he was expecting to break through to the fourth tier of the tiger demon at this moment. Instead, under the circumstances just now, even if he converted all his power of will into demonic aura, it could only help him hold on for a little longer. He might as well save it and think of a way to use the ever-changing divine talisman of great creation as a last resort. Finally, at this moment, it worked wonders. Helicoverpa sensed that something was wrong. She slashed at Li Qingshan's neck with her palm, which turned silver-gray in midair, intending to decapitate him. Li Qingshan twisted his head and latched onto her wrist with his mouth. His face turned, and a shining red eye stared at Helicoverpa. Helicoverpa felt a stabbing pain in her wrist and a slight palpitation. She felt that something had changed. This time, Li Qingshan not only kept up with her speed, but also pierced her silver-gray skin with his sharp fangs. The taste of blood flowed into his mouth, which was exceptionally sweet. Go to hell. Helicoverpa was enraged. She clasped his head with her left hand and pierced her fingers into it. She was about to see Li Qingshan's head suffer the same fate as the mirror-image doppelganger. However, her claw failed to penetrate it. Tiger demon refines bones. When Li Qingshan broke through to the fourth tier of the tiger demon, the bones all over his body went through another round of tempering and became stronger and tougher. Naturally, the same went for his skull. But his body, he was still unable to move. Even though he kept tempering his body with the power of vibration the moment he recovered his demonic aura, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time to break the thousands of spider webs. 2 consecutive moves had failed to work, and the enemy was unable to move at all. Helicoverpa was both shocked and angry. She retreated and took a short rest. Her red lips spurted out thousands of spider webs. It shot towards Li Qingshan's head. His arms couldn't move, and he couldn't use his fists to disperse the spider webs like just now. If he forcefully used the spirit turtle's profound shell to block it, it would be pierced and destroyed in a few seconds. Li Qingshan seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation and could no longer escape. But he grinned and did the same thing as Helicoverpa. He pursed his lips and spat hard. At first, it sounded like a sharp whistle. But what he spat out wasn't spider silk, but a stream of wind. It met the spider silk. Thousands of strands of spider silk were blown away the moment they came into contact with the wind. The fourth layer was an extremely important layer. The three innate abilities and cultivation methods that Li Qingshan grasped were the spirit turtle and the ox demon. Both of them had undergone shocking changes at the fourth level. Of course, this could just be an illusion. Perhaps it was a natural evolution after accumulating to a certain extent. But no matter what, with the breakthrough to the fourth layer of the tiger demon and the two innate abilities of the tiger demon, they evolved as well. The stream of wind was none other than one of the innate abilities he comprehended first, the tiger demon's slaughter howl. When the ox demon tramples successfully broke free from being an innate ability of little value, it remained the same. Its power was barely satisfactory too, becoming the ability that Li Qingshan used the least. But at this moment, there was no whistling wind. All of its power had been withdrawn, turning into a stream of wind as thick as an arm. It did not seem as mighty as before. However, the sharpness it contained surpassed even Fu Qingjin's sword qi, which was why it was able to disperse the spider silk after ripping apart Helicoverpa. Calling it the tiger demon's slaughter howl was no longer suitable. Just like how the ox demon tramples had become the tremors of the ox demon, from today onwards, this move would be called the tiger demon's breath. He has the ability to conceal his aura. Just now, he must have concealed a portion of his demonic aura to fool my attention. North Moon, I don't believe that your demonic aura is limitless. As Helicoverpa thought so, she repeated the same trick and spat out an endless stream of spider silk. However, she had made up her mind that she would not give him any chance this time. She would not rest until she killed him completely. The breath and the spider silk kept colliding, one weakening while the other strengthening. The ear-piercing sound they produced was like 1,000 zither being plucked at the same time, the strings dazzling. The drifting spider silk flew up and down, streaking across the cavern and cutting deep into it. The ceiling was torn apart, and the boulders collapsed with a loud rumble. One by one, the pieces fell on the wind and silently split into two halves. Compared to the tremors of the ox demon, the efficiency of the tiger demon's breath to shatter the spider silk was undoubtedly higher. However, it also consumed demonic aura. The demonic aura that Li Qingshan had just replenished was consumed by more than half in a short while. However, what Helicoverpa did not know was that Li Qingshan had a trump card, the divine talisman of great creation, to continuously replenish his demonic aura. He was not afraid of consumption at all. Gradually, Helicoverpa began to feel a little anxious. Her demonic aura was also left with less than 30%. Since the start of the battle, her demonic aura was not at 100%. In order to pursue the ultimate pleasure in bed, she allowed Li Qingshan to use the tremors of the ox demon to directly destroy her body. A single tremor might not be a big deal to her, but after accumulating countless times, the damage was not light. It consumed 20% of her demonic aura to heal her injuries. In her opinion, this 20% of demonic aura was not a big deal at all. She could not even use up 10% of her demonic aura to deal with Li Qingshan. In the battle that followed, Li Qingshan was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. At this time, his demonic aura seemed to be endless. What on earth is going on? Is he really just a demon general? Finally, the spider silk in Li Qingshan's body broke inch by inch. With a shudder, thousands of spider silk shot out like silver needles, breaking free from the restraint. The divine earth power immediately came into play. The dense wounds on his bright red heart gradually healed, and it began to beat loudly again. Although it was terrible to be pierced by thousands of needles, it was actually easier to recover. Waves of water spiritual qi gushed out from his Dantian sea of qi and spread to his entire body. A cool and comfortable feeling instantly eliminated the pain. Although he did not dare to use his spiritual chi in front of Spider Queen, it did not matter if he used it in his own body. After exhausting all the spiritual chi in his body, a spirited and unscathed Li Qingshan once again stood in front of Spider Queen. Withdrawing the tiger demon's breath, he laughed wildly and said, "I'm going to fuck you right now." Helicoverpa Rosa felt as if she had fallen into an unimaginable dream. No matter how many times she knocked him down, he could always stand up again and issue a challenge to her. In Li Qingshan's eyes, the spider silk flying towards him seemed to have suddenly slowed down. He crouched slightly, and the spider silk flew past his face. Helicoverpa Rosa's eyes flashed. The spider silk suddenly changed direction and coiled towards him like a snake. With a casual wave of his hand, Li Qingshan's sharp tiger claws cut through the spider silk. Just as he was about to pounce on Spider Queen, he suddenly stopped and leaped lightly. Countless spider silk swept past his body. At first glance, it looked like a white snake suddenly raised its head and turned around, opening its bloody mouth and pouncing towards him. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped in his tracks. His claws danced wildly in a dazzling manner, tearing apart the spider silk inch by inch. Then, he opened his mouth and breathed out a gust of wind. Like a spirit snake, it swam around his body and swept away the spider silk that wanted to take the opportunity to sneak up on him. Like a fierce tiger, Li Qingshan ran and twisted in the dense forest woven of spider silk. Not a single leaf could touch him. Helicoverpa Rosa was stunned. The speed and agility that Li Qingshan displayed were almost on par with her. A demon general who had the strength, speed, and reflexes of a demon marshal? In a moment, the demonic chi on Helicoverpa Rosa's body dropped by 20%. She finally stopped spitting silk. Taking this opportunity, Li Qingshan pounced towards Helicoverpa Rosa. However, he saw a cold smile on her face. Reel in the net. With a thought from behind Helicoverpa Rosa, a huge net woven from countless spider silk extended out of the rock and earth, closing in on Li Qingshan from all directions. A while ago, when her silk collided with Li Qingshan's breath, countless strands of silk were swept away, sinking into the surrounding rock and walls. The silk was not abandoned. Instead, under her control, the strands wove together like a spider patiently weaving a web, waiting for prey to fall into it. In that moment, Li Qingshan reacted. A gust of wind struck the net, but it only caused a ripple. He threw punch after punch, but even the power of tremor struggled to break through the net. Every single thread that formed the net was as thick as an index finger. They were formed from countless thin strands of silk, so they were much tougher than the net she could casually spit out. Once caught, even with endless strength and the tremors of the ox demon, he would never be able to break free. Spirit Turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan bellowed out, and countless hexagons formed a sphere to support the net. "I'd like to see how long you can last." Helicoverpa Rosa snorted coldly. With a pull of her hand, the web tightened, and cracks immediately appeared on the Spirit Turtle's profound shell. The threads dug into it as if they could cut it to pieces in the next moment. "Are you ready?" Li Qingshan laughed madly. "What?" Helicoverpa Rosa frowned. "What do you think?" Li Qingshan studied her snow-white body, and his eyes shone with brutality. All the oppression and humiliation was about to be paid back. "In your dreams," Helicoverpa Rosa bellowed. The web tightened, and with a crack, the Spirit Turtle's profound shell became riddled with cracks. "Actually, I discovered your scheme a long time ago. How can you hide everything that happens underground from me?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Wouldn't you run if you discovered it?" Helicoverpa Rosa did not believe him, but she could not help but feel a hint of doubt. "I was afraid you'd run." Li Qingshan smiled. "Actually, this web still has a flaw." "Where?" The Spirit Turtle's profound shell shattered loudly. Li Qingshan raised his hand and pointed. "It's you." Helicoverpa Rosa could only vaguely see two whirlwinds surge out from Li Qingshan's back. His figure vanished from where he was in that instant. She was alarmed, but by the time she returned to her senses, it was already too late. Li Qingshan slammed into her with the web. "Maintaining this web will require demon chi and physical strength, right?" Your demon chi and physical strength should be pretty much depleted now, right? Li Qingshan pressed her down and wrapped his claws around her slender neck. He smiled viciously. I'm very vengeful, mother of my child. Chapter 495. Helicoverpa Rosa no longer had the slightest smile on her face. Shock, fury, and a sliver of uncontrollable fear welled up within her. This feeling had never stopped since the day she had gained spirituality, all the way until the day she became a demon commander. It had been so many years since anyone or anything could make her feel fear. Am I defeated? No. How can I be defeated? Helicoverpa Rosa struggled with all her might. Her hands locked onto his arms, she raised her leg and kicked his back. Li Qingshan grinned viciously. Like a mountain, he pressed down on Helicoverpa Rosa's snow-white body. No matter how she struggled, she could not budge. His arms were riddled with bloody marks from her claws, and his back was aching from the kicks. However, her attacks were no longer as fierce as they had been at the beginning. They seemed rather weak and powerless. After fighting for so long, Helicoverpa Rosa's demon chi was almost completely exhausted. Her entire body was filled with exhaustion, and her strength was no longer as great as before. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan's body had become even stronger after breaking through to the 4th layer of the tiger demon. Furthermore, he constantly replenished his demon chi with the power of wish. Under the effect of the divine earthen strength, he did not feel tired at all. In particular, after devouring and digesting Strong Stone's demon core, his strength had further increased. Under such circumstances, she was no longer able to gain the upper hand in close combat. Helicoverpa Rosa circulated her remaining demon chi. The spider web tightened, binding Li Qingshan and strangling him. 8 spikes shot towards him. Without a word, Li Qingshan punched her abdomen. His ox demon's great strength, the power of tremors, and even a bit of the power of wish were added to his punch. In an instant, Helicoverpa Rosa's body was dyed with a layer of silvery gray. The power of tremors was unleashed in waves. Cracks appeared on his silver-gray skin, and before he could recover, the second punch landed. Boom, 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 boom. Li Qingshan completely ignored the tightening spider webs and the spikes coming at him. He just punched her again and again, viciously venting the anger in his heart. The spider web gradually loosened, and the spikes became weaker and weaker. In the end, they could not even cut through his ox demon forge's its hide. On the back of Helicoverpa Rosa's metallic skin, ripples spread out, and the texture of his skin was restored. The silvery gray color gradually faded. It returned to its snow-white color. Li Qingshan's fists had used up the last bit of her demonic aura, and she could no longer maintain her innate talent. Li Qingshan casually pulled away the cobwebs wrapped around his body. Without demonic chi to control and force to pull, no matter how indestructible the spider web was, it was just a lifeless object. Then he patted Helicoverpa Rosa's cheek and said, "How is it, Madam Spider Queen? Didn't I serve you well? Do you like this kind of service? I'll kill you." Helicoverpa Rosa's expression contorted, and she sank into hysterical rage. She opened her red lips and was about to spit out a spider web. It pierced through Li Qingshan's head. Pah! A resounding slap landed on Helicoverpa Rosa's face. Her head turned away, then suddenly turned back, and another slap landed. Every time she turned her head, every time she tried to spit out a spider web, she would receive a slap. After a dozen or so consecutive slaps, she finally gave up on this self-humiliating behavior. She tilted her head and stared at Li Qingshan with one eye. This scene was exactly the same as just now. It was the same as before, but her eyes were filled with resentment. Boom! Another punch landed on her abdomen. Li Qingshan did not do it to take revenge for her venomous gaze, but because he sensed that demonic aura was beginning to gather in her body. The speed at which a demon commander gathered demonic aura was too fast. A moment of carelessness and she managed to break free. If she focuses on running away, it'll be difficult to catch her again. I still have a lot of things I haven't done yet. With a thought, Li Qingshan waved his hand, and pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell flew out, forming a faint blue sphere that enveloped them perfectly. It immediately blocked out all of the spiritual qi of the world. This was the green ruins illusion that he had imitated from Fu Qingjin. If he wanted to recover his demon qi, he needed to absorb the spiritual qi of the world. However, this move did not have much use as he was trapped inside, so he was unable to absorb the spiritual qi of the world. Under normal circumstances, Helicoverpa next move would have been enough to smash through the cage. But right now, it was perfect. Li Qingshan exhaled in relief and released his grip on the back of Helicoverpa throat. He gently touched her face, sliding down to her collarbone before reaching her creamy, white breasts. Now, it was time to enjoy the spoils. To Li Qingshan's surprise, Helicoverpa did not put up any resistance. Instead, she turned her head away slowly, as if she was afraid of angering him. A sliver of weakness that he had never seen appeared on her bewitching face. "You've won." "Really?" Li Qingshan was filled with joy, but he also felt a hint of disappointment. Looking at the extremely proud Spider Queen submitting herself to him, he felt extremely excited and delighted. However, he still had not unleashed his ruthlessness. "In the past 1,000 years, you're the first person to defeat me, as well as the first person to satisfy me so much. I'm willing to become your woman and bear your powerful children." Helicoverpa slowly straightened up and hugged Li Qingshan. Her soft and supple breasts pressed against his hard chest as if they had melted. Her scarlet lips gently kissed Li Qingshan's shoulder, all the way up to his neck. In the sexual intercourse not long ago, she had also kissed him countless times, but she had never been so gentle and submissive. Li Qingshan also seemed to have calmed down the ruthlessness in his heart. He inserted his head into her hair and gently stroked it. There was a faint smile on his face, as if he was enjoying it very much. Helicoverpa kiss became more and more intense, but her expression suddenly changed. She bit down fiercely. Hidden under her delicate red lips were extremely sharp fangs, which contained the most violent venom. As long as she injected all of it into his body at once, it would soon spread to his head. Then, she could turn defeat into victory. At least, she could escape from this cage and recover some demonic aura to fight again. "I knew you couldn't change your ways. Also, even if you want to be my woman, you don't have the right." Li Qingshan only felt a slight prick on his neck, but his smile did not change. He grabbed the hair behind Helicoverpa and tugged viciously. Long before she launched her attack, the spirit turtle's demon core had already given her a clear warning. Before she could even inject the venom, Li Qingshan had completely nullified her scheme. All that was left were 2 faint red dots. "North Moon, I'll definitely kill you. I'll skin you alive. I'll eat your flesh. Ha 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 ha, I can understand your perverted mind a little now." Hearing an enemy you can't fight back say something like that, it sure is fucking ridiculous. "Let's change to a better posture." Li Qingshan stood up. He pressed the back of Helicoverpa head against the ground and forcefully flipped her around. He looked at her, and her eyes lit up slightly. Unlike her original ferocious form, her human form was extremely beautiful. However, even though they had intercourse countless times, her human form was still extremely beautiful. However, even though she had done it countless times, she had never had the opportunity to admire it from this angle. It was probably because she followed the principle of not showing her back to the enemy. Her round bottom was particularly plump. As she struggled, it rose high, swaying with a ball of white light. Her waist suddenly tightened. It was slender enough to be grasped, even a little exaggerated. The lines of her back were extremely beautiful. Her breasts seemed particularly plump too. Apart from the words devilish figure, there was basically no other suitable description. Li Qingshan grinned. "This prize. I like it. If you dare, I'll blow up my demon core." Helicoverpa turned her head around desperately and threatened sternly. "Enough. You won't blow up your demon core unless your life is threatened. Don't talk like a human. Even if I really do blow myself up, I'll say it. I won't change it." Li Qingshan laughed madly. Suddenly, he bent down and whispered softly into her ear, "Darling, I'm coming." Cobweb City was silent. The night roamers returned carefully like they were treading on thin ice. After confirming there were no auras or sounds, they eased up slightly, but they were still afraid to enter the city. In an empty region of magma and flowing water below Cobweb City, the 6 clans gathered together, discussing softly. Sir North Moon really entered Spider Queen's residence? Not only did he enter, but looks like he's done for. Looks like we're going to be directly commanded by Spider Queen again. North Moon, I think he's lost his head from his arrogance. Does he really think he can escape from a demon commander with his life as a mere demon general? He's already become Spider Queen's delicacy now. Master definitely won't die. Do you stupid women really think you're worthy of guessing Master's strength? The night roamers all whispered among themselves as if they were afraid of breaking the silence of the city. However, the voice was high-spirited and filled with unparalleled confidence. It was like a bolt of lightning that ripped through the dark clouds. Yi Mingju leapt up and glanced past every single night roamer sharply. All of the night roamers shut their mouths and gathered their gazes on Yi Liubo. Their gazes were filled with hostility. Yi Liubo, you traitor who takes advantage of others to intimidate others. You've helped North Moon oppress us. We haven't even gotten even with you yet you've actually leapt out now. Are you prepared to atone for your crimes with death? A matriarch said sinisterly. The night roamers all remained silent with sunken faces. For a moment, who knew how many daggers and swords had been drawn? Black figures flickered, ready to merge into the darkness at any time and carry out a fatal assassination. The reason why night roamers were willing to listen to Li Qingshan's orders was not just because they were powerful enough themselves, but because of Helicoverpa Rosa's orders. The nature of night roamers made it impossible for them to truly submit to anyone. Betrayal and slaughter were as simple as breathing. Even Yi Liusu had her own pursuits and plans. Only Yi Liubo was absolutely loyal. During Li Qingshan's 3 years of secluded cultivation, the greatest contributor to why the night roamers could offer up so many spiritual herbs was actually not Yi Liusu, but Yi Liubo. She had used Li Qingshan's name many times to force the 6 clans to gather spiritual herbs, and the special favor she received was also the root of jealousy and hatred. Now, only death awaited Li Qingshan. Even if he managed to survive, all he could do was flee. He would never be bold enough to return underground again, much less continue to command them. Many conflicts erupted all at once. Yi Liubo became everyone's target. Who knew how many powerful night roamers who had undergone the heavenly tribulation present? If they wanted to claim Yi Liubo's life, they only needed a split second. P.S. Please call me this shameless dreamteller. I'm a soft-hearted and thin-skinned person. I'm only afraid of others being nice to me. Looking at the monthly votes, I'll feel bad if I don't keep updating them. Sure enough, the new year brings a new atmosphere. In the first month of the year, are we going to maintain a ranking in the 20s until the end of the month, for the first time in history? All right, I have no objections. If you're bold enough to not vote, then I'm bold enough to write a single chapter. As for why I'm not bold enough to erupt, all I can say is, spare me, great hero. I don't want to stop updating every time I erupt either. Yep, that's fine. Chapter 496. Beneath Cobweb City, after passing through layers of earth and stone, there was a cavern. The cavern did not seem to have been formed naturally. There were no stalactites, only shattered boulders scattered all over the ground. Amidst the rubble was an azure sphere formed from countless hexagons. The sphere was translucent, but it was so hazy that it was impossible to see what was inside, as if a layer of mist had condensed within it. There was a loud thud as a hand struck the sphere. It was the hand of a woman, her fingers long and slender, her palms small and beautiful. But the force it exerted was not weak at all. There was a crisp crack, like the sound of ice cracking, and a crack appeared on the azure sphere. It was easy to imagine that a few more strikes would probably shatter it. The mist dispersed a little, and the woman's face could be vaguely seen. Any man standing here would likely be dumbfounded and gasp in admiration at her appearance. It was a seductive and mature face, possessing an even more bewitching charm than a pure beauty. Even though her face was filled with shame and anger, that lofty arrogance was still clearly discernible. It seemed to have already fused into her temperament, making her seem like a queen. If not for her noble status and great authority, it would have been impossible for her to develop such a temperament. But it also aroused a man's desire to conquer. Her jet-black hair was scattered and messy, but one could still imagine the nobility of her hair. Her thin red lips were frozen in a cruel curve. She was used to issuing orders, but now she was opening and closing her mouth. She spat out a white mist, as if she were cursing and moaning. However, it was blocked by the sphere, and not a single sound could be heard. He tried to look into the sphere again, but it became even more blurry. All he saw was a snow-white human figure. It seemed to be completely naked, and it was indistinctly visible. She seemed to be kneeling on the ground in an extremely indecent manner, her body swaying uncontrollably. The two snow-white masses in front of her were trembling violently, and the two bright red dots below were like two red cherries on the snow, swaying back and forth. One could not help but have all sorts of enchanting thoughts. Thud! There was another loud thud as she exerted all her strength. She clenched her teeth and struck out a second time. The cracks became even larger and denser. It would depend on the situation. With just one more palm strike, he would be able to shatter the sphere and escape from it. Suddenly, two arms reached out from behind her, grabbed her slender waist, and dragged her backwards. She flailed her arms in vain. He struggled, but he was no match for that power. In the blink of an eye, the cracks on the sphere disappeared. Inside the cave, dead silence reigned once more. After an unknown period of time, the azure sphere suddenly disappeared. First, a large amount of white mist spread out, and vaguely, a figure could be seen standing upright with a head full of fiery red hair. As the mist dispersed, Li Qingshan stretched his body and took a deep breath of the refreshing spiritual qi of heaven and earth. His thoughts were extremely clear, and his heart was incomparably satisfied. If it wasn't for the lack of spiritual energy in the world, he might have broken through the 17 or 18 levels and gone straight to the 9 heavens. However, just now, that feeling was as if he had roamed one round beyond the 9 heavens, and his gaze fell back to the ground. If you want to eat me, I'll let you eat to your heart's content. Helicoverpa Rosa lay on the ground with her eyes firmly shut as if she had lost consciousness. Her snow-white body was drenched in sweat, filled with the marks of lovemaking. Although she struggled very violently in the beginning, Li Qingshan had served her plenty of what she loved the most. Towards the end, she no longer had the strength to resist, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. She was even extremely cooperative, no longer trying to bite him with her venomous fangs when they hugged each other. Obviously, there was no need for her to maintain a safe position the entire time. Of course, Li Qingshan had to admit that was what he loved the most. However, he was unable to tell whether she had lost herself in it, or whether she had the mindset of, since I can't resist, I'll just enjoy it, or perhaps it was a combination of both. Oi, mother of the child, stop playing dead. If you keep playing dead, I'll really kill you. Li Qingshan crouched down and patted the cheek behind Helicoverpa Rosa. He obviously would not be fooled by this facade, as in the moment the spirit turtle's profound shell was activated, the surging spiritual qi of the world immediately began to gather towards her. Originally, he was just joking, but as soon as he said it, he could not help but think, should I kill her? Right now, Helicoverpa Rosa was at her weakest. If he wanted to kill her, now was the perfect time. Once she recovered completely, it would be hard to say who would be the one killing who. With Li Qingshan's current strength, he had basically taken a step into the realm of demon commanders. He could basically sweep through the first heavenly tribulation. Right now, even if all the Foundation establishment cultivators and demon generals of the Clear River Prefecture stood before him, he could deal with them with composure. Even if he encountered demon commanders and golden core cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, protecting himself would not be a problem anymore. However, it was basically impossible for him to emerge victorious. Li Qingshan's victory this time was due to some luck. Helicoverpa had been too careless. Her vicious nature could be described as the main reason for her defeat. If it were not for the fact that she wanted to capture Li Qingshan alive and torture him for fun before eating him raw, she would never have ended up like this. And there was an even deeper reason. After becoming a demon commander, it had already been many years since she had engaged in a battle to the death with someone. Even if he was a natural hunter, if he didn't have a worthy opponent, his combat ability would degenerate, and he wouldn't be able to display his full strength. However, ever since Li Qingshan had used his blade to kill someone for the first time, he had never stopped fighting. In terms of true strength, Li Qingshan was nowhere close to Helicoverpa. As a carapace, she was not a weakling among demon commanders either. Li Qingshan checked the divine talisman of great creation. He had directly used up 30% of the power of belief he had accumulated over all these years, all to replenish his demon chi. He possessed the extraordinary ability, the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, so the quality of his demon chi did not pale in comparison to demon commanders. After all, it had only been a few years since he underwent the heavenly tribulation. Although he had eaten many spiritual medicines, his accumulation was still extremely weak. If he fought her another 2 times, or even one more time, he would not be able to endure it. If he did not have the divine talisman of great creation to replenish his demon chi, what were his chances of victory? Even if he could barely defeat her, it would be very difficult for him to subdue her like this again. Helicoverpa would never be stupid enough to deplete her demon chi again. If a demon commander wanted to flee, how could he stop her as a mere general? What came next would be endless revenge. He would never dream of getting along with Helicoverpa peacefully after this, unless her hidden interests were stimulated and she basked in the joy of being conquered. It's not like this was some fucking pornographic novel. As the saying went, opportunities only came once. If you dare to kill me, I'll blow up my demon core and drag you down with me. Helicoverpa snapped open her eyes and stared at Li Qingshan. To his surprise, there was no longer any hatred or resentment in her eyes. There was only suffocating coldness and tranquility. Her voice was feeble and slightly hoarse. Li Qingshan instead dared not ignore her threat. He was extremely surprised. He felt that she had become rather different from the Helicoverpa in his memories. Actually, Helicoverpa was not playing dead. She naively believed she could fool Li Qingshan like that. Instead, she was savoring the lingering charm of their lovemaking and tidying through her thoughts. This matter was naturally a great humiliation to her. However, what made her feel humiliated was not the matter itself. She had no concept of such things. It had nothing to do with love. Reproduction was just the most normal thing in the natural world. What she felt humiliated was that she had been conquered by the weak. If Li Qingshan was a demon king, she would not have resisted at all. This was because in the natural world, the strong naturally had the right to choose their partners. The problem was that Li Qingshan was only a demon general and her subordinate. In a situation where his strength was completely inferior to hers, he had offended her and bullied her as the weak. Her heart was naturally filled with indignation and anger. Li Qingshan would never have imagined that his guess would actually be correct. Although it was a humiliation, Helicoverpa had truly experienced an unprecedented pleasure. This extreme pleasure mixed with pain and helplessness caused a part of her heart that had been numbed by a comfortable life to recover. She seemed to have returned to the past when she was still a spider. Hunger and threats were everywhere. Torture and slaughter were necessary every day. Otherwise, she would be tortured to death by the cruel nature. The heavy darkness was no longer filled with emptiness and boredom. She had once again found the meaning of cultivation. If Li Qingshan knew how important his actions were to her, he would definitely be filled with pride. Perhaps he really would place his hopes on conquering this proud spider queen. Unfortunately, while he had guessed the beginning incorrectly, he had not guessed the ending incorrectly. Helicoverpa was now prepared to begin a hunt. This was not for revenge, but to carry out the instincts that nature had bestowed upon her to the end. How could I bear to do that? You're the mother of my child. Li Qingshan grinned, as if he was showing weakness, afraid that she would really do this. To a demon that fought for survival from birth, the will to live was deeply ingrained in their instincts. So when he could do as he pleased just now, no matter how loud her threats were, he did not care. But once his life was in danger, he would definitely not underestimate her resolve. A demon commander's self-detonation of a demon core was no joke. This was also because Li Qingshan was not strong enough. If he was also a demon commander, he would be much more confident in protecting himself. Helicoverpa would not be able to threaten him like this, so using survival to force her to submit was not impossible. However, in Li Qingshan's heart, killing intent instead intensified. His hand slid down from her face and gripped her beautiful, swan-like neck. I feel like she's going to become quite troublesome. It's probably impossible to kill her before she self-detonates her demon core. But if I use that 70% of the power of wish, with my tough body, it's not impossible for me to survive. As if a thick layer of dust had been wiped away, Helicoverpa's sense of danger became extremely acute. Her body immediately tensed up, and the demon core in her body was on the verge of exploding. This was a cold confrontation that could be seen every day in the natural world. When a lion hunted a wild bull, it also had to worry about being killed by the bull's horns. Should I pretend to submit first? No, once I show weakness, it will instead strengthen his resolve. In the natural world, there was a lot of false bravado, but there was no such thing as false submission. The weak would definitely be destroyed. To be continued, proportion. Chapter 497. From the dream within the oppressive confrontation, the spiritual chi of the world surged into Helicoverpa's body madly. As her demon chi recovered, her physical strength slowly recovered too. Li Qingshan's opportunity to kill her slipped away bit by bit. Finally, Li Qingshan moved, slowly pulling back his hand. Was he going to spare her, or was this a sign of an attack? Helicoverpa dared not be careless at all, afraid that he was playing hard to get. Li Qingshan had already come up with a plan. I've even released Fu Qingjin, yet I'm afraid of her revenge? Yes, when a demon commander goes crazy, a Foundation establishment cultivator who relies on a sword to make a living can't be compared to her. Oh, so I'll release her if the threat is small and kill her if the threat is large? Isn't that just putting on an act and bullying the weak? If it were someone like Fu Qingjin, he would not be able to break through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon, even if he fought for another 1,000,000 years. The path to beyond the 9 heavens would definitely be filled with difficulties and twists. Brother Oxa's horrific wounds were still vivid in his mind. Compared to the enemies he would face in the future, Helicoverpa was nothing. I'll just let this little spider be the cornerstone of my advancement. However, Li Qingshan refused to let Helicoverpa go just like that. He crossed his legs to one side and smiled. I know you're unconvinced and think I won unfairly. That's not exactly wrong. However, a win is a win and a loss is a loss. I've won this battle. Do you admit it? I admit it. Helicoverpa said coldly. This had always been the most basic law of the natural world. There was no such thing as fairness or justice. There was only life or death. From today onwards, I no longer listen to your orders. I have half of the underground territory. The demons are yours, and the night roamers are mine. They're my spoils of war. What do you think? Sure, but not half, but the entire territory. From today onwards, your orders are my orders. You can enter and leave my chambers as you please. In human terms, you're my husband. Helicoverpa said calmly. In the end, there was even a bewitching smile that made people shudder. You want to murder your husband, don't you? Li Qingshan laughed and pointed out her motive. What Helicoverpa feared the most was that Li Qingshan would run away after doing this. With his ability to hide his aura, she really couldn't find him. With his strength, even if he went to another prefecture, it would be very easy. Thus, he set up the bait, just to keep him in this territory. She believed that as long as they fought again, she would definitely be able to kill him. In fact, she was a little restless now. In a short period of time, her demonic aura had recovered a lot. I advise you to wait until you have absolute confidence before challenging me. Next time, I definitely won't be so magnanimous, mother of my child. Li Qingshan pinched Loltha's chin with a smile and shook her head. In order not to make you paranoid and afraid, I won't be able to find you. In case I can't find you, let's make an appointment for our next meeting. Helicoverpa Rosa smiled, her hand gently stroking the plump bosom, afraid that the bait was too small and he wouldn't take the bait. At this time, she had completely changed back to the calm hunter. Now, as one of the rulers of this territory, tell me, what is that thing in the magma? Li Qingshan asked the question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Helicoverpa Rosa's expression suddenly changed. It was uncertain, as if she was considering whether she should answer and how to answer. What do you want to know about me? Before she could even say anything, Li Qingshan's expression changed as well. A tender, old voice directly rang out in his head. This statement might be a little strange, but it was his most real feeling. The voice was as young as a baby's first cry after leaving his mother's womb, and as old as the last words of an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Li Qingshan's whole body trembled. Could this be? This place is at least hundreds of miles away from the underground. But he immediately calmed down and asked, "Who are you?" That's not important. What's important is, who are you? Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to answer. The voice continued, "Forget it, that's not important." Then what's important? Where are you going? Don't tell me you still want to ask me where I come from. Li Qingshan smiled. The moment he opened his mouth, he asked the three ultimate questions of life. Could this guy be a security guard buried deep underground? The voice was silent. It was unknown whether Li Qingshan was right or not. Li Qingshan laughed and said, "My name is North Moon. I come from where I come and go to where I come." This sentence is profound. Are you a human or a demon? In fact, what Li Qingshan wanted to figure out the most was not this, but whether he was a friend or a foe. Helicoverpa Rosa obviously knew him. Logically speaking, they should be on the same side, but Helicoverpa Rosa did not ask him for help even at the moment of life and death. And he could clearly sense everything that was happening here, but he just stood by and did nothing. Are you really North Moon? Are you a human or a demon? Li Qingshan was still smiling, but the smile in his eyes had faded. Could it be that he saw something? His identity as a half-human and half-demon could be said to be his biggest secret. Once it was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. If it was an ordinary guy, Li Qingshan would have the heart to silence him. However, the baby underground was obviously not someone he could silence. Maybe he's not sure, that's why he asked. Maybe he's just testing me. I can't panic. Forget it, that's not important. Li Qingshan was thinking about how to answer when the voice interrupted him again, making him very unhappy. Then what's important? As soon as the words left Li Qingshan's mouth, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. As expected, the voice immediately replied, "Didn't I tell you? Where are you going?" "Where I'm going is none of your business." "It's none of my business, because we're going to the same place." "Then tell me where I'm going?" "Up in the sky." "How do you know?" Li Qingshan was shocked. "From the first time I saw you, I knew that your ambition was not small. A frog at the bottom of a well. Didn't you cultivate all your life just to climb the edge of the well and see the world outside?" The voice was calm and gentle, without much intonation. Suddenly, it became impassioned and had an unparalleled heroic spirit. He humbly called himself a frog at the bottom of a well, but Li Qingshan immediately knew that he was not an ordinary person. Looking at the 9 provinces as a well, being embarrassed and unable to relax, was there anything more heroic than this? There was another layer of meaning that Li Qingshan did not understand. Although the frog was lowly in this well, it could also be called a king. There were no natural enemies. "You're right, we're going the same way. I also want to go above the 9 heavens." Li Qingshan felt a bit more respect. His tone became much more polite, but he still only recognized each other as fellow cultivators. There was no difference in status, and he would not bow and scrape. This was the pride that Oxen gave him. He would not lower his head to anyone. Li Qingshan roughly understood the meaning of the voice. The so-called heaven was the goal of all cultivators, to break through the shackles of this world and go to a higher and further world. It was not that he knew about the agreement between him and Oxen. I was wrong. The voice fluctuated again, full of surprise. What was wrong? Did I say something wrong? Li Qingshan was confused. I still underestimated you. Above the 9 heavens sigh this goal. Even for me, it's too far out of reach. I won't even think about it. Aren't we talking about the same place? Above the 9 heavens, is it very far? Although Li Qingshan had mentioned these 4 words many times, he actually did not have a specific concept. He was only at the first stage of the heavens tribulation. It was still too early to think about this. It was more important to cultivate down-to-earth. But when he met someone who knew the path, he could not help but ask where the destination of this dream was. Far? Hee, I just want to climb out of the well, but you want to fly to the sky. Is it really that difficult? Li Qingshan was dumbfounded. This comparison was too exaggerated. How deep could the well be, and how far was the earth from the sky? No. This description is a bit too simple. If it's just flying to the sky, I also have some hope. As long as I continue, it's not impossible for a frog to turn into a bird. But you want to turn into a star. What a great ambition. In the entire 9 continents, out of billions of creatures, I'm afraid you are the only one who has such a dream. The voice was full of curiosity, as if it was wondering why Li Qingshan would have such an unrealistic idea. I will wait for you above the 9 heavens, waiting for the day when we can stand side by side. Oxen's words before he left echoed in Li Qingshan's mind. It was not until now that he realized what it meant. Li Qingshan was silent. He had naively thought that he was only carrying a mountain. What, are you scared? I was overthinking. It seems like you just added the word 9 heavens. Too much bullshit. Let me ask you again. You want to go to the sky too, right? The voice seemed to be relieved, but also a little disappointed. Did Brother Nyo add 2 more words? The answer was obvious. No. Li Qingshan's answer was also the same. No, I want to go above the 9 heavens. He raised his head and laughed arrogantly, his face beaming brightly. On a certain day, a frog was jumping at the bottom of a well, exercising its legs and feet, looking forward to the moment it jumped out of the well. At this time, a little tadpole came over and said, Frog, I want to turn into a star. The frog patiently told the little tadpole, the stars are very far away. Moreover, tadpoles can't turn into stars. I think you are very confident in turning into a frog. The little tadpole thought for a while. Okay, then I will first turn into a frog, and then a star. The frog was speechless. Li Qingshan's majestic posture suddenly became weary. He scratched his head in distress. But what kind of place is above the 9 heavens? Hey, you look like you know a lot about it. Tell me about it, we can probably travel together. I don't know what kind of place it is. I only heard that it is the center of the boundless universe, the home of gods and Buddhas. It seems like asking you is a waste of time. But as long as I go up step by step, I probably won't get lost. It was not until a long time later that Li Qingshan understood that the word 9 in the 9 heavens was not a quantifier, but an adjective. 9, the extreme of numbers, had infinite meaning. If you really want to go, I can give you a hand. But you have to do me a small favor first. The Legend of the Great Sage 13 _ The Legend of the Great Sage Free Reading _ Chapter 13. Place of Dreams updated. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.